Hi everyone, my name is Aisa Tuche.
Hola, we are Arnold Rogan and Kala Quiñones.
We're the Greats. I'm Veronica, and
What's up, everyone? Lim Butler here, one of the co-founders of
Hi.
Black and White Coffee Roasters.
I'm Priya Yan.
I'm
the head of
I'm
coffee.
Candice Madison, and thanks for joining me as I give you a little
Spanish
insight
translator, and
into
I'm also
Hi, I'm Steve, and I'm the founder of the Barista League.
Hey y'all, I'm Angela and I'm the communications director.
Hi, I'm Hannah and I'm relationship manager at the Barista League.
Hi everyone, I'm Anna and I'm the project manager.
Hey, I'm Kat and I'm an executive producer.
And on behalf of the whole team, I want to welcome you all to the inaugural High Density Conference. We are so excited to present this amazing lineup of speakers today. So back in 2020, we went out to a whole bunch of amazing industry professionals and we asked them what they think that the industry should know in 2021. We challenged them to create short videos on a specific topic and keep them accessible, relevant, and most of all practical for the viewers who are actually going to watch them. We are so psyched about all the sessions today and we really hope you enjoy it. So now remember, there are subtitles available in multiple languages if you just click on the options icon or the closed captions icon. There are a lot of sessions that have interactive elements. Some of them needed to be purchased, but a lot of them can be downloaded directly from our site, or you can just follow along with things you might already have at home. So make sure you check out all that information at thebaristaleague.com. All the sessions will be viewable directly after this, so if you miss anything, you can always just rewind, and it'll all be online tomorrow, the next day, a month from now, so if you miss anything, you can come back and watch it whenever you want. And finally, there's a live chat where the presenters will be online during their sessions to answer any questions and talk to you. So please remember, just be civil and be respectful and have a fantastic time. We really hope you enjoy this. We are really stoked about the quality of everyone's presentations today, and we hope you have a great High Density.
Hello everyone, my name is Vava, founder, chief coffeeholic at Vava Coffee, co-founder Gente del Futuro. Now, the subject we're tackling today regarding producers and trying to have the industry change their perception and how producers should be depicted is one that is very close to my heart. Not just because I'm from a producing country, being a producer myself, I have always felt that there is this perception and power play that rides in this industry and how buyers would rather tell stories or buyers would rather see us when they are marketing our coffees. Now, the purpose for my session is to blatantly just say, we need a more collaborative effort in storytelling when it comes to marketing coffees. And in as much as we know that the power balance has always been more in favor of the importer, I think it's time the industry reckoned with the fact that listening mechanisms need to be improved, especially from the importer's side or the roaster's side. They should lean in more in trying to find out how these producers want to be perceived. They may think that producers are just lowly farmers who may not have an idea of how their story needs to be told, but surprise, surprise, we all have opinions, and there are, certain depictions of producers that we've seen out there that are certainly uncomfortable, especially for people like myself to look at, and there's a narrative that's certainly been pushed over time that we need to change. So hopefully through this session and through some of the work that I have put out in terms of the book project Coffee Milk Blood, roasters, importers can start asking themselves critical questions around how can we better storytell and how can we collaboratively work with people in producing countries to actually better tell their stories. As someone who's grown up in post-colonial Kenya, I won't lie that there's a lot of colonial influence in how my country is depicted and how women are seen, and what the most popular images of Africa that are put out there and of producers are mostly the pitiful images, the images that are sort of relaying that story that if you buy this coffee, you're helping a producer. It's never been depicted in more of like a business sort of engagement, that it's both parties that are benefiting, because if the producer was not growing the coffee, then there's no lovely tasting Kenyan coffee to put out in the market. So So why then do we choose to have like a one-sided narrative? That one of like the dirty hands, the dirty feet, the woman with the baby on the back, help these farmers. No, this is an equitable, we would like to move to more equitable business transactions whereby it's, you know, both sides are benefiting, it's quid pro quo. And this needs to be depicted in the storytelling and in the imagery. And of course, a lot of producers also based off of just what they've been exposed to may not be very vocal about this because there is, you know, neo-colonialist notions that the white person is definitely the one that knows how to market the coffee. But case in point, I have had the luxury of having a lot of exposure to the Western world. I know this makes a few people uncomfortable by being the fact that I challenge the notions that I see out there in the market. I challenge how people want to talk about me, about my company, about my people. So, and I know the industry has oftentimes been more comfortable with dealing with an illiterate farmer, a farmer who's dictated to, than when you find someone who actually speaks up and knows about their own culture, their own place, and the economic benefits that are always more beneficial to the importer, the roaster side, and none of those trickle down here at origin. People like me are sometimes deemed problematic or like giving people a hard time, whereas I don't see that as really being what it's about. What this relationships between buyer and producer should be is mutually beneficial and not parasitic relationships. So if we can move the industry towards images that celebrate the people, the place, the culture, and I've said this so many times, Africa has given a lot to the world, but this discussion is not just limited to the continent of Africa. It goes beyond Kenya, it goes beyond Africa, it traverses Latin America and the producers there as well. Producers are more than just the cherries they pick. They've got lives, they've got other businesses that they run, and these should be celebrated. And I have been talking about this to challenge the roaster, the importer, to move beyond what we have traditionally seen in the marketplace, because coffee is more than just the cherries and the washing stations. How many washing station images are we gonna, you know, play around with, and how many hands picking cherries? Let us get more creative about this storytelling, but then also let us honor producers in the manner that they need to be honored. I've always talked about the importance of owning your narrative. When you find a producer that is knowledgeable enough, or someone who is bold enough to tell you, hey, this is how I would like to be seen, this is how I'd like to be depicted, and these are the things that I think make me most proud of who I am, why don't we listen? So I hope I'll leave you with food for thought. I hope we can engage in a conversation about this, but I leave you with a short video about why I have worked on this quite intently, and the work doesn't stop here. It doesn't stop here with the book Coffee Milk Blood. It goes beyond that, and I would like to collaborate with other industry players to try and create like some guidelines, just rough guidelines of what people should be looking at when coming to producing countries, and what we should be doing more ethically in terms of just relationships with producers and storytelling. How can we improve coffee marketing such that it's not exploitative in its nature, and we're speaking to both sides of the spectrum. Thank you. Why Coffee Milk Blood? Now, from my many years of having worked with various coffee communities and various community organizations, I see one of my key roles as a translator. As a translator, part of my mandate is to take the things that I hear when I listen at the table and the stories that I know I need to tell to create impact, and to combine them into something that is a tangible reflection of all that there is to translate. It allows us to move forward in whatever social issue it is that we are trying to address. And so that is why in my world, storytelling to create impact, measuring that impact, or designing opportunities for impact is essential. It means that I am an expert citizen who creates space at the table for the citizen experts. It means that I am a storyteller who tries to tell authentic stories of the people I meet and design with. It means that I'm a translator who tries to bring tangibility to the vision of places and services that speak to the needs and aspirations of the human experience. There are hardly any stories told by the coffee producer or the person living in that country who experiences all the emotions that arise from working in the coffee industry. From the growing of the coffee, the processing, producer mobilization, this story has always been from the point of view of the buyer, the roaster, the trader. Hardly ever do we encounter stories, especially from the African continent, that accurately touch on the perception of this continent and the real story of a social entrepreneur's journey within the coffee sector. This work delves into the definition of empowerment from the communities that we seek to empower, storytelling from the point of view of the producers themselves and what the narrative should be as you buy their beans or as you interact with them in their communities. We look to portray the images of an African coffee producer, African women and their surroundings in a more dignified, real manner, as opposed to that of a pitiful, struggling environment. This is a place of opportunity and promise for both youth, women, and the entrepreneurs who dare to dream and try. We look to trade with the Western world in more beneficial and profitable relationships. I put this work out in the hope that young girls and boys growing up in Africa can have a realistic and relatable example to look up to and to dare to dream and take a risk. We need to tell our own stories and influence the change that we seek in our lives and communities. There is so much more to tell about Africa than the usual stories of war, famine, floods, and disease. And until the lion itself learns how to write, the narrative will always glorify the hunter.
Dave Nacho, how are you guys? Today we're in Alatawando having breakfast. That's Amara, our finance manager. That's Suzanne, our clinical consultant. And this is me, Dagmawi, program manager. And this guy right here is Yared, our big dude. He's our driver. He's taking us to Gedio. And we will be later on today starting our work in Gedio. So we're almost there. About 70 kilometers away from getting our work started in Yirgacheffe. So this is our morning. We're about to have breakfast.
This year, Rancilio has taken its iconic Rancilio Silvia to a new level, introducing the Silvia Pro. Equipped with 2 internal PID located in each boiler for coffee and steam, it can deliver espresso and milk steaming simultaneously with less than 1 degree Fahrenheit variance in brew temperature. Rancilio is a proud sponsor to High Density. For more information, head to the Silvia Pro page and follow @RancilioOfficial on Instagram.
Hi, I'm Steve and I'm the founder of the Barista League. So this next session is one we're really excited about. It's called Roasters Roast, Other Roasteries Roast. And the idea for it came from an event we did a few years back where we took 5 roasters, put them in a room, they cupped each other's coffees without knowing anything about who roasted which one, and then they could talk about them in front of an audience who was cupping along with them. Now in this one, we've got 10 roasters from around the world and we've had them send each other coffees, but we've obscured it so they don't know who sent them the coffee, where it's from, what the process is, anything about it at all. And that's what you're about to see. Now, you guys who have the interactive packs, you can cup along and taste along with them. And if you missed out on that, you can just head to their web shop and buy the coffee and taste along with some of the best roasters in the world as they taste coffees, evaluate them, analyze the coffees, and work out how they might roast them better. So enjoy this, and thanks so much for watching.
Hi, my name's Andrea, and I'm the head of coffee at Caravan Coffee Roasters. I am coming to you today from our QC lab inside of our roastery in the North Islington neighborhood of London. At Caravan, we roast on our Loring S70 Monday through Friday, and we do quality control evaluation from this room most days. A bit about our QC program. We use several pieces of data when we're evaluating coffee, so starting from the origin details, what harvest it was from, moisture, water analysis, and other types of information. Obviously for this experiment we're doing today, we won't have any of that information, which makes it even more exciting. We usually use the SEA grading scale in order to score our coffee. I haven't used that today, though I will give a basic estimate where I think this coffee sits. We look for, among other things, clarity of terroir, cleanliness, sweetness, acidity when we're evaluating coffee, all of which should be in balance and should express the coffee in the way that we're looking to best present it to our customers. So without knowing exactly what I'm looking at on this particular table today, I have a few guesses as to what this coffee is going to tell us, where it's from, how it was roasted. So, to start with, my overall impression was that it was a really good quality coffee, so really nice, sweet, clean coffee, roasted pretty light, pretty, I'd say, quickly. If I had to guess, maybe even on a Loring, it tastes similar to the style that we do here, for our filter coffees, I should say. I got some stone fruit characteristics in the aroma, a little orange sherbet, some rooibos tea, some vanilla nougat. Really pleasant, quite aromatic coffee in the dry. On the wet, definitely really sweet, some vanilla again, some kind of like a biscuity note to it as well. And then in the cup, so in the cup it was a really lovely kind of balance of flavors for me. We had some almond, some plum, a little bit of honey, and a little florality, especially in the finish, which made it a really lovely experience. I would not really change much, to be honest. I thought this coffee was very well presented. It is clearly a fresh harvest coffee, and if I had to guess, and I hope I don't make a fool of myself here, I'd say this is probably a Colombian coffee, possibly a Huila or Nariño. It is definitely some of the like notes that I would look for in that origin, and the beans themselves as well looked quite rounded and medium to large size. So something I would guess a Caturra varietal or a Colombia varietal. So that's my best guess. I would definitely want to drink more of this coffee. So thank you very much to High Density for the opportunity to try this, and thank you very much for the Mystery Roaster for the opportunity as well. And yeah, catch you on the other side.
I'm Josh, I roast for Blossom Coffee in Manchester. I've just tasted the coffee and now I'll quickly go through my analysis of it. I've got the questions on the floor, so sorry for looking down so much. In terms of my guess for the process and the origin, I would guess it's some kind of anaerobically fermented, probably natural coffee, and that's just because the flavour profile was kind of unique and unusual, and it reminded me of other anaerobics I've tried in the past. The origin, I'm going to go with Colombia. I think it might be any Central or South American country really, but it had nice sweetness and balance that I tend to associate with Colombia. In terms of the sensory profile of it, I thought the acidity was definitely dominant, but it had really nice sweetness and a really nice silky round texture. The flavours I had were ripe pineapple and passion fruit, and it had a white wine kind of acidity to it with this caramelised banana kind of finish that I've tried in other anaerobics before, which was really nice. In terms of the green coffee choice, I think this is the kind of coffee that roasters tend to choose when they want to highlight something experimental or something unusual that you can get with coffee. And yeah, it was definitely unusual. I've not really tried a coffee like this for a while, but it's really good. The roast profile I thought was great actually. It looked a bit dark when I opened the bag, and I thought it might be a little bit more developed than I would usually go for. But when I cupped it, it was really sweet, really clean, and really nice and transparent. If there's anything I would change with the roast, the most important things that I normally look for are sweetness and cleanness. I probably wouldn't change anything with this roast, to be honest. I thought it was really, really clean and it had nice sweetness. If there was anything, I'd maybe try and balance the acidity a little bit more, but with these kinds of coffees, I think it's nice to let the acidity shine. So I think I'd probably leave it as it is, to be honest. I thought it was a really nice roast.
Hi guys, I'm Ralph from The Barn in Berlin, and I'm very happy to be part of this project. The Barista League is an old friend of ours, and I'm really happy to connect to all of you, especially in these times, and I hope you're all drinking great coffee at home at the moment. So let me get straight into the mystery coffee that I received yesterday. It seems to be like really fresh roast. Also, I had really good blooming this morning on my Chemex. So yeah, to go straight into the evaluation. Question number one: where do you think this coffee is from and how it was processed? We believe this may be a Colombian coffee and a washed or white honey coffee, and these are our reasons. First of all, the size of the bean and the shape of the bean could be a Colombian varietal, one of the 3 C's, Caturra, Colombia, or Castillo, and also the density. It's quite dense, this bean. But also on the nose, when we were cupping this coffee, and also when you open this bag, there's some Kenyan aromas coming through, and we find that in Colombia as well. This coffee here has very strong nuttiness, and so all together we think this could be a Colombian coffee. It looks and tastes washed, but there's some freckles on the outside of the bean, which could come from mucilage, and so maybe this could even be a white honey processed coffee from Colombia, which is quite unusual still. So in terms of cupping and evaluation, the aromas, flavors, and so on. On the break, when we cup, we have berries and berry compote, to be exact, and brown sugar. Then on the break, berries and cane sugar. The flavors are very, very strong nuts. Brazil nut, supported by caramel notes, and I have a little bit of gooseberry, and especially on my Chemex here, I have some herbal notes of pine coming through and some lemon peel in the finish. In the cooling, more berries are coming through. And cane sugar. The acidity is nice and crisp, is medium acidity of red apple, and the sweetness is medium to high. This coffee could even be more sweet with more development. I come to that later. The body is medium. The balance is good, but we do think with more development you would get more flavor intensity to score up for balance. The mouthfeel is silky and juicy, really nice actually. The finish has very, very slight dryness and some roast flavors coming through, but that could be cleaned up in the roast. We typically analyze our coffees by spending a lot of time with greens, and but also the roasted coffee, of course. So without going into too much detail, we're obsessed with quality control, but also we are working with farms to get better and better, so they're producing higher quality, so we can roast nice and light and bring out all the flavors of the field. So that's what we do here with weekly checks, monthly checks on the green bean, density, moist, water activity, and we have a very strong connection to the baristas in our 10 cafes when they are open, and so we take all that feedback of the performance of our coffees on our bars and bring that back into the roast profiling. So what would you do better in terms of roasting? The bean quality looks fine and the roast profile is not bad. It's a very light color, so we suggest it could be it was roasted on a Loring. The extraction was only 20%, which could be a little bit higher, and you can do that with more development at the final stages of the roast with higher end temperature or going a little bit more racy into the crack. And that's my 5 minutes. All the best. Enjoy all these coffees and enjoy the Barista League. Thank you very much. Bye bye.
I'm Cassia Martinez, and I'm very happy to be here at High Density Conference. I'm here, first of all, because I've been working for over 5 years as a green coffee buyer in my 12-year of specialty coffee career. That's been 11 years in Cafés Magnífico in Barcelona and 1 year in Johan & Nyström here in Sweden. For that reason, I suppose, and because I really enjoy the role of green coffee buying, I was invited to talk about 5 questions you as a green coffee buyer should ask your importers. Taken from the starting point that you are buying green coffee through an importer for a roastery, These are questions that will make your relationship and your business much smoother and efficient through time. It goes from more technical logistic topics to others more into complexities at origin and more into general knowledge. But first of all, come prepared. So before you come with the questions, be sure to be familiar with the terms and documents widely used across the industry. The Green Coffee Association website has everything you need to know about. Also, be calibrated with your partners, be a good cupper, and be sure to communicate which protocol you're using to grade your coffees when you're trying to communicate about sensorial and physical aspects of the coffee. Also, use clear communication, avoid perhaps, sounds good, maybes, and opt more for yes, no, rejected, approved. Don't give space for doubts. And if a deal doesn't suit your roastery, explain why. Let them know what your business model is. And last but not least, don't ever think a question is stupid, even if it might be. Don't ever assume things that you're not 100% sure about, even if it's just a double-checking question. Okay, so let's go for it. Question number 1. What logistical and financial services do they provide? What are the contract policies? For example, how many days of credits do I have before paying the coffee? Or do I have to pay it up front? Or what are the extra costs for changes done in the contract after signing it? Also, for example, about the delivery time. What are the costs of storing the coffee longer than the contract? What does it actually say on the contract? Do they have a warehouse facility for you? Normally, your financial options depend on the pricing of the coffee and the relationship reputation you have with the importers. Another important thing is about contract cancellation. Nobody wants to cancel a contract, and in fact it's very hard to do so. There's probably only 2 ways this could happen. You either go bankrupt or the quality doesn't match the contract or the PSS, the pre-shipment sample. But in order for you to be able to reject a coffee, it has to be stated on the contract that the coffee is subject to approval of arrival. Plus, you as a buyer, you have a certain amount of days to cup and reject this coffee, otherwise your importer can legally just proceed with the sale. If there is a rejection and no negotiation can be done, as a last resource, Q graders would be hired to recheck the quality and give the final verdict. In sum, be sure to ask everything you need to fully understand what each thing costs and under which condition. Question number 2, how does your importer source? Meaning, what is the impact of your purchase in the coffee farming communities? Does your importer know how the prices actually influence the farmers or the producers? Terms like FOB price and farm gate price are so often used nowadays to give transparency to the end consumer, but these numbers are rarely linked to a reference that makes any sense. So, if you want to pass this information on, be sure to ask if they have a better data, a clear understanding of how these numbers relate to what actually gets into the farmer's pocket. Another thing you could ask about the sourcing is if they're sourcing from co-ops or from single farms. I would say that the biggest advantage from sourcing from a single farm is that you have a better traceability of how the coffee is being produced and what kind of variety it is. And from the co-ops is that you'll be reaching a much larger numbers of families and producers. Question number 3, what are their coffee offerings? What can I buy every year? What can I buy year round? For example, if I have a fixed blend, or if I want to have a fixed blend, what are the coffees that are most stable in quality and volume so that I can have year round? Also about coffee substitutions. Some coffees are only available in small amounts and they won't last very long in your portfolio, and you would like to offer your clients this range of profile year round. So even if it's a different origin, you could ask about coffee substitutions that go into the same range in price and profile. But very interesting also is to ask if you can pre-book your coffee instead of choosing from several spot coffees. To do that, it gives you a chance to explore further and get your hands on a bigger range of coffee. Plus, you might be able to ship smaller quantities of coffee with other coffees from other farms to other clients in the same container. But in order for them to alert you on the best offerings for you, they must be able to understand your business. So be sure to communicate about your products and the coffees you intend to launch. Question number 4. Ask them for further knowledge. Use them as a counselor to plan yourself better. They should be in constant and direct contact with Origin. So some questions can help you reorganize yourself. For example, 1. Changes in the year's harvest that might affect the quality or the yield, like unexpected weather. Currency fluctuations that might alter the final price. Or 3. Riots or port strikes that might lead to inconveniences in the shipment procedure and the delivery time. The more information you get upfront, the better you can plan yourself, not just for this contract, but for further contracts also, and make the whole business more efficient. So, question number 5. What are the latest news or the latest findings? For example, if they found out a unique profile or a rare terroir, or new scientific findings on genetics, quality boost, pest control, a project that is generally helping a minority group and how, and if there are new players in the coffee business that are innovating or impacting the coffee community somehow. So show that you're interested, because you're a green coffee buyer. There is no way to be in this role and not be interested in what you do. And it's the same thing with your suppliers. They really normally enjoy what they do. And by doing all these questions, you build up a stronger relationship because you bring up to the surface the passion they also have for coffee. So, to sum up, first question, what are my logistical and financial support? Second, how do they source the coffee? Third, what are my coffee offerings or their coffee offerings? 4, ask them for further knowledge. They should be your counselor. And 5, what are the latest findings? What are the latest news? And what are they passionate about? And as final notes, I would like to say that we all know that the coffee world is changing, whether it's due to processing trials, new hybrid varieties, climate change, or a pandemic. It is hard to keep up on everything that's going on the time. So use your importer as an ally, and through clear communication, fact-based knowledge, and good intentions as a responsible buyer, you will only build up and nurture solid and valuable connections for you. But remember, you are just one link in the chain, and a contract is the result of a larger dialogue. Thank you very much for watching. You can always reach me by email at mc.cassia@gmail.com, and I hope you enjoy the next sessions of High Density. Thank you.
Hello and welcome to this high density coffee talk, where I'm actually going to talk about green coffee buying strategies. Now, if you don't know who I am Tim Wendelboe, and I started off as a barista in 1998. And after working for a coffee chain for a while, I started competing, and I actually won the World Barista Championship in 2004. And that kind of led me on to opening my own coffee roastery and coffee shop. Now, it used to be one place, now it's 2 separate places. And I'm now the director of the company and also buying the green coffee, head of quality control, and I'm also a part-time coffee farmer. So that means I travel quite a lot to Origin to buy green coffee. So let's talk about green coffee buying strategies and why I kind of made one. Because when I started my roastery, I kind of needed to understand better how to get the best possible green coffee. And because I was a small company, I had to kind of lay down a strategy where I could get those coffees without, hiring 10 people in order to work just to get the best coffees. So that's what I'm going to talk about today, how I kind of came up with it and what's so important about having a coffee buying strategy. So for me, having a long-term coffee buying strategy is all about being able to offer consistent quality. You know, when you have a small place and or a small roastery, you want to have regular customers who love your coffee. So for me, it's always been about having the most consistent quality and also to get access to the best coffees. Also, when you're buying coffee, it's kind of sometimes a race to the cupping table. So, for instance, in Kenya during buying season, you can visit an exporter's office, for instance, and meet maybe 20 other coffee buyers that are all fighting for the same coffees. So for me, that was not a strategy that I wanted to take. I also felt that because I'm doing most of the buying myself, and I can't hire or can't really afford to hire more people to do green coffee buying because we're so small, I kind of decided I needed to travel a little bit less and try to focus on less origins. Also, having a good green coffee buying strategy for me is all about having or taking less risk, actually. The more you know about how the coffee was produced, the better buying decisions you can actually take. And I feel that I can access better quality by working more hands-on with the products. I do also think that it's easier to roast and brew the coffees because knowing what coffees that I'm buying, I kind of know what to expect when I'm tasting the coffee, which means adjusting roast and brewing profiles a little bit easier. Another thing that makes it quite important to have kind of a thought about how you buy green coffee is to have kind of a recognized flavor profile. So for instance, my company, we're quite famous for very clean, sweet, washed coffees. We're not famous for having, you know, very funky coffees or natural coffees. There are other companies who love that. I personally don't love them, so, or, you know, I can like them, but it's not my favorite coffee, so I focus on the coffees that I really love myself, and that's also the kind of followers we're getting, people who love the same coffees that I do. One other thing that's important about having a green coffee buying strategy is that, especially for small companies, but also for big companies, you might have problems with cash flow. So, for instance, if you decide, let's only buy direct coffee, well, that means you're actually tying up a lot of cash when you're buying coffee, because a lot of the harvest times, you know, maybe the farm is harvesting once a year and you need to buy 200 bags instead of going to the importer and buying 20 bags at a time and just cashing out those. So those are the kind of things you really need to think about when you're laying down a good strategy. So I can't really talk for other people, I can only talk for myself. So I'm going to kind of go through how I came up, or not how, but what is my actual strategy, and explain a little bit why I came, or how I came up with the different thoughts. And it kind of came natural, but yeah, let's go through it. Let's see. So first of all, when I opened my coffee shop, I knew that I wanted to be able to serve different flavors. So for instance, if you go to a coffee shop in Brazil, it might be hard to offer or to get many different varieties of flavor because they're kind of restricted to only buying Brazilian coffees. And that means for me, I want to be able to offer, you know, a wide variety of flavors. I want a fruity Kenyan, I want a floral Ethiopian, I want a more chocolatey and nutty coffee from El Salvador. I want, you know, some sweet and balanced and subtle fruity coffees from Central America and so on. So I kind of sat down and asked myself, what are my favorite origins? And those are the ones that I wanted to offer. So also one thing to consider is to know when the different countries are harvesting. So for instance, if you're only buying from countries that are harvesting the same month, well, that can lead to some problems with shelf life. So if all of them are harvesting in January, you might get the coffee in May, and that means you're not getting fresh supplies until May next year again, which can lead to some woody and not so nice tasting coffee. So it's nice to choose origins that you really love, but also origins that are harvesting in different times. So for me, for instance, Colombia is an origin that harvests in June, July, and then also in November, December. That means I can access fresh coffee twice a year. While Kenya and Ethiopia are more concentrated around December, and Central America from February until June, depending on the farm that we're talking about. So think a little bit about that. Also, I wanted to buy from not too many origins because I think you can spend the rest of your life traveling looking for coffee. and not necessarily succeeding buying the best ones, because you can't invest enough time in each origin, especially when you're small and if you're only one person traveling. So you kind of have to think about time management as well. I was sitting down the other year and looking at how many days that I actually was in Norway, being able to work for my company in Norway. And it was only 70 days in 1 year. And that meant that I had to kind of rearrange a little bit my travel plans and look at how I can actually be a little bit more efficient and travel a little bit less. Also, one thing to think about, when I work with less origins, logistics actually become cheaper. So instead of buying, for instance, 50 bags from 10 origins, you can buy 250 bags from 2 origins. And that makes shipping a lot more efficient. It makes it cheaper, and you're kind of able to ship your own coffee. If you're buying 20 bags from El Salvador, 20 from Brazil, it's very difficult to move the coffees, and you have to consolidate with other people in order to ship containers to Norway, for instance. So all these kind of things I went through. So for me, at least, I decided to work in, I really like El Salvadoran coffee for what it is, like a really sweet, kind of more chocolatey, nutty style coffee. I really love Honduran coffees. I think they can be spectacular with a lot of kind of mango flavor, fruity flavors. Of course, Kenya and Ethiopia goes without saying. And of course, Colombia for me is probably, this origin that I spend the most time in because I have a farm there, but they can produce some spectacular coffees in Colombia. So those are the kind of origins that I focus the most on. I also buy a little bit in Mexico, but I have some help from some other people there who can kind of pre-select coffees for me. So the most important part of my strategy is not just to select the countries that I'm working in, but also to select farms that I want to work with. And that's kind of the most important part of my buying strategy, and the core of the whole concept is to build good relationship with good producers. And when I say good producers, it doesn't necessarily mean that they already know how to produce coffee. Most of the farmers that I started working with have been developing a lot since I started buying coffee from them. And it's not the case where I've been going down there and telling them what to do. It's kind of a dialogue, so you have to talk together and develop the quality together towards a quality that I personally like. So first of all, you kind of need to find or travel to the origin you like. Then you need to meet some exporters maybe. They can take you around to farms. And then you find a farm with nice potential. Maybe you'll even find it on a cupping table, just tasting the coffees. And then probably the most important for me is that you find a person with good potential and that wants to develop and learn and grow together with you. That's kind of the most important, because you can have the best kind of land in the world, but if you have a person that doesn't want to do the changes that it's required to produce high quality, then it doesn't really matter. So another thing that's important is once you kind of find a farm and a farmer you want to work with, it might not be the most perfect coffee in the beginning, but for me at least it was important to show commitment from day one and paying a good price for the coffee, even if it didn't score to my expectation. And that means if I paid a good price, it will enable the farmer to pay the pickers more so they can focus on picking riper cherries and do cherry sorting. It will enable to do a more thorough and cleaner process because the farmer can hire a person to oversee the whole process. It enables better drying because the farmer is able to build more dryers, and we prefer to dry on raised beds under shade, for instance. And that has kind of resulted in much cleaner coffees that has a lot longer shelf life for us. But paying more doesn't really do the trick. Like, you have to have a dialogue with the farmer and also kind of learn and develop together with the farmer. So, if I just give one of my employees more cash and say, here you go, it doesn't mean they will work better. You have to kind of teach them how to do their tasks better and more efficient. That's the way to do it. So for me, it's kind of part of my quality control to do all these things, because if I know that the green coffee that I'm buying is top quality, then it makes roasting and brewing a lot more easier afterwards. It also creates consistency over time because I can develop kind of quality protocols together with the farmers that they follow. And that means they know what to expect every year. So every year. We kind of have a dialogue, and I say, okay, this year I'm going to buy 120 bags, and they already know how to produce the coffee. Like they will wash the coffee, they will dry it on the shade on raised beds. They will pack the green coffee after it's dried in GrainPro bags. You know, all these kind of steps in the production chain, they already know because we have been speaking about it and planning it and developed it together. And of course, paying a good price and working like this makes transparency very easy. So I'm an advocate for being transparent in the coffee industry. I think there's nothing to hide. If you have something to hide, then you should probably rethink how you're actually buying coffee. So I think it makes it more fun to work this way, at least for me. One of the benefits of having a good relationship as well is that I'm able to develop different flavors on the same farm. So you might say, okay, you're only working in 5 origins, and let's say you're working in Honduras, we're working with 2 different farms, but we are able to buy and access very, very different flavored coffees. And in the beginning, it wasn't like that, because the farmers like Marisabel and Moises, they were mainly growing Catuai variety. Whereas today we're buying from Marisabel and Moises, the Caballero family, we're buying Catuai, we're buying Geisha, we're buying Java, we're buying Pacamara, we're buying SL28, we're buying some Ethiopian varieties, and there's more to come actually. So one thing is to you can ask a farmer to diversify in processing. So you could, for instance, in El Salvador, we can buy washed coffee and a honey processed coffee from Gilberto, who unfortunately passed away this year. But that's kind of the fastest and easiest way to diversify flavor from one farm. But the more long-term way is to, get seeds from other farmers in the area and different seeds of different varieties and plant them. And it can take up to 10 years to kind of develop a new strain or a new production of a new variety in a farm. That's kind of a long-term thing. I started doing this work, almost 8 years ago now. And we are seeing spectacular results on some farms where we're getting really, really delicious coffees that are very unusual for the area. And that means, I can have a very fruity coffee and a very chocolatey coffee from the same farm. So instead of going to different origins to buy these kind of different flavors, I'm going to one origin and developing these flavors with the farmer in one place. Whew. So how do I buy coffee and the kind of logistics? Well, I buy around 50 tons a year, and I buy actually around 60 to 70 lots. That means different batches of coffee every year. So on average, I think that's about 10 to 15 bags per lot. It really depends. Some can be smaller, some can be bigger. Most of the cases I will buy directly from the farmer, but in between there, we need an exporter to export the coffee. The coffee needs to be milled and vacuum packed before it's shipped to Norway. Paperwork, all these kind of things. And some cases the farmer is doing it on his own, other cases not. So you kind of need to have a good exporter. Sometimes we actually also use an importer to help us with logistics. So for instance, in Ethiopia, Belco, a French importer, they have an office in Addis in Ethiopia where they're kind of coordinating logistics for me because I like to buy from 3 different farms there and not just one. So even though one farmer could export all his coffee to me, we're kind of consolidating, which means we need some help with all the paperwork and logistics down there. You can of course buy from importers and just visit their office and cup through samples and choose the best one, but that's not kind of the way I like to do it. I like to go to the source and kind of work my way from there and then handle logistics in the best possible way. For me, this kind of what's right or wrong here, there's no right or wrong. What's important to me is to know that the farmer actually was paid well and that he gets kind of the most value out in the whole chain and that the money doesn't disappear in all these logistical chains. So having a dialogue directly with the farmer is for me the best, and I kind of demand transparency in the chain, and that's what's important to me at least. So let's quickly go through how I actually buy the coffee. We don't have many minutes left, but so for instance, now during COVID, normally I would go to the farm. We will go through the samples, cup them together. I'll bring the best samples back to Norway, cup them again, analyze them, and then make my decisions based on that. But for instance, now in COVID, I couldn't travel. And fortunately, I had good relationships with farmers. They would send samples to me. Then I will evaluate the moisture content, the water activity, and bear in mind, moisture content can be can give you very strange results because different moisture meters are calibrated differently, so they can give you different numbers even on the same sample. And by calibrating differently, I mean it's as different as Fahrenheit and Celsius on a thermometer. So you really need to know your moisture meter well in order to kind of use that well. That's why I use water activity as well, so I kind of know where the range of my coffees are. I tend not to buy coffees that are above 11% or high in moisture because they tend to fade faster, in my opinion. I can take risk on it, but not always. Sometimes I go through with a UV light to see how the beans are in fluorescent lights, and you know, if you have a lot of problems with some coffees, you can tell with the fluorescent lights. For me, the most important part of my quality control when I receive a sample is that I already know how the coffee was produced in most cases. That means I don't really have to go through all this kind of nitty-gritty stuff of counting defects and so on. I focus on the moisture content, water activity, and then I cup the coffee. I need to know when the coffee was harvested, of course. It comes with a harvest date on. I need to know how the coffee was dried, how it was stored. And when knowing this, I can kind of predict how long the coffee will stay fresh. So if you shade dry, you store parchment coffee in grain pro bags, you vacuum pack the coffee before export. I know most of my coffees can stay fresh for almost up to a year. Unfortunately, when you work this way with slow drying and this kind of longer shelf life, the coffees can taste a little closed when they're very fresh. So you kind of have to look for a little bit different things when you cup them. So for me, the flavor is not the most important part when I cup fresh coffee samples. For me, the most important part is that it's sweet and that it has a very clean and smooth texture. Sweetness kind of trumps everything. So flavor, yeah, if I'm buying a Catuai from the Caballeros, for instance, and the coffee has a lot of sweetness, I don't really focus too much on describing the coffee as being fruity or whatever. I know how that coffee is going to taste anyway. So I'm kind of focusing on more of those mouthfeel details like acidity, sweetness, balance, smoothness, rather than the actual flavor attributes. If they are spectacular, you know, that's more of a bonus for me. And also you kind of have to consider what you're actually looking for when buying different coffees. So when I'm buying washed coffees, I'm looking for, you know, clean, very sweet. When I'm buying a natural, I'm looking for a different thing. I'm looking for no Quaker flavor, like nutty flavors. I want, if there's some ferment flavor, it needs to be super clean and crisp. And also, of course, sweetness and texture and all these things needs to be there. So different coffees have kind of different evaluation points when I'm looking for the best ones. So for me, to repeat, sweetness and shelf life is probably the most important part of when I'm buying coffee. So that kind of is what I'm looking for. How was the coffee produced? How is the sweetness and mouthfeel and so on? I think, you know, the value of a coffee when you're buying a coffee is not when you're cupping it as a fresh sample. The value of the coffee is how it actually tastes when it arrives and how it tastes when you're selling the coffee. So for instance, when I'm buying from Colombia, I can buy a coffee. I cup the sample in August. The coffee arrives in October, and I'm going to sell it for almost a year. So it needs to stay fresh and sweet and clean for all that time. So in summary, why has having a long-term green coffee buying strategy been so important to me and my company? Well, it has actually given us more consistent coffees over the years. I feel that we have been getting much better coffees over the years, and also more diversification in flavors over the years. I think I can understand roasting better because of it, because I kind of understand the coffees before I even start roasting. So by doing that, you know kind of when the coffees are well developed and so on. And you think a testament to that is that we have actually won 8 Nordic roaster competitions with coffees from different farms. And that's, in my opinion, at least half of the work has been done at farm level. And the rest is, of course, a little bit about roasting as well. I think we can understand brewing better because of it, because I understand the coffees well. We can roast them better, and then I don't need to really bounce around when I brew the coffee. I know what kind of flavors to expect, and I try more to focus on good extraction and sweetness and so on. It has actually enabled us to have a very loyal customer base. We have a lot of subscribers to coffees, and we do sell a lot of coffee beans to people. You know, they travel from afar to go to our shop to buy coffee, and we sell a lot online. And yeah, I think we have been able to develop a big base of fans that really love the way our coffees taste. And you know, I think that's credited to that kind of strategy that we've had. We're quite consistent in the quality and also in the flavor profiles that we're offering. Of course, I think the quality is getting better, but one of the things that has been a bonus is during COVID-19 or Corona, the pandemic, I was not able to travel to Origin to buy coffees, but it didn't really matter because I have good relations with the farms that I buy from. So they just sent samples to Norway, and I actually didn't have to travel now, and I've been tasting samples from Kenya. I'm getting samples from Ethiopia next week, and I'm expecting samples from Central America very soon, and I just cupped Colombian samples a few months ago. So that's a bonus that I really didn't think about, but fortunately that's one of the benefits of working with long-term relationships. And of course, the last thing is that I feel like I'm more in charge of flavor development at farm level. Like when you have good relations with a farmer, you can kind of ask them to produce coffee for you. So for instance, it's very trendy to do these anaerobic coffees and honey process, but I'm not a huge fan of those. So I asked the farmers to do washed coffees and cleaner coffees and dry them specific way so that they can kind of supply me. And they know what to expect from me, and I know what to expect from them. And that's a great kind of benefit of having good relations. I hope you like this talk. It was a little bit longer than planned, but high density. Hope to see you soon. Thanks for watching. Bye-bye.
Oh, hello there. My name is Chris Schackman. I am the co-founder and co-CEO of Five Elephant Coffee Roastery in Berlin, Germany. Today we are going to talk a little bit about the Kamagogo AA that we sourced and is being used for the High Density project. This was the last coffee that I cupped before COVID caused lockdowns. So I was there at the end of February cupping this coffee, and we knew instantly that we wanted to have it. So this is a clean Kenya coffee with a classic cup profile. So the notes we're getting are dried cranberry, hibiscus, a lot of red grape. And when we talk about Kenyan coffee, it's generally a wash process. This is the same as a typical wash process from Kenya. So we know that it has a long shelf life because of the water activity and just inherently how they produce coffee in Kenya. The cell structures hold up much better than, let's say, a coffee that does not spend as much time in water when it's being processed. So the first 24 hours are spent entirely soaked in water, and then it's also fermented for 12 to 36 hours in tanks. So the first 3 or 4 days of its life outside of the cherry are spent homogenizing in water. The coffee is then mixed in channels to get rid of all of the mucilage that's remaining, and it's spread out on raised beds where African raised drying beds get their name. And yeah, it's dried for approximately 12 days in the sun. They cover it overnight, obviously so moisture doesn't condense. I would like to now invite Wojciech Białczyk, our head roaster and also a coffee competitor, to come and speak a little bit about how we approach roasting coffee for competitions. So now I will move out of the way and let him come in and speak.
Hello. Hi. My name is Wojtek. I'm head roaster here in Five Elephant, and I wanted to introduce you a bit to roasting Kamagogo AA. So this coffee is slightly different from other Kenyans we had so far this year. It has much more sweetness. So basically, when roasting this coffee, we thought about just keeping as much of the sweetness as we could. So we started with pretty low start temperature for us, which is 195 degrees Celsius. We soaked it for 1 minute 50 seconds, and then we applied quite a lot of gas. So then it meant to have a lot, like pretty high peak of ROR. And then we ended up with development time ratio of 12%, with end temperature 205 degrees Celsius, with pretty high ROR to finish with. And we keep ROR high for African coffees most of the time to just keep those flavors open as much as we could. So it's just more, all of the flavors are more intense, and we just like it this way. So that's how we do it here in Five Elephant. I think that's it from me, and Chris will just say goodbye from all of us here in Five Elephant, and yeah, that's it. Thank you. Bye.
Thank you, Wojtek, and thank you all for joining us. We hope that you learned something, and you yourself, those of you who get the coffee, enjoy learning from these amazing coffee professionals who are dialing in this coffee and exploring the coffee as we would normally do it for a competition. So be safe, everybody, and we wish you all the best.
Hi, I am Stefanos Matiotis, World Brewers Cup champion and many times world finalist in Coffee Championship. Also, I am the founder of Gem Series Dripper and owner in the first training and coffee experience center in Athens called Create. So, when I take the coffee in my hand and I try to develop new recipes, the first of all, I have to see the origin and the processing, and also the roast level of this coffee. So today I am brewing coffee from Five Elephant from Kenya, and I am grinding a little bit coffee here to see the level of roast. This is medium to light, so I am using temperature between 90 to 93. The second important thing is the profile that the roasters give you, because it's a guideline and I have to follow this guideline for the profiling and find the best recipe for this coffee. So today, because the coffee has a lot of red fruits and is natural, so I am using the dripper without lid and paper filter, because paper filter is giving me clarity to the flavor. I have to clean the paper filter. I have to choose good quality of paper filter and use my scales to weigh the water that I clean the coffee. The most of the barista is clean the paper filter without scale. That is not right, because I cannot have consistency when I make coffee. I have to have the same amount of water when I clean the paper filter. I'm preheating also the server, and let's start. I have to know the date roast. If you have longer for 1 week, maybe I have to do less pre-infusion time or coffee bloom time. If I have really fresh, I need more time. So today I am choosing 30 seconds and I am using 15 grams with 250 ml of water. That is my winning recipe in 2014. And I believe it's very good amount of coffee to serve 1 cup, because I have total beverage results 220 grams. So I put the ground coffee inside and I am moving to have a flat bed. I am start the timer and I pouring in the center. And the reason that I pouring in the center is to have more consistency. I see many baristas that is move all this, the water and is pouring. I believe that this cannot repeat in the second recipe, and also in the center, because the water is hot, it gives you more kinetics. So my first pour, as you see, I go a little bit fast to create the environment with stable temperature. My second pour, stop it in 180, and I continue to 220. As you see, I prefer the fast pouring because I have more controlling temperature inside, and also I keep the level of the coffee inside in the same level. So I pour all the water very fast in 1 minute 25 seconds to 1 minute to 30 seconds, because I believe first the temperature and also the fast extraction is give us more clarity and more fruity notes. Now, a lot of baristas choose to do it more for 2 minutes and 30 seconds. Then most of the time, the water takes the caffeine, so the caffeine tastes bitter. Okay, so the total brew time is 2 minutes and 20 seconds. And now, let's smell it. Wow, smells fantastic. A lot of blackberries, cherries, and let's taste. The coffee has a lot of fruit character of raspberry, blackberries, and cherries in the flavor. Acidity is bright, reminds me a lot of citrus note, like a grapefruit. The body is medium and very juicy and very smooth, very clean aftertaste. It's an amazing cup. So I hope to enjoy and help you to brew like champion, guys. Bye from Athens.
Hello guys, this is Emi Fukahori. I'm the World Brewers Cup Champion 2018.
Hi guys, I'm Mathieu Tess. I'm twice WBC finalist and co-founder of Mame. And so today we've been asked to brew like a champion coffee from, here we go, Five Elephant Kenyan coffee. So to us, when we receive a coffee like this that we don't know, first we try to make some guesses out of the packaging information. So Five Elephant, it's a famous roasters in Germany, so we would expect some light roast, medium roast, something like this.
It's also washed coffee from Kamagogo AA, so we would expect a lot of cleanness and juiciness and sweetness.
Yes, and the roast date is the 25th of January, and so it's still a little bit fresh, so we might have a little bit of freshness into the notes, but we'll try to filter that. So my proposal, Amy, in order to see how we can brew this coffee, let's have a quick cupping, and I would propose to do it with 3 different water. A low ppm, around 48 ppm water, medium ppm, around 100, and then a high ppm, around 150. And the idea behind this is that this will give us the characteristic of the coffee through the different water. It's going to help us to define the best water for that coffee, and also it's going to tell us a little bit about the roast, how developed or light the roast is. And based on that, I think we'll try to get what the best method is for this coffee, right?
I can't wait to start. Let's start it.
All right, let's start it. All right, so now we have set up our 3 cuppings. So this is done with 50 ppm water, this is with 100 ppm water, and this is with 150 ppm water. We're going to cup quickly and then give you the conclusion. So what do you think, Amy?
So to me, I think this one, having a lowest ppm, is very juicy and bright and still sweet.
Yeah.
And in the middle, you have a nice package of juiciness, so acidity, sweetness, and also floral notes. And then when you go to 150 ppm, which is the highest ppm here among the 3, you have a lot of sweetness, but lacks a bit of a juiciness and an acidity.
Yeah. Yeah, so I think from this roast, it's definitely in between those. I think if you're more into the sweetness, you would go to low ppm. If you like a bit more complex, maybe with those floral notes that are pretty nice, we go there. So the truth is probably in
Somewhere
between.
in the middle.
Yeah, somewhere in the middle, right?
Which one would you pick for your choice?
I don't know. I think maybe I'll try to... So I can tell it's a well-developed roast. It's very nicely done. The sweetness is really there. So as it's a Kenyan coffee, maybe let's try to highlight acidity on it, right?
Let's go. It's very clean and juicy and sweet. I would go for this one.
So what would...
50 ppm?
Yeah, 50 ppm. What does that mean for the brewing method? What do you have in mind?
I'm thinking of either Kalita or origami.
Okay.
Origami, especially having it, how can I say? It's easier for me to have a faster flow.
Yeah.
So even if you would have a fine ground to have a lot of sweetness, you can go fast in the flow. So you can have both acidity and sweetness. By using 50 ppm water, you can also highlight those both even more by having this water.
I was thinking the same. I was thinking V60 or origami. So let's go for origami for the same reason. We can grind a little bit fine, try to go quite fast to really get that acidity, but still having the sweetness from the well-developed roast of coffee. Should we do origami?
Origami.
All right, let's go.
So, okay, Mathieu, I've brewed this coffee for you.
Yeah.
Can you tell us the recipe?
Yes, so 14 grams of relatively fine grind coffee. So when I say fine, I would say finer than you usually V60. We use Comandante for people who have Comandante, and I think you put 15 clicks.
Yes.
Yeah, so that's really fine for a normal V60, but here we're using origami. So the idea is fast flow, even though it's fine, to really get maximum from the extraction. And let's see how it goes.
It already looks very good.
Yeah. It does smell different than from the cupping. So we took the 50 ppm water. We wanted to highlight those sweetness and like heavy notes, but it already smelled like those floral notes that I also liked.
We managed to capture this.
Yeah, so I'm excited. Let's see.
The extraction was 2 minutes, which is relatively fast. That was the aim of choosing origami.
And 93 degrees.
Yes. Cheers.
Cheers.
The first impression of this coffee, very clean, very sweet.
Yeah.
A beautiful aroma of something jasmine, hibiscus.
Yeah. Yes, definitely florals. I have also a lot of orange in it. A bit of like berries, maybe some cranberries as well. But now the acidity is really very bright, so I think the origami really works very well in this, highlighting the acidity. Beautiful. I think we have it. We have the recipe.
Yes.
All right.
Great.
So to wrap it up, 50 ppm water, 40 grams of coffee.
1/4.
1/4, relatively fine grind, so finer than V60. 200 ml of water, 93 degrees, in around 2 minutes.
So I took blooming phase of 30 seconds and then straight in the center, very simple, and under 2 minutes on origami. And then you can enjoy beautiful, juicy, sweet floral cup. Thank you very much, Five Elephant.
Yeah, and thank you Barista Online. That's amazing. That's really nice. And yeah, thanks Five Elephant. Beautiful coffee.
Hey, I'm Rose Woodard. I'm the United States Brewers Cup champion from 2018, and today I'm going to teach you how to brew like a champion. I decided to brew this coffee in a way that I can relate back to the way my customers brew coffee. So we're going to brew this over the course of a couple days, only brewing 1 cup a day. I don't want to waste any coffee. I know my customers don't want to waste any coffee, so doing it this way is more relatable to them. So, for the equipment that you're going to need today, first and foremost, of course, we need our coffee from Five Elephant. I'm very excited to open this up and start to mess with it a little bit. We're also going to need a grinder, some filters, and for our brewing equipment, I'm actually going to be using a Kalita Wave. I prefer to use the glass Kalita because 1, it looks really nice, and 2, I think the glass actually kind of retains heat a little bit better than the metal one. I also have a scale here. It's a gram scale that also is able to time for me. So if you don't have a scale that has a built-in timer, you'll also need a timer on the side. I usually just use my phone. Cool. We'll also need a notebook to keep track of our brews. And last but not least, we need water and a kettle. All right, I'm very excited for this coffee. Honestly, I don't even know how to open this package without tearing it apart, so let's see how that goes. No, that's not gonna happen. Luckily, I have all sorts of knives behind me. But I'm just gonna use the scissors. Let's jump to the final brew recipe real quick, then I'll talk about how I got there. Ultimately, I ended up using 21 grams of coffee for 320 grams of water, making my brew ratio about 1 to 15.2. You may have noticed I no longer have my fancy scale with the built-in timer. Turns out it was broken, so we're sticking with the phone timer. Don't forget to pre-wet your filter and in turn preheat your brewer. I have my electric kettle set to 210 degrees, but if you're using a stovetop kettle, I recommend letting it reach boil and then taking it off the heat for about 30 seconds before brewing with it. I ended up grinding my coffee at setting number 22 on my Encore, but everyone's grinder is different. So I would recommend maybe starting at the middle point of your grinder's settings and adjusting based on taste. Now, I use the same number of pulses and the same pour pattern for pretty much every type of pour over. It's like my old reliable brew recipe that I always know is going to be consistently tasty. It consists of 3 even pours, each poured over the course of 30 seconds, and allowing the water to drain for 30 seconds in between each pour. Since we are using 320 grams of water here, and that doesn't quite divide evenly by 3, our first 2 pours will weigh 105 grams each, and the final pour will weigh 110. I made a nifty little graph here to show you when to pour to what total brew weight. I always keep my pour pattern pretty simple, starting in the middle and spiraling out as far as I dare without ever touching the edges of the filter, and then spiraling my way back into the middle. It's important that you take the full 30 seconds to pour each pulse because it provides just the right amount of agitation. And as soon as you finish your final pour, give the brewer a gentle swirl to collect any grounds that may have gotten caught on the filter and to get your brew bed perfectly level for the final drawdown, which should ideally take about 3 minutes and 40 seconds. So I had this grand idea to record myself dialing in this coffee over the course of 3 days, and I actually did exactly that. Unfortunately, there was an audio malfunction, so I'm just going to have to give you a quick rundown of what I did each day. Day 1, I used 20 grams of coffee for 320 grams of brew water and ground at setting number 22 on my Encore. This cup was okay, but it was a little weak, a little thin, and kind of bland. So day 2, the only change I made was to grind a bit finer, increasing the surface area of my ground coffee and therefore extracting more from it while keeping all the other variables the same. This cup was stronger and had a good body, but it was starting to get bitter. This told me the coffee didn't actually need that much more extraction. What it needed was a higher dose, which will increase my strength and slightly slow down the brew time. That, coupled with the extra 2 days of degassing, would result in just a touch more extraction on day 3. Speaking of degassing, you may have noticed that I didn't include a bloom in this recipe. I don't feel that they add or subtract anything to my old reliable brew recipe, so why fix what isn't broken? All in all, I was really happy with my final recipe. It was sweet, juicy, with notes of hibiscus, blood orange, and mild peppercorns. I hope you enjoyed watching my video. Thank you so much. Troy and Abed in the morning.
Hi everyone, my name is Aïssatou Diallo and I am the European Sales Manager for Caravella Coffee. I have been working for Caravella for the past 3 years and most of my work involves sharing the ethos of what this company is. Last year was Caravella's 20-year anniversary, and although we have grown dramatically in that time, the core of what we do has not changed. In essence, we are relationship facilitators. We nurture long-term and sustainable relationship between producers and roasters. To make sure these relationships are of value for our roasting partners, we have to be able to provide a high quality and consistent product. To guarantee this, we've had to be present where the action happens with a network of over 40 purchasing stations and export operation in 7 coffee growing regions all over Latin America. This includes Colombia, Peru, Ecuador, Mexico, Guatemala, El Salvador, and Nicaragua. We also have a team of agronomists known as the PECA team at each origin who routinely visit producers to assist them with everything from tree health to post-harvest processing. In this video, I am going to be talking about a key concept for Caravella. This can be thought of as a supply and demand issue. However, it's a lot more complicated than that. It shows what specialty coffee consumers value and how sometimes it can actually clash with the reality of coffee farming. This concept is the fair purchase of all quality grades. Producing high-quality coffee requires much time, effort, investment, and this does not guarantee high-scoring lot of 86-87 points. It is actually very unusual that a producer will sell all their coffee at microlot prices. Normally, a production will consistently be made up of varying qualities, with the smallest proportion being these top-scoring lots. The majority of the production may be specialty grade, but between 83 and 85. Guaranteeing a fair price for these sorts of coffee is not always easy in an industry that on the one side wants top quality unique microlots, but on the other wants a cheap supply of coffee. The middle ground can often be overlooked. But where does that leave these producers? As mentioned previously, Nicaragua is one of the origins where Caravella is present, but it is a bit different to the other origins. In this country, producers do not dry their coffee on their farms. For this reason, we have built 2 drying structures in key farming areas in Nueva Segovia and Jinotega, where producers can deliver their coffee wet and can have confidence that their product will reach its full potential. Now, let's have a look at some general coffee data from Nicaragua. The average farm size is of 8 hectares, and the farms are located between 600 and 1800 meters above sea level. The main varieties are Caturra and Catuai. We have now the big picture, so let's have a look at our own operation and what we've seen through our work with producers from Nicaragua. The majority of what was exported from the 2019-2020 harvest were coffees graded between 83 and 85. One of the main factors shaping this trend last year was the drought experienced during the season, affecting bean density and productivity. However, this year's cupping results show that quality has improved. This is directly linked not only to better growing conditions, but also fertilization plans. As a result, there is a shift in quality and volume availability, as well as better prices for producers. However, how much did it cost to produce coffee? To understand cost of production, we have to consider fixed and variable costs such as labor, equipment, transport, inputs, renovation, and so on. For a farmer to produce coffee, there are certain costs and that only increase depending on the quality focus. The amount, frequency, and quality of agricultural inputs will be higher for specialty producers. Labor costs also increase due to this higher frequency of applying products and the fact that better pickers are needed to carefully collect only ripe cherries. Pest control becomes highly important as damaged cherries and seeds will have negative implications in the cup. Post-harvest processing is another critical area for specialty producers, and time and care must be taken to maximize the quality of the coffee being processed. Consider a few factors as well. First, growers often like accurate records of cost and inputs. And second, each farm is different with different yields and farming methods. Not finding a home for lower scoring specialty coffee may result in this coffee not being sold above market price. If this is the case, then specialty small-scale producers will not meet their cost of production. So what is the cost structure in this country? In 2019, Caravela conducted a study on cost of production in 7 different countries. And these were the findings for Nicaragua. Administration, harvesting, and inputs represent the largest proportion of where money is spent on the farm. In the case of inputs, the cost of fertilizer increased by over 54% in Nicaragua from the year before, and this was mostly due to import duties and VAT. The country lacks government support or even coffee entities to regulate the industry, so most efforts come from private coffee companies and the farmers themselves. In our study, we found out that the farm gate cost of production in Nicaragua is at $1.07 per pound of green coffee equivalent. However, to really understand this number, we must think about the FOB price and consider other additional expenses that must be taken into account, such as dry milling, logistics, etc. This translates to, on average, a 35 cents increase per pound of coffee produced from the farm gate price, meaning that the FOB price is at $1.42 per pound of green coffee. And that tells us that even the most efficient farmers are often selling coffee below their cost of production. We know that there is a significant cost for farmers to produce 83+ scoring coffees. And the small-scale nature of these farms also means that if they're not producing better quality coffee, they won't get higher prices. However, conventional prices are just not sufficient enough to cover those costs. To understand better how quality can vary on a farm, we've spoken to one of our most trusted Nicaraguan producer, Donald Roque from Finca San Ramon, where he's going to explain us what it takes to produce specialty coffee and what is the real cost.
Hola, mi nombre es Donald Efraín Roque López. El nombre de mi finca es San Ramón, ubicada en Las Nubes, comarca El Volcán, municipio de Dipilto, Nueva Segovia. Sí, la verdad que cómo me involucro al café, esto ya viene, digamos, desde nuestros abuelos, mi padre, trabajaban en el café y tiene una historia, ¿no? Desde ahí comienzo yo a involucrarme en lo que es la producción del café, además de que realmente pues vengo del campo, me gusta, y de hecho por el bienestar que da a la familia y a muchas familias que dependen de él. Pues. Entonces ahí comienzo a involucrarme en lo que es el rubro de café. Sí, el proceso para producir café especial realmente fue emocionante, también tuvo dificultades, fue tequioso, ¿verdad? Porque es adaptarse a cambios, adaptarse a nuevas modalidades donde realmente se requiere de cambios totales, pues. Pasar de producir café convencional a café especial, de hecho que es un gran cambio, un cambio completamente, como dicen, de 360 grados, ¿verdad? Entonces, no fue tan fácil, mas sin embargo, pues aquí estamos produciendo cafés especiales que fue de varios años, ¿verdad? Para poder lograr esto. Sí, desde que realmente estoy produciendo café especial, ha habido o se ha experimentado un cambio sustancial económico en la parte familiar, como he visto también en la parte social. Social en cuanto a los trabajadores, los colaboradores, a cambiarles sus formas de vivir aquí en la finca y de hecho el cambio social en las familias que dependen de cada uno de los colaboradores, pues, porque de hecho se les paga una mejor remuneración, ¿no? A ellos y cambia su vida. Pues entonces ha habido un cambio sustancial, familiar y social.
So what can we do to make a more sustainable and prosperous supply chain? We're now going to talk to Caravela's quality team in Nicaragua to see what happens to coffee once it's been harvested and see what they're looking for when buying fresh lots of coffee.
Hola, mi nombre es Marcela Espinosa, trabajo como coordinadora aquí en Nicaragua en el Departamento de Calidad. Eso me da un honor para estar catando diariamente los sabrosos cafés que llegan de nuestros productores. Una de las estrategias que tenemos como Caravela es mantener las variedades arábicas tradicionales. Eso hace que nosotros trabajemos de la mano con nuestros productores para que ellos sigan teniendo esas variedades en sus fincas. Contamos con muchos cafés con diferentes perfiles, en este caso lo que encontramos en un 83 puntos, lo que encontramos en un 84 y 85 puntos. Un 83 puntos, pues un café que tiene esos vegetales dulces, chocolate, pocos anuezados, pero taza limpia. Aquí lo que buscamos es nuestra taza limpia y consistente. Cafés de 84 puntos, cafés más achocolatados, con un cuerpo redondo, algo de nuez y siempre conservando la dulzura de la panela. En esto pues el 85 puntos ya son cafés con cuerpos más cremosos, chocolate, florales, cítricos, frutas amarillas, frutas rojas. Eso hace que nosotros desde que llegue el café aquí al laboratorio podamos ir separando los perfiles para los diferentes clientes. Como Nicaragua cuenta con muchos factores para que podamos obtener muchos perfiles. Nosotros tenemos muchos perfiles diferentes dentro de nuestros productores, dentro de todas sus variedades que llegan aquí a Caravela.
Dentro de Nueva Segovia, en los departamentos y los municipios que nosotros operamos, podemos encontrar diferentes perfiles en las diferentes ciudades, en los diferentes municipios. Podemos caracterizar que Dipildo tiene un perfil achocolatado, azúcar morena, panela, frutas rojas y bastante acidez. En cambio, Mozonte se caracteriza por tener un perfil con más frutas amarillas, cuerpos delicados, jugosos, panela, chocolate oscuro, caña de azúcar. Parte de los municipios que mencioné también trabajamos con Macuelizo, Jalapa, San Fernando. Estos perfiles son un poco más delicados, son un poco más de canela, un poco más de frutas amarillas, cuerpo jugoso y unos finales dulces.
También tenemos muchas marcas, explotamos muchos colectivos en marca. Eso le ayuda al productor a poder promover bien su café. Si son productores de mucho volumen, entonces esto nos garantiza a nosotros que toda su cosecha pueda ser vendida a un mejor precio por encima de la bolsa. Le damos retroalimentación día con día, cómo está saliendo su café, cómo puede mejorar, y nuestros productores pues tienen una mente muy abierta para las experimentaciones. Eso nos ayuda a nosotros para poder decirle al productor cómo puede mejorar día con día sus calidades, cómo pueden levantar un punto más en su taza. Tenemos también, ¿verdad?, una infraestructura de secado. Eso nos ayuda a nosotros a poder darle la durabilidad al café. Es muy importante, ¿verdad?, que el café no llegue envejecido al cliente, sino que cuente siempre con esos parámetros que buscan en cuanto a sabores, a lo organoléptico que podemos encontrar en taza.
Algo que caracteriza a Caravela Nicaragua es el secado lento, lo que permite que el grano no sea maltratado directamente bajo el sol y permita que este grano tenga una mejor durabilidad hasta el momento que el café sea disgustado de los consumidores o los tostadores.
Producing top quality coffee, it's not an easy task. Microlot will generally only represent a very small proportion of the harvest, which is why buying other quality grades from producers is actually essential. Cherry picking only the best lot does very little to create a sustainable supply chain. Many factors are involved in reaching these 86 scoring coffees. So what can we all do to make the supply chain more sustainable? Well, there are two things that can really help. Firstly, finding space in your coffee offering for lower scoring coffees. They can come from single farmers or community lots. As an example, at Caravela we have created what we call collectivo brands. These collectivos are of varying quality grade from different microregions in all of our origins. They allow us to purchase larger volume from our producing partners while delivering a consistent product year on year. Committing to buying coffee ahead of time is another way that we can all make the supply chain stronger. Pre-booking coffee gives something to producers that they're often not used to: certainty. Certainty that their coffee, or at least a good part of it, will be bought. That also encourages them to keep investing in their farms and producing good quality coffee. We all have a role to play to make our supply chain fairer, stronger, and more sustainable for the future. Thank you for your time, and see you soon.
My name is Sara Morocchi. I'm the CEO and founder of Vuna Origin Consulting, and our mission is to build equitable and sustainable value chain with our clients. A couple of days ago, I was having a conversation with a friend in coffee and was asked, what is the value of a green coffee contract? And at first, this seemed a rather obvious question. Well, whatever the price on that contract is. But I knew the question was actually much more loaded than that. And I struggled to find a suitable answer. And when stuck with this type of situation, I like to try to tackle the problem by taking a perspective and a specific perspective. So in order to ask this question, I thought, what if we take the perspective of a roaster? And so that's what I decided to do. And then I asked myself, well, I know a lot of roasters, and I speak with roasters quite regularly. What do roasters want to get out of a in a green coffee contract? What's the goal behind the contract? Well, I think that the first thing is that they want to source the right coffee. So the contract gives you a very clear parameters in terms of quality or delivery terms, payment terms. You can go as far as determining moisture level contents and so forth. So it usually gives you a really good parameters to make sure that the roaster sources the coffee that they need for their customer. But that's just one layer. In specialty coffee, obviously we don't just want to source the right coffee, but we also want to make sure that by signing this contract, we reward producer properly, whether we may know the producer or may know where the coffee comes from, but we may not have a direct relationship with them. But we definitely want to make sure that they are rewarded properly. And last but not least, you also want to make sure that by signing this contract or the terms of this contract, you do no harm, or at the very least, you do no harm at origin, or at best, you somehow contribute indirectly in supporting producers in fulfilling their vision or in achieving their improved livelihoods. Achieving all these goals, sourcing the right coffee, making sure the producers are rewarded, guaranteeing that at the very least you create no harm at origin, are not easy things to achieve. And yes, we're not operating in commercial supply chains where opacity reigns over everything else. But even in supply chains, like in specialty, so in specialty value chains, some of the chains are still quite fragmented, and we may not have direct relationship. We may not know all the actors in the chain, and when that is the case, a lot of information is lost along the way, and it might be hard for a roaster to determine, are producers being rewarded properly for the coffee that I am now buying. So in these scenarios, specialty value chains don't behave that different from commercial value chains. How do they keep moving? How do they keep functioning, even if all the people involved may not necessarily know each other, be able to communicate with each other? Well, there are tools that keeps the machine running. And one of the most important tools in any supply chain is the green coffee contract. And that's a contract that takes different shapes and different forms depending on whose desk it lands on. But at the end of the day, everybody in the chain will be exposed to a green coffee contract. And when you sign a green coffee contract, of course, you can be assured of one thing, that you are sourcing the right coffee. But what about rewarding producers, doing no harm, or improving livelihoods? Well, those can be huge question marks, and we have very little visibility of that by just signing a green coffee contract, no matter whether you read all the clauses and all the tiny fine prints that you have in it. So how frustrating is it to signing a contract, maybe paying significant prices for really good quality, but have very little visibility on the other goals that we hope to achieve as roaster. And that's, frustration then leads to uncertainty. What's the purpose? What's my role in the supply chain? Apart from buying coffee, how are we really contributing to changing and shaping the market and in a positive way? So the question is, how do you figure this out? How do you overcome the hurdle? And again, I think that one of the best way to tackle a problem is try to, look at it upside down or take a different perspective. So I decided to take it upon myself to change the perspective once again and look at it from the producers. So I've asked producers, I speak with quite a few producers regularly. So once I took the time and asked, well, what is the value of a green coffee contract to you? And the producer that I was talking with had an incredible answer. Said, the green coffee contracts gives me a reason to be in the chain. It gives me the role. And I never heard anybody talk about a contract in those terms, but it makes a lot of sense. He said, well, think about it. The green coffee contract allows me to access finance. And through finance, I can buy parchment, I can buy cherries, I can pay pickers, and so forth. It gives me guidance on how to plan my harvest. I know what quality I need to produce. I know what volume I need to produce. And of course, it also helps me estimate what are going to be my margins and the profits that I will make out of the contract. So it helps with my own finances and securing my livelihood. I thought that was a great answer, and to a certain extent, I thought, that's it. This is the value of the green coffee contract. It gives people a reason to be in the chain. But then quickly, we moved on to the next stage and said, we definitely need and want coffee contracts. And most producers spend, a huge majority of their time securing these contracts, which are often hard to achieve. But the follow-up was even more interesting than the answer in itself. They said, it's true that the green coffee contract is what we want, but what we really, really want, the holy grail, is never the contract. It's the relationship with the person or the company that will buy the coffee from us. It's the relationship with the roaster. That is the holy grail. So if the relationship is the holy grail, that's great to know, but why? Why is a relationship more important than a contract, and why would a producer choose a relationship over a contract anytime? Because I think that's really when we're getting to understand the real value. I received multiple answers, but I think they can be summarized in four different reasons. The first one is it allows producer to communicate and talk about the business outside the legal framework of a contract. A contract is a little bit of a straight jacket. It serves the purpose, but you can't really get away from it. You can't really stretch it. And the business of producing green coffee is quite complex. It's and a lot of the times I hear producers feel that the real challenges of the business are not properly or adequately represented in a contract. A contract is not a place to, for example, raise challenges around climate change or shortage of labor or COVID-19 and how it's impacted the work at origin. Doesn't talk about the competition that they're facing. Doesn't allow them to talk about the cost of financing, high interest rates for loans and so forth. So within that relationship, the producer feel that they're able to explain and understand and talk about the business outside the straitjacket of a coffee contract. There's a lot more to discuss than just price, payment terms, and delivery terms. The second thing, it improves harvest planning, which it kind of surprised me because I thought that the contract would give you everything you need to know in terms of harvest planning. But in reality, a lot of producers feel that contracts can come at any given point during the harvest, before the harvest, after the harvest. We often underestimate how much uncertainty producers take on when they plan their harvest cycle, whether it's how many pickers to hire, how much volume to buy from members of the cooperative. And so having the relationship and knowing, of course, year over year, the volume, the quality expectations of our roasters helps them in forecasting the harvest and planning accordingly. In a way, it puts them out of this, I would say a black box where you plan without really knowing who you're going to sell, how much you're going to sell, at what price you are going to sell. That's a horrible position to be in. And the relationship provides some comfort in that. The other thing is to learn and adapt to roasters' needs and expectations. While we all work in specialty, I think a lot of producers feel that the market is changing, especially after the pandemic in 2020. Consumer trends are changing really fast. There is a huge level of consolidation among roasting companies. And I think producers feel that they need to learn and adapt to what the roasters are doing in order to remain relevant, in order to remain competitive. And while they have some level of visibility of what's happening, on this side of the chain among consuming countries, I think a lot of them also realize that their understanding is quite limited. So they rely on roasters to not guide them, but give them the information so they can decide how to stay relevant, how to stay competitive, and how to stay ahead of the curve. And last but not least, the relationship with a roaster allows them to become more a strategic, a more solution partner. Oftentimes we think that producers are so focused on production, dealing with the challenges at origin, that they don't have the space, the ability, or sometimes the creativity to provide solution for the chain or provide solution for roasters. In reality, that's not the case because of the context where they are. They are extremely resilient, they're extremely creative, and they feel a lot of times they could become solution partners for the roaster. Recently, I was speaking with a friend at Origin, and I was told that they were not able to secure a contract with an intermediary with whom they've done business for a couple of years already. And the reason was that the roaster changed the relationship, and this company was looking for better financing. And the person at Origin told me, had I known that the reason the need of the roaster were better financing, we could have thought of something together. We could have found a solution. I could have proposed a couple of ideas, but I didn't have that relationship, and I only learned later in the game that was the case. So they felt they were somehow excluded or from the opportunity to contribute. So these are the reasons why producers tend to choose a relationship over a contract, why they really think that the relationship is so valuable for them. So how do you build a relationship then? I mean, it's clear why producers value the relationship. So how do you move on from here? Now, obviously, relationships are not built in a day, and they usually start by having a conversation. So again, I asked some producers at Origin if you were given a chance to have a conversation with a roaster that you know is currently buying your coffee, what would you want to talk about? How would you start the conversation? So these are some of the ideas that were exchanged. Well, one of the first things that they would probably want to talk about is, as I said a minute ago, talk about new consumer trends and desires. There is a sense that the market is changing, and producers are trying to figure out how to remain in the market. So any insights on trends and what final consumers are looking for is a way for them to then look back and calibrate themselves. The second thing would be really on their own coffee, the performance, the sale performance on their coffee. If you're lucky, as a producer, you get feedback on the quality from the roaster. As much as we would like to think that sharing cupping notes or cupping feedback is common practice, we know that's actually not always the case. Let alone sharing information around how a producer's coffee is actually performing in a coffee shop, retail stores, online sales, whichever channel is being used. They understand that sales is one of the KPIs that roasters use to understand whether or not a coffee works for them. So having that feedback and understanding the performance of their coffee is incredibly important, because it speaks towards whether or not this is a successful business, it's a successful relationship. Then they would also talk about, as we said before, pre-harvest and post-harvest planning. Nobody likes to operate with limited visibility or zero visibility. Talking about volume, talking about quality allows them to be able to really calibrate their planning and work towards it in advance. Another thing that often pops up is to talk about investment plans. Producers do have funds available. They can make investment, whether it's in the farm, whether it's in their washing station, whether it's in their storage facilities. Oftentimes, they would see value in talking about possible investment plans, again, to remain competitive, to stay relevant, to fulfill roasters' needs. And then, of course, it's about price and pricing mechanism. So all of these conversations at the end also help in bringing fruitful, meaningful price negotiations where both parties feel comfortable in negotiating price and finding the right price mechanism that works for that particular coffee, for that particular season, for those particular market scenarios. Especially now with all the disruptions that we have with COVID, I think a lot of producers understand that both price and price mechanism are extremely important. And last but not least, it's all about then talking about positive impact at origin, how their coffee, the relationship and the prices they negotiate, the investment plans, how all of this can contribute in fulfilling the producer's bigger vision of what good livelihoods should be according to them. So because of these are the conversations that producers would like to have with the roasters in the supply chain. So then again, going back to the original question, what is the value of a green coffee contract in this context? Well, what has become very clear to me that the contract actually has two values. It has obviously an intrinsic value. It determines, it's a transactional tool, so it still that assigns value, monetary value to the coffee according to the quality and whatever other parameters are chosen. It defines how much the green coffee is worth, and it assigns roles and responsibilities in the transaction among actors. So it provides clarity, it provides a framework. But the contract also has extrinsic value. Extrinsic value is because ultimately the tool, the contract, derives additional value in the context of the business relationship between the producer, the roaster, and other intermediaries. So in simple words, the green coffee contract is as good as the relationship that brings it forward. Without the relationship, the green coffee contract really is just a transactional tool that serves a very specific purpose. Assigns value to a green coffee lot and assigns roles and responsibilities and defines, and allows a framework if there is a breach of the contract. But that's as much as it goes. The real value comes when the green coffee contract is a tool that is discussed and among relationship partners, supply chain partners. So remember, the green coffee contract as a tool in itself serves a very limited purpose, but in the context of a established relationship can achieve a lot more.
Coffee People, I'm Kat Melheim, an executive producer of High Density and founder of Coffee People Zine, a publication celebrating the creativity of the coffee community. We feature art, articles, poetry, photography, music, illustrations, and creations by creative coffee people around the world, just like you. You can get our print copies or digital downloads on our website, coffeepeople.org, or sign up for a subscription so you'll get the newest issue every time it's released. Check us out, coffeepeople.org, and find us on Instagram at coffeepeoplezine. And we can't wait to see what you create.
Hello, my name's Gwilym, and I'm going to show you how to make a coffee, but with very little equipment. We'll basically be using a thermos and some pre-ground coffee. We're going to go on a trip with the dogs, and I don't like taking a thermos of coffee because it goes all a bit funny and weird after about an hour. We don't really know how long this trip's going to be. So, we're not going to pre-warm the thermos, it'll be hot enough anyway. We're going to put 300 grams of boiling water into the thermos, 20 grams of ground coffee into this little bag, and then we're off. Right, sounds simple. You can either grind your coffee in a little hand grinder, or if you have a very nice cafe locally to you, maybe they'll even sell you a small little bit of ground coffee. And they can put it in their big machine. So I'm going to do that. And we're ready, Diana. So let's get wrapped up and we're going to go for a walk.
Hello, Barista Leaguers. So we've been on a walk for 3 hours. We're ready for a coffee. So first, in my magic pockets, we find the hot water. We find the 20 grams of coffee. Oh, it's so cold. I can't do this. Okay, done. Open. Open, yes. Yeah. Sorry, it's a bit cold. Okay, I'm putting 20 grams of coffee into the hot water. Putting the top on. Then I'm going to give it 8 calibrated shakes. Now we need to let it sit for 4 minutes. So I'll put it in the snow, put down my cups, and I'm going to have a little play in the snow with the dogs. So we're back, Barista Leaguers, and it's time for a cup of coffee. I left it for 4 minutes, gave it a little swirl, and let it settle again for another 4 minutes. So hopefully, if I don't agitate it much, and I pour gently, I should be able to get a nice clean brew with all the bits have actually gone down to the bottom. Now, Diana, would you like some? Come
Yes,
over here with
please.
your cup. I've got to keep pouring because if I stop pouring, the bits might go in. Okay. Okay. Now, let's test it. So, Petra, are you joining us? Yeah. So there you have it. Natural Ethiopia, Bariso Omaya, 2 hours into a dog walk. I'm so cold. And ready to drink. Perfect. Ciao. Bye.
Hello, welcome to today's session. Oatly presents Tackling Coffee's Carbon Footprint. My name's Toby, I'm Barista Development Manager here at Oatly. I'm joined today by Tim Ridley, who is the founder of United Baristas. Over to you, Tim.
Thanks very much. It's great to be here today. It can be all too easy to be overwhelmed by the scale and the complexity of climate change. So I thought it would be useful to provide an overview of where we're at, where we're going, and how to get there. So let's start with the big picture. I love this image. I found it on the NASA website and I downloaded it and made it my screensaver because it fills me with a sense of awe. I find it astonishing that everything I know is on this green and blue sphere suspended in space. It's useful to pause for a minute and think that you could travel anywhere in the solar system and you wouldn't find life like you find on Earth. Also, as a coffee drinker, I always find it interesting to remind people that this is the only known coffee producer in the universe. If we zoom in, we can see the Earth's atmosphere. It's a protective blanket that is held in place by the Earth's gravitational field. The atmosphere is actually comprised mainly of 8 different gases, and we're going to talk about 2 today. The first is oxygen because it's necessary for us to breathe. The good news is that there is more than enough oxygen to go around. And you also might be surprised to know that oxygen actually only makes up 20% of the Earth's atmosphere. The other gas is of course carbon dioxide, but before we explore that, we need to step back and learn a little about carbon itself. There is around about 1.85 billion tons of carbon on Earth. 99% of that is in the ground beneath our feet and in the oceans. Carbon is special because of its atomic ability to be able to connect both to itself and to other atoms. Because of this, it is the building block for many compounds and molecules, and therefore it's also the building blocks of life itself. Without carbon and without oxygen, you and I would not exist. Humanity has known for millennia that when you take a carbon-rich fuel such as wood and burn it, it releases energy, which we experience as heat. 300 years ago, a revolution occurred. Humanity invented the steam engine. By taking a carbon-rich fuel, coal, and burning it to create heat, we heated water to create steam, which powered a steam engine. This was a massive breakthrough. Before then, just about everything had been powered by water wheels, wind, horses, or people. And it set in motion a sequence of events that made contemporary life possible with trains, planes, tall buildings, and the internet. The greatest symbol of this age is the steam train, and I want to use it today as an example, but for a different purpose. As well as energy, burning carbon-rich fuels such as coal, oil, and gas produces byproducts, such as the smoke from this train. Over time, our understanding has improved, and so has the technology, so we no longer use coal to power trains, in part because of all of the soot. But we have been less good at dealing with the byproducts of burning carbon that we can't see. When a carbon-rich fuel is burnt, some of the carbon atoms rise up into the air and they connect with some of the oxygen. In fact, 1 part of carbon connects with 2 parts of oxygen and you get CO2, also known as carbon dioxide. However, unlike soot, carbon dioxide is both odorless and transparent. And of course, what is out of sight is out of mind. The problem with CO2 is it rises up into the Earth's atmosphere, where it's more insulating than the other gases. As the sun's rays enter the Earth's atmosphere, some of it is absorbed by the Earth, but the total heat also has to bounce back out into outer space. Otherwise, if you think about it, the Earth would overheat and explode. But wait, this is the problem. The carbon dioxide insulates and holds the heat in the Earth's atmosphere for longer, which is why climate change is also known as global warming. This is me in Antarctica. While I was there, I met some scientists who had this brilliant idea. They were drilling down through the Antarctic ice sheet and extracting ice cores. Every year when it snows, a little bit of air gets trapped in the ice pack. And so over thousands of years, the ice sheet becomes massively thick, but it also becomes an archive of the Earth's atmosphere. By drilling down and taking these cores out, they were then able to liberate the gases and see what the atmosphere had once been. It's like time travel for climate change. Their work tells us that before the Industrial Revolution, the prevalence of carbon dioxide in the Earth's atmosphere was 0.028%. Now, because that's difficult to say, we often talk about carbon dioxide in parts per million. So that's 280 ppm. At the end of 2020, at the Mauna Loa Observatory in Hawaii, which is one of the key places in the world for measuring atmospheric CO2, the carbon dioxide was 415 parts per million. Our use of carbon has increased the CO2 levels in the Earth's atmosphere by almost 50%. It should be no surprise to us that over the last 7 years, which have had the highest levels of CO2, they've also been the warmest years in human history. There's a real tendency to see climate change as tomorrow's problem, but it's actually today's. The impacts of climate change are already being felt by coffee producers. In Ethiopia, the home of coffee, temperatures have already risen by 1.3 degrees centigrade since 1960. As well as the warmer temperatures, coffee farmers are having to deal with longer dry seasons and shorter, more variable wet periods. Conditions that make the growing of coffee even more challenging. Scientists from London's Kew Gardens have modelled the impacts of global warming on Ethiopian coffee. It is expected that there will be a further 1 degree increase in temperature by the middle of the century and as much as 5 degrees by the end of the century. This means that coffee production under 1,500 metres above sea level will increasingly become unviable, while land over 2,000 metres will increasingly become suitable for growing coffee. Obviously, Ethiopia's 4 million smallhold coffee farmers don't have the financial resources to relocate. And this challenge highlights the stark reality of climate change. As well as an environmental challenge, it is a human, social and financial tragedy in the making. And as people who have a stake in the future of coffee, it's an issue that we need to do something about. In Europe, your 8-ounce milk drink, a flat white, a cappuccino, a latte, has a carbon footprint of about 250 grams. Now, the first thing that might surprise you is that the cup is only 5% of the total. Cups are highly visible and therefore we tend to overestimate their significance. But even under the best case scenario, it's only possible to reduce this by a percentage point or two. The other thing that might surprise you is that milk is 75% of the total. They say that there's no point crying over spilt milk, but from a carbon perspective, we should be positively weeping tears. I asked my local coffee shop, which is moderately busy, how much milk they use in a year. And from that, I was able to calculate that their carbon footprint from milk alone is 20 tonnes. Now, here's the thing about carbon. Because it's invisible, it can be quite difficult to get your head around. So what I like to do is picture big grey elephants floating in the sky. Each elephant weighs about 5,000 kilos, so this one coffee shop, just from milk, has 4 big grey elephants floating above it each year just from milk. Now, think that there's 400 plus specialty coffee shops in London, and there are thousands in the UK, and there are tens of thousands of coffee shops across Europe and the US. And now picture the hundreds of thousands of grey floating elephants in the sky above all of these coffee shops just from our coffee drinking habit. This is definitely an issue that we've got to do something about. Let's start to break this problem down so we can do something about it. Globally, dairy milk has a CO2e of 3 kilograms. Now this is the perfect moment for me to explain carbon dioxide equivalents. There are many different greenhouse gases and they all have a different impact. So, methane, for example what cows burp, is 25 times more potent than carbon dioxide over 100 years. So, 1 kilogram of methane has a CO2e of 25 kilograms. Anyways, dairy milk in Europe has a CO2e of 1.6 kilograms, and oat milk globally has a CO2e of 1 kilogram. But Oatly, because they're founded with an environmental ethos and because their manufacturing is so efficient, has a CO2e per kilogram for their Barista edition of just 0.44 kilograms. This is why now, when I'm out, I order an oat milk flat white, and we've mainly used Oatly at home instead of dairy milk. Changing the milks that we use can have a massive difference. Now, I don't want you to think that I'm some low carbon monk, and nor do I want you to think that Oatly somehow managed to buy my soul. The truth of the matter is that this has been a bit of a journey for me. I used to consume a lot of dairy, but now when I'm out and I order a flat white, I order an Oatly flat white. And we mainly use Oatly at home instead of dairy milk. But I still really like farmhouse cheeses, and every summer I pretty much consume my body weight in gelato. But here's another thing. I mainly drink filter coffee and espresso, so let's focus in on that. We're now narrowing in on the 20% of a cup of coffee's carbon footprint that comes directly from the coffee. Here's 3 studies that have calculated the CO2e from crop to cup. And what I've done is presented the percentage of emissions at each stage along the supply chain. Now, there's some variation between the studies as they measured coffee grown in different conditions with different processing methods and using different logistics. But the headline takeaway is this. The big red section is coffee making, the final step of turning roasted coffee beans into coffee or espresso, and that's over 50% of coffee's carbon footprint. To backtrack a little, coffee growing, its production and export is a relatively small amount, let's say about 1/3, and it's significantly lower if the farm uses organic fertilizers such as in the top study. The other 2 studies use coffee growing using petrochemical fertilizers. Since roasting uses electricity or gas and it's really hot, I thought it'd be a really significant part of coffee's carbon footprint, so I was surprised to find out that it's actually quite small. In fact, the transport of coffee from the roastery to its point of consumption is often more significant. I think it's really important to note that it is us coffee drinkers, not farmers, that are responsible for the majority of coffee's carbon footprint. However, and as is so often the way with these things, it's farmers that are first having to deal with the consequences of climate change. So I think it would be inappropriate for us to turn up to Origin and ask them to lower their part of coffee's carbon footprint, especially when we're already asking so much of them in terms of quality and price. First of all, we need to get our house in order, and we've got plenty of work to do. Espresso machines have been designed to produce a very small amount of water at near boiling temperatures, but at a precise temperature. Now, they're very good at doing that, but terrible at pretty much everything else. On a cold winter's day, I typically walk straight into the coffee shop and warm my hands on the espresso machine. It's so hot because it's so poorly insulated and leaks so much heat. Or think about the tea spout. Cold water is brought into the espresso machine where it's heated to over 100 degrees C in the steam boiler. Then it's mixed with cold water again before it exits the tea spout at about 90 degrees. It's incredibly inefficient. Or think how often we use espresso machines badly. Often water's drawn off to polish cutlery or to clean the windows. We've also spent a lot of time teaching baristas to thoroughly purge between shots. This is hot water that we're literally flushing down the drain. Espresso machines are the most inefficient appliance in a coffee shop. In fact, even a lightly used espresso machine uses more electricity each year than an average UK household. So here's 4 things that we can do. First of all, we need to start thinking about espresso machines as being incredibly inefficient and only using them for making espresso. Second of all, if the espresso machine is on, let's sell lots of coffee. The carbon footprint per coffee is much higher if we only make several dozen coffees a day compared to, say, 500. Thirdly, I'm really hoping that someone with more barista skills than I is going to work out what the minimal purge is between shots in order to be able to clean the group head. If we could save the amount of water used by 10, 20 or even 30%, it would make a massive difference. And finally, there's a new generation of espresso machines coming to market. They have smaller boilers, better insulation and new technologies, and they're more energy efficient. So when it's time to upgrade your machine, upgrade to one of these. But also, make sure you ask your favourite espresso machine manufacturer to develop a new espresso machine that is more energy efficient, uses less electricity, and prevents global warming. If we ask them, they'll make it for us. I hope that you now might feel energised to be able to tackle your coffee's carbon footprint. But before you go, let me leave you with 2 thoughts. First of all, I was really surprised when I started looking at my coffee's carbon footprint, just how much difference I could make. Making these changes has actually given me the momentum and the confidence to be able to look at other areas of my carbon footprint. Second of all, it's made it really clear to me just how little I know and how much I still have to learn. There's so much to be done. And I really hope that the coffee community will come together and use their skills, their knowledge, and their talents to be able to tackle this challenge. There's so much to be done, but by sharing information, sharing knowledge, and creating best practice, we might be able to make a big difference on this issue. And this leads me to my second point. There's been many times when I've been reading a scientific paper and I think, that can't be right. But when I've done further reading, I've discovered that it's in fact my existing ideas that are not particularly useful for either understanding or tackling climate change. As you think about your carbon footprint, can I encourage you to do this? Use good information and good data. There's a tendency to approach problems using the tools that we already have, but sometimes it's more effective to actually just have a good look at the problem and think about how you might best tackle it afresh. What helps me is to think about both what's easy and significant. To help me do that, I've created this chart. The dots that are higher up have more benefit, and the dots that are farther to the right are easier to do. So we can go even further and divide them into 4 different groups. There are things that are important and are pretty easy, so we should definitely focus on these things first. There are other things that are trickier but actually have a really significant benefit, so we should start those things now so that we can get them done across this decade. There's another group of things which have not much benefit but are actually easy to do, so let's just do those and get those done. And finally, there's another group of things that have a smaller benefit and are tricky. Let's put these off for now and let's tackle them in the future when we need to have further marginal gains. Tackling my coffee's carbon footprint in this way has been really useful for me, and I hope that it might be useful for you too. Can I encourage you to find an aspect where you can lower your coffee's carbon footprint and apply yourself to it? If we all do this, we can make a really substantial difference. But can I leave you with this thought? If we were to swap out dairy milk for Oatly, and we were to find a way to be able to reduce the amount of electricity that an espresso machine uses, then we would be able to reduce a cup of coffee's carbon footprint from 250 grams to less than 50. Together, I reckon we can do this.
Tim, thank you so much. There's so many great things in that presentation, and so many things that were new to me as well, which I found really interesting. I just want to retouch on a couple of points just to make sure that I have them right in my mind, and so that the people at home can take them away with them as well. The first is that by changing from dairy to Oatly, you can massively reduce the climate impact of your cup.
Yeah, I mean, I was really surprised when I first read it and looked into this, that I actually read a number of different studies. And I think it's one of just the great changes that we can make really, really easily. And it's one of the changes that it's taken me a little bit of time to make. I think I came a little bit late to the party, but I've got there. And you know, by doing that, I've been able to save well over 100 grams of carbon per flat white. So I think it's a really significant and worthwhile change that we should do straight away.
You're from New Zealand,
yes.
Aren't you? Yeah. One thing that I know about New Zealand is that milk, dairy milk, is a huge part of everyday life and a huge part of the national identity. How does it feel for you to have gone through a change where you're moving away from dairy?
That's a really good question. I think, you know, like obviously dairy was actually a really key part of our childhood. Like we had milk delivered to the door in glass bottles, and you know, I grew up having cereal with lots of milk, and there's dairy in everything. And I think the biggest change for me was actually the backdrop is that there's an idea that it's actually a really good part of life, and it's actually a good part of your diet. And so actually being confronted with the information about the climate impact, you have to reevaluate that in a slightly different light, and that's taken me a little bit of time. But I think once I jumped that hurdle, it's been easy enough to make the transition because there's really great alternatives out there. And in fact, after running, I normally come in and have a glass of water, and also I've kind of just taken to downing a glass of Barista Edition milk because I really like the taste of it.
Amazing. That's so great to hear. The second thing that I really wanted to touch on as well is the espresso machine part of what you were talking about. And I think it's quite a complicated subject. With changing to oat milk, you can do that tomorrow. You can do that with the next coffee you buy, the next coffee you drink. Whereas with espresso machines, there's so many different layers within that.
Yeah, absolutely. I think the way I would maybe look at it is to break all of the different components down into different things. So there's going to be some behavioral changes that we need to make, and there's some operational changes, and there's also just going to be some technological changes that need to be made. So to start with the behavioral ones, those are the things that we can do now, and that's why I really wanted to talk about purging and maybe some of the differences that we can make in coffee shops right now. one of the things when you buy an espresso machine is obviously you hold it for a number of years. And I think, you know, we know from United Baristas and from the data that coffee shops are actually upgrading sort of about every 3, 4, 5, 6 years. And that maybe makes sense because there's actually not enough information out there to know where the carbon break even is yet on an espresso machine. But it doesn't make sense to upgrade too soon. So I think if I could kind of encourage people, if you've got an espresso machine and it works, don't actually just change it right now, but do so when the time is right for your business. And if you do want to upgrade right now, then maybe I can make a little plug for United Baristas. We have a market that's very busy with people buying and selling coffee equipment, and it's really great. If you don't want to use it, just make sure you keep that espresso machine in use and someone else can do something in their coffee business with it.
Yes, I think the work that you're doing with keeping that equipment going within the coffee industry is really important to ensure that it is used by someone who will get another 2, 3, 4, 5 years of use out of that machine.
Yeah, it creates new opportunities for businesses. So, you know, like we're in a COVID time and a lot of businesses are pivoting as they have to change, you know, meet new customer demands. So, you know, some shops will want to open pop-ups or they'll want to have a second shop, and some shops are closing down. So it's actually just really important that we keep all of that equipment in use as much as possible. And actually it enables people to be able to seize the commercial opportunities that do exist even in this current really uncertain and quite fluid environment.
Something else that you talked about is around the way that the climate is changing in Ethiopia and the impact that climate change is having on those farmers. Do you think that we as coffee consumers have a responsibility to those farmers to change our habits to ensure that they have a continued livelihood?
I mean, this is like really one of the big challenges. There's an incredible number of families around the world that are dependent upon coffee as their primary source of income, and most of them are actually in what might be called the developing world. And a lot of them are under financial pressure already because coffee prices are really, really quite low. And on top of that, they've got a double whammy of having to deal with the changes in the climate and how that puts stress on their crops. So yes, we're going to have to do things to be able to, for the future of coffee and the coffee industry. It's really important that we actually cap our emissions and take responsibility for what we can, because without these farmers producing coffee, there is no coffee industry. There isn't any coffee shops. So I guess I've come to the perspective where we need to take action, and we need to take action now because we have years ahead of us, not decades, to be able to resolve this problem.
Tim, thank you so much. If people wanted to find out more about who you are and what you're working on, where can they head to?
Yeah, we've actually got some more resources about coffee's carbon footprint on unitedbaristas.com. If you just search for coffee's carbon footprint, the right information will come up.
I'd also really like to thank Barista League for hosting today's series of workshops and videos. If you want to find out more about what we're working on, you can head to sustainability.oatly.com to read our sustainability report. Thank you for watching. Goodbye.
So welcome to this presentation on busting coffee myths. We're going to be busting the myth of Kaldi, Baba Budan, and the three waves, the third wave. And I'm James Harper. I am the creator of the Filter Stories podcast.
Hi, I'm Jonathan Morris. I'm Professor of History at the University of Hertfordshire and author of Coffee, A Global History.
And together, we have created a podcast series called A History of Coffee that looks at how coffee went from this little red seed in Ethiopia being grown in the wild forest through colonialization, industrialization, through to today where we drink specialty coffee in cafes and we even look into the future. And in this little presentation here, in the next 10 minutes, we're going to unpack three myths, which we're going to argue, obviously are not historically very accurate, but are actually really cool because what they do is condense really complicated elements of history into these fun little stories. So let's kick things off.
Hey, let's talk about Kaldi.
We all know the Kaldi myth. We've heard it a million times. Very quickly, boy in Ethiopia has his goats. Goats eat the berries. They start dancing. Boy eats the berries too. Dances with the goat. Oh my God. Goes to the elder, who's a kind of spiritual person. The elder doesn't like this thing. Throws the beans in the fire. They roast. And voila, you have roasted coffee. It smells great. They grind it. They add water. And voila, they have coffee. Oh my God, everyone loves it.
Yep, that's it.
Jonathan, why does this little anecdote sum up the history of coffee in 150 years?
Well, it's exactly that, James, because you've got to get a story which goes from basically where we were in, say, around the 1400s, where we had coffee growing wild in Ethiopia, but really just as another plant in the forest, and the point where people are drinking coffee as we know it today, and effectively the kind of version that we would see as Turkish coffee. So, key moment in that whole myth, for me, actually, is the involvement of the spiritual leader, which turns out to be the Sufis, which is a sort of, Mohammedan sect. They are the people who import effectively dried coffee cherries into Yemen to use to make the beverage that we call quiche. Now, quiche is quite a light beverage, and it's strongest on really its cherry content. But as they carry that beverage up from Yemen through Arabia to Turkey, which is all part of the Ottoman Empire, which is based in Turkey, so people start roasting it darker. They start, initially people were just sort of kind of toasting it in a little pan. By the time they get to cook Turkey, it's dark roasted, and that's when we get to the beverage as we understand it today. So that's why we have to have all those things right into throwing it on the fire, etc., etc. And if you want to see that, actually, if I can just say, you want to see that demonstrated today, have a look at the difference between the color of Arabian coffee, still quite light, brownish, and Turkish coffee, very, very dark, very heavily roasted. That's a historical difference. That's how it evolves.
Amazing. And there it is, all condensed in the short story of Kaldi.
Yeah, exactly.
There's Kaldi, roasting his beans and his goats. Well, okay. Well, we're talking about Yemen. So let's say we're in the late 1500s. At the time, the Ottoman Empire controlled a lot of Arabia at this point in time, and they had a monopoly on coffee. They wouldn't let anyone else plant coffee anywhere else in the world, because what they would do is they dry out all the coffee that was being grown in Yemen. By the way, only Yemen grew coffee commercially in the world at this point. So they dried out the coffee beans, so you could roast them and you could brew them, but you couldn't put them in the soil and grow a coffee plant out of them. So they kept the monopoly. However, along came this guy called Baba Budan, and he smuggled 7 seeds in his turban, maybe in his underwear, who knows? And he brought them to India, where he planted them in the mountainous regions in the south, where it's just a perfect climate, and they grow. And even today, you can still find this man's name, Baba Budan, in the mountainous regions in southern India. Now, Jonathan, what's the truth? What actually happened?
Well, we don't know exactly what happened, James, but I think we can pretty much bet that it wasn't Baba Budan who brought the coffee over. Baba Budan's a great, interesting figure. He's a huge figure particularly in the Sikh religion. And Baba Budan, according to many stories, lived from about 500 to 800 years old.
So you're saying that Baba Budan he would have been hundreds of years old if he indeed smuggled those berries, those seeds from Yemen.
He would. And in fact, he would have been 100 years old if the myths around him are true. Yes. I think there's a much more likely explanation. Most of coffee from Yemen is actually shipped not to Europe when it's traded outside the empire. It's shipped to effectively around the Indian Ocean. And the people who sponsor that trade are a sort of a mercantile caste called the Banyans, who basically are sort of probably centered in Gujarat. And they sort of credit finance people growing coffee, the whole works. Now, as the Ottomans became increasingly both wanted to hang on to their sole monopoly of coffee, and secondly, they were beginning to lose control in Yemen anyway. I think what's much more likely is that the Banyans made sure that they had a second set of supply, so that in a sense that they started planting some coffee. And that's what the Dutch then, and this is the other key part of the story, right? The Dutch got the coffee that they took to Java from India, And so they took that on to Java, Indonesia, and that's where that whole colonial coffee trade that really breaks apart the Ottoman monopoly, that's where that starts.
That's when coffee explodes. And actually, this is the entirety of episode 2. At this point, when Baba Budan supposedly came along and brought coffee to India, and then the Dutch got hold of it.
Yeah.
And then we look at colonialism and what Europeans inflicted on enslaved Africans to produce coffee.
Yeah,
for free.
This is the start of the dark history of coffee.
Yeah, that's in episode 2 of a series. And then if we fast forward all the way to the end, in episode 6, we talk about specialty coffee and where that movement came from. And now there's a myth, right? The 3 waves, the 3rd wave, specialty coffee. Now, this all relates back to an article that a US roaster, Tris Rothgeb, wrote about 20 years ago, where she spoke about like wave 1 was, low quality, mass market, commodity coffee, the sort of stuff you'd buy in the supermarkets. Wave 2 was, the likes of Starbucks, these kind of big chains that came along and they would homogenize. They take, pretty decent beans, but they would roast them uniformly and create a very standardized drink. So, your Frappuccino in Tokyo is going to taste the same as a Frappuccino in France. Well, at least the coffee will anyway. And then you fast forward a bit further and you have specialty coffee, which was like, no, let's take the beans and just like go crazy with the beans for their flavor. And that happened in the last, say, 20 years. Now, Jonathan, this is a nice way of summing up, coffee history perhaps in the last, 20, 30 years. But as a historian, what's kind of troublesome for you with this?
Well, what's troublesome for me with this, wave 1 is essentially commodity coffee. Well, the whole history of how we arrived at commodity coffee, that's a long history. And secondly, we're still a part of that. What keeps the coffee industry afloat in the world today is still commodity coffee. What most coffee is in the world today, even by the most generous estimation of what specialty is, probably 85% is still commodity. So we're talking of still this, this is not a wave, 1 wave and 2 wave, 3 waves. These are waves that pile on top of each other.
We are still drowning in the first wave.
We are still drowning.
We're
absolutely still drowning in the first wave. And I also say, for the benefit of what we talk about in our final episode, James, that first wave will also be the wave for the future if we ever want sustainable coffee, because we're going to have to keep that first wave going. Yeah, if we want our industry to keep surviving.
Gotcha. But of course, the beauty of the waves is that it simplifies this very nuanced, progressive kind of world of coffee, and it makes it it shows us a through line. Makes it very segmented, very easy.
What specialty coffee really is, what the 3rd wave particularly is a subculture of coffee, and that's a great thing to have. But it's a subculture has lots of different rules, but it has to have a main culture behind it.
Yeah, it's like the punks. We are the punks against the mainstream.
Exactly, you've exactly got it. Yes.
And you can listen to the whole series, A History of Coffee, wherever you get your podcasts, Apple, Spotify. Also visit the website. There's a link in the show notes. It's also my Filter Stories podcast channel, so you can subscribe to it there. And Jonathan, if people are interested in learning more about coffee history, but they prefer to read, what should they do?
They should buy my book, of course, James, Coffee, A Global History. Very easily available all over the internet.
Wonderful. And so thank you very much for listening. And I should also say, if you are interested in making a podcast yourself to perhaps boost your own personal brand, I am in another panel with the Caffeine Magazine and Jules Walker, where we look at how to make a podcast to boost your personal brand based off our recent podcast, Adventures in Coffee. Again, available wherever you get your podcasts. So thank you very much. Have a great day. Till next time.
Okay, bye everyone.
Ciao. Bye.
I learned early on in coffee that it's always been a quality product and quality people. Yeah, it took me 8 seasons to win the national championship, but it's not the end result, it's the whole process. When you get on an international level, you see all these baristas from around the world, all these coffee professionals from around the world coming together to help get better at their craft. And in the whole process, the industry moves forward.
Hi, my name is Maya Wajaneza and I'm from Rwanda. Coffee has given me a professional focus. I feel inspired, proud, connected, and strengthened through it. I work at Question Coffee, Sustainable Growers, as a quality manager and a roaster, a social enterprise that open to showcase high specialty coffee grown by women coffee farmers in Rwanda. The program that is also empowering women coffee growers to be economic independent and to improve the lives of themselves and their families too. Today, I'm going to be talking about the lack of motivation, which led to professional migration. I'm going to express my highest and my biggest concern regarding the future of the coffee industry in Rwanda. Wonder why youth are not motivated to stay in the coffee production? How can we guarantee the future of the coffee industry if the farmers and the coffee professionals are leaving the country going to work abroad where they can earn a little bit more money? Wonder why youth aren't motivated to join the coffee industry or the production activities mostly carried out by coffee farmers? Imagine if you were growing up seeing your mother walking miles and miles barefoot, carrying coffee cherries on her head to work down to the valleys to get it to the washing station. And yet they are incensed that doesn't allow them or afford them to have 2 meals per day. Then you would wonder how that child would ever be motivated. He will or she will grow up wanting to do something different, an activity that will allow her or him to improve the life condition of her or his family. And it is why most of the children from the rural area, most of the farmers' children ended up coming over to the city. But then what happens when they come to the city and they get hold to some of the basic barista skills education? They do not end up staying here because of a number of reasons. Through my research and through interacting with a lot of different baristas who left the country to go work abroad, I'm going to be sharing some of their thoughts or some of their perspective or reasons behind their migration. Most of them, they had or shared the same reason, which is salary or financial stability. Most of these baristas got a lot of different opportunities, mostly in countries like Qatar, Dubai, Oman, but mostly in the Middle East. The core reason they wanted to be able to be financially stable and to support their families and to improve their lives. But some of them also shared with me that one of the biggest reasons why they moved from Rwanda to another country is because they wanted exposure. Exposure to a lot of different coffees from different origins, opportunity to be exposed and challenged by the people who understand exactly what the quality drink that they want, be the drinks that they serve on a daily basis. Rwanda is not a coffee drinking country, yet we're trying to build that culture, and it's really promising that we're going to get there. But the question is, if you're actually the one educating the customer or the new coffee drinker coming to a coffee shop in Rwanda. But when you go to Dubai, when you go to Qatar, most of the people who come in the coffee shop knows exactly what they're looking for. So they challenge you by telling you, oh, this coffee doesn't taste much better, you would have done this differently, and you learn from that. So most of the baristas who left, they wanted to have such exposure, such challenges to improve their skills. And also they wanted to have, in Rwanda we only serve Rwandan coffee. It's so hard to be exposed to a lot of different coffee origins. So how are you going to learn? As a coffee pro, you should be able to acknowledge or to identify and compare some of the coffees coming from different countries. So they decided to move because of that number of reasons. And others were like, we also wanted to be able to speak or to represent Africa on the world market, which is something that I really like. Personally, I was not able to leave, or I did not find it very interesting to leave the country and go work abroad. That's why I decided to run this research and talk to a lot of these different baristas who managed to be working in the Middle East. But the problem, they're all like, oh, Smaya, you know exactly how much we earn there. So the coffee shops are not able to reward them according to the efforts that they are bringing in the organization. And some of them feel not empowered, not inspired, not motivated to continue to do more and become their very best. So they decided to move to some other places of which most of the people will see the value in them and also offer them and reward them according to the efforts that they put in, or even not only according to the efforts, but also have the opportunity to represent themselves and their countries on the international level. But why all this happens, you can never be motivated when you see the farmer's life, to be honest with you guys. These are some of the things that I have been able to experience on a daily basis, or to witness farmers carrying coffee cherries on their heads with their babies in the back, have to walk miles and miles to get the coffee down to the washing station. They are people with lack of resources. They're not, most of them, they're leaving the industry because they do not feel valued or strengthened throughout their work. We all know and we all agree that farmers are the most affected people in the coffee industry. And I'm here to tell you that everybody has a contribution or the opportunity to make a change in this condition right now. What can you do? I would love you to understand that everybody has the opportunity to contribute towards the sustainability of Rwandan coffee community. There are some buyers who really pay reasonable prices for the coffee cherries or coffee beans that they buy from the farmers, and there are those who don't do that, and that exactly impacts the economic independence for farmers and ended up discouraging and demotivating the youth because they don't see the life there. They don't see that it's the activity that could allow them to sustain their lives. Coffee makes us one, and we should all take into consideration of learning how our actions, our daily actions, impact people behind the coffee. So if you're a buyer, consider paying fair price to the coffee beans and cherries that you buy from the coffee farmers. And if we are like a specialty coffee industry, should also think about enabling or having, allowing access to the coffee schools in Africa, which we don't have most of them, and those which are available, they're actually not as affordable as possible. So if we really want to empower youth to stay in the coffee production or to stay in any coffee activities, we should be able to provide them with platforms that allow them or motivates them to do such a thing. But we all agree, and I hope that we all agree and understand that the farmers are the foundation of the coffee community. If they don't feel valued, inspired, connected, and strengthened through their work, then definitely they're going to leave the industry. And how are we going to all guarantee the future of the coffee industry? There is no way. If the people who actually supply us some of the finest coffee beans that we cannot live without, then there is no point. So coffee makes us one again. We should also understand or believe in that humanity runs on coffee, as I'm Not a Barista program always say. So I would like to hear from everybody understanding or watching this session, what is your intake on this matter, and how do you think we can all contribute towards this? There are what I've said that could be done, but also would love to hear from anybody else who has a different opinion and who can be part of the solution and making a change on this matter to really contribute towards it. You can all find me on Instagram as Wise Smaya, or you can reach out to me to hear more, to learn more about this issue and how you can be part of the cause on my email, wise1sumi, that is spelled as SUMI@gmail.com. You can also find me on LinkedIn as Smaya Wajaneza. It is with a great pleasure and a great honor to have been part of the High Density Conference that allows different people from different places in the world to share their ideas, to express their concerns, and to to share their experiences that they get to have on a daily basis. So thank you so much for having me on this, and I look forward to hearing more from any other person who has any concern or question regarding my session. Thank you very much. Reminding you again, my session was about the lack of motivation, which led to professional migration. Thank you.
Have you ever sat there and thought, gee, I want to learn how to better support my transgender coworkers and community members, but I just don't know where to start? Introducing Trans and Caffeinated, a bi-weekly interview-based podcast sharing the stories of everyday trans, gender nonconforming, and non-binary folks. We work toward collective liberation by emphasizing the idea that trans folks are not a monolith. We have a wide range of passions, ideas, and personal identities that make us uniquely beautiful. Be sure to give it a listen.
Hello! And welcome to this high density session all about building your personal brand through podcasting.
Now, in this episode, we're going to cover personal branding and why it's important.
And why making a podcast will be really great for building your personal brand.
And we're going to give you some tips and tricks on the type of podcast you should be making and the sort of things, typical pitfalls that you can avoid while making it.
Well, I guess we should probably say who we are. I'm Jules Walker. I'm a London-based cycling advocate, the best-selling author of the book Back in the Frame, and the co-creator of Adventures in Coffee, a podcast that aims to demystify the world of coffee for the everyday coffee lover.
My name is Scott Bentley. I'm the founder of Caffeine Magazine, and for the past 20 years I've been a magazine art director on some of the biggest titles here in the UK. I now run my own design agency where we work with companies on branding and strategy, and through that design agency we also create Caffeine Magazine and the Adventures in Coffee podcast.
And my name is James Halper. I am the producer behind the scenes. You won't hear my voice, but you see me pulling the strings of the podcast. I also create Filter Stories, which is my own podcast. I also create a collaboration with Jonathan Morris, the coffee historian. It's called A History of Coffee. And I make podcasts for the coffee industry, like the SCA, like Allegra, and others. And I've been working in wholesale for The Barn. Did that for about 2 years or so, and I've worked for other roasteries as well. So, hello.
So firstly, what is personal branding? Now, this is probably a word that you've heard thrown around, and it's essentially just those unique things which are you. These are your experiences, your skills, and your personality all rolled into one. This is essentially how you project yourself into the world. It's your opinions on Twitter, it's the images you post on Instagram, and it's the interactions you have with other people at events, such as cuppings and competitions. So why is it important to build a personal brand? Because future colleagues, future employers are always watching and listening, and they'll feel like they know you from your interactions, from the way you conduct yourself, and from that they'll understand maybe how to approach you, maybe even the topics to which you come across as being incredibly knowledgeable on, or things you have a certain empathy for.
So, the next thing we should talk about is how does a personal brand help you in your career? Now, I'm going to talk about my own experience of this. I started off sharing my journey of getting back into cycling as an adult, and it was, without wanting to sound too vain, about me. Being honest about the ups and downs that I experienced on this journey really seemed to resonate with people, and it was great that people were able to connect to this. But I had to take responsibility about how I presented myself to the world. So, I was doing this through my online presence. There was my blog, Velo City Girl, my Instagram account, my Twitter account. Doing that was key. And again, being really open was a major player in this too. Now, the area of expertise that I started off in was cycling. Now, I'm not a pro cyclist in any way, shape or form, and I'm not pretending to be either. But it was my understanding of cycling and my love for cycling and wanting to share that with other people is the thing that seemed to get people, It was about trying to widen participation in it, engaging with different people in different disciplines of cycling as well. Doing that in that field really mattered, and that seemed to help with the growth. Now, I guess you could call my interest and love in cycling my niche. but it was my personal brand as well, and it allowed me to be able to branch out into different fields. So from cycling, I was able to work in TV. I ended up doing work in radio. Obviously, I went into publishing with my book, and now I'm here doing a podcast about coffee.
So as the multi-billionaire Jeff Bezos, founder of Amazon, said once, your personal brand is what people say about you when you are not in the room. And that is especially important in an industry like the specialty coffee industry, which is really small. Everyone knows each other. And your personal reputation, how you carry yourself and what people say about you is what's going to get you ahead in this industry.
So why use podcasting to build your brand? Well, the thing is, you can consume podcasts pretty much anywhere. You can use them while you're multitasking. So, you can listen to things while you're frying eggs. You can listen to it while you're going for a run. You listen to it on your commute, and you can listen to it when you're curled up with, a great cup of coffee. Very few mediums work in this way, and most of these mediums require you to sit and focus on it. Things like, the written word or even videos. And then there's intimacy. This person has chosen to listen to your podcast, and you have the opportunity to whisper in their ears. I mean, there isn't much that's more intimate than that. They've invited you into their personal bubble, and this creates a very powerful connection between you and the listener. And with this intimacy comes this feeling that people know you. They know what you represent. They know what your interests are, your specialisms. And the podcast is a really great medium for showcasing these things to a much wider audience than your, immediate network.
So what do you need to make a great podcast? There are 3 things. Number 1, a decent microphone. Number 2, Audacity or other free software that's available out there for recording and editing. And 3, a quiet room, a bit like a bedroom.
So next up is understanding your audience. Who are going to be listening to your podcasts? You can't speak to everybody, so let's kind of focus on who you want to speak to, and let's narrow it down. Now, in branding, in the design industry, what we try and do is build out personal personas, and we give them silly names. Let's call them Pour Over Pollyanna or Espresso Estefan. Who are these people? What do they like? What do they do in their free time? What brands do they buy? What keeps them awake at night? And once you understand these, once you've built these people out and you understand them, you have a much better idea of what kind of content is going to resonate with them and what they're going to find interesting. Solve their problems. What keeps them awake at night? What do they need to know?
The next really important question to ask yourself is, well, how much time do you have? Because let me say, for example, creating Adventures in Coffee, it was almost like, frankly, it is. It's a part-time job. And now, obviously, that's a narrative podcast. Narrative podcast where we have stories and lots of edits, they take a lot of time. The interview podcast is much easier to make. But be warned, if you want to make a podcast where it's just you talking, that is actually quite difficult to make. You have to do a lot of scripting, which takes a lot of time, and you probably want to, get your friends to review the script to make sure it's really on point. So perhaps the interview podcast is the way to go if you are short on time. And also, something I've picked up over the years, a podcast doesn't have to be forever. A podcast can be a series. Think 10 episodes, think 6 episodes, and just focus all your energy on a short project. Don't let it go on forever and then pod fade, as people call it in the industry.
Now, of course, the next thing we should talk about is what your podcast is actually going to be about. What do you have to offer to the audience that is completely unique? Say, for instance, you're a Spanish barista champion, then you've already got 2 things figured out. You've got the language, so it will be a podcast that's done in Spanish, and a theme, how to be a better barista competitor as well. Now, another really important thing to do as well is to actually put yourself in the shoes of your listener. Take yourself out of being the presenter and think about what's going to happen on the other side of the headphones. Focus on the problems that the listener may come across in the world of coffee. Now, a great example of this that we had was the episode of Adventures in Coffee that we did, which just looked at certifications. Now, that's a completely confusing world in itself. You'll go into your supermarket and you'll see all of the different stickers on coffee bags and, putting yourself in the shoes of the listener, which is the one that you should go for. Now, discovering that people were really confused about certifications was great for us because that gave us something to focus on and to work on and to demystify it as well. Now, the other thing that we did with that too, as Scott had mentioned, is the different personas that we had. We wanted to think about the different listeners that were out there, the different worlds that they're in, and the different thoughts that they would have on this too. So really taking yourself out of your own bubble and, you know, thinking about it in, I guess, layman's terms when it comes to coffee and what works is important. Because again, that will allow you to connect with the audience will connect with you, and it will all resonate really well.
So I've been in the podcast game for a number of years now, and I've learned a lot of things along the way. So I want to quickly use this opportunity to, to give some insights. The first thing is to be realistic about how much time it's actually going to take to make a podcast. A very simple interview podcast can take up to 5 hours a week, and that's really intensive work as well. If you haven't got the time to make it, consider fortnightly, consider monthly episode releases, push it out. Another thing is, don't expect to make any money out of this. It's about personal branding, but this is not about monetization. You can definitely monetize a podcast, but let me tell you, it's a lot easier if you try other ways of making money. The other thing I would say is that when you're podcasting, this is an extraordinary moment where, you know, what you're saying is going directly into the ears of your listeners, and you're forging this beautiful connection. Really cherish that. And if you're, for example, waffling with your friends on a topic that's completely tangential to what you promised the episode would be about, think about how your listener's going to feel, and they may decide not to come back. Equally, when someone feels like they've really taken on board something that's helped them change how they see the world, that's a golden moment, and they will talk about that to all their friends. So, as I said, value listener time.
So we've discussed branding, we now need to discuss marketing. And this is critical. You can produce the best podcast in the world, but if no one knows about it, then you'll get no downloads. So ask yourself firstly, do you have other platforms where you have some decent reach on? Can you post to those platforms? How are you going to post to those platforms? Maybe chop up the content into little micro segments and feed that out so people become interested in some of the things that you're talking about. Leverage your contacts. Who's the most influential person that you personally know? Who could you get on your podcast, which would be, you know, a big deal? And then once they're on, and once you've recorded it and you've had a great session together, ask them if they'll post it to their social channels. Maybe they'll put it out to their network, and you then get out to a much bigger audience. You really need to work this. This isn't going to come for free. This isn't going to come easily. You've got to work hard on this bit.
Now, we're talking about keeping it real, so you really shouldn't pretend to be something that you're not when you're doing your podcast. Now, authenticity through your personal brand should really shine through, because people will be able to see straight through, or in this instance, actually hear when you're not being your authentic self. Now, if you're going to have authenticity in podcasting, it's much easier for you not to put on an act. If you've got a genuine love and a genuine passion for what it is that you're doing and what you're talking about, it really will shine through. And again, this is another thing that will resonate with your listeners who are tuning in for this. They want to come on this journey with you, or they want to be taken on a journey, learn something, and feel like they're taking something from you at that same point as well. So do remember to keep it real from the get-go when it comes to recording your podcast.
Through podcasting, you can be connected to some of the most influential and most interesting thinkers out there in the coffee industry. That's what I did with Filter Stories, and I have been so honored to meet who I have met during my time making podcasts.
And you can listen to us on Adventures in Coffee wherever you get your podcasts from.
And if you've got 10 minutes to spare, you could also check out the other talk that I did with Jonathan Morris, the coffee historian, where we bust some coffee myths, including Kaldi, Baba Boudin, and the 3 waves.
Thanks very much for watching this high density session about building your personal brand through podcasting. We hope we brought you some value. We hope that you found it enjoyable, and hopefully you found some things to take away. And even if you don't start a podcast, maybe there's some tips and tricks here that you can put into other areas of your personal brand. Bye.
Bye.
This year, Rancilio has taken its iconic Rancilio Silvia to a new level. Introducing the Silvia Pro. Equipped with 2 internal PID, located in each boiler for coffee and steam, it can deliver espresso and milk steaming simultaneously with less than 1 degree Fahrenheit variance in brew temperature. Rancilio is a proud sponsor to Identity. For more information, head to the Silvia Pro page and follow @RancilioOfficial on Instagram.
Hi, I'm Steve and I'm the founder of the Barista League. So this next session is one we're really excited about. It's called Roasters Roast Other Roasteries Roast. And the idea for it came from an event we did a few years back where we took 5 roasters, put them in a room, they cupped each other's coffees without knowing anything about who roasted which one, and then they could talk about them in front of an audience who was cupping along with them. Now in this one, we've got 10 roasters from around the world and we've had them send each other coffees, but we've obscured it so they don't know who sent them the coffee, where it's from, what the process is, anything about it at all. And that's what you're about to see. Now, you guys who have the interactive packs, you can cup along and taste along with them. And if you missed out on that, you can just head to their web shop and buy the coffee and taste along with some of the best roasters in the world as they taste coffees, evaluate them, analyze the coffees, and work out how they might roast them better. So enjoy this, and thanks so much for watching.
Hi everyone, I'm Gabriela.
I'm Marcus.
And I'm Christian.
And we are Morgon Coffee Roasters from Gothenburg, Sweden. And we're here today to try this mystery coffee that someone sent us and try to guess what it is. Yeah.
Let's dig into it.
First of all, really sweet.
Mm-hmm.
Sweet, creamy.
Yes. So we started out by doing a regular cupping. So we started out by evaluating the aroma, and right away it smelled a lot like very, very ripe fruit, a bit fermented, and that came through in the cups as well. Lots of sweetness, lots of tropical fruit, stone fruit.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. Apricot and peach.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And very creamy as well.
Did you say a thick peach?
A really thick peach or a really thick apricot.
Mm.
Yeah.
Yeah. And at the same time, quite fermented cherries.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I think we all agree that it's a pleasant cup of coffee.
Yep.
Yeah.
It is.
Definitely.
We tend to prefer washed coffees, a bit less of the fermented notes, but I think this is on the right side of the funk. You can say that.
Yeah.
So what do you think it is? Should we talk about that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
We think it is a coffee from the Centrals,
Mm-hmm.
right? More specific from the Costa Rica, I think.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And why is that?
Yeah, why?
Tell us. Well, look at the beans, they're quite big. So we think it's, actually, when we first saw it, I thought it was a Bourbon variety.
Mm-hmm.
But now when we taste it, it's a little bit more fruity and more acidic.
Mm-hmm.
So we think it's more uncommon variety, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So we guess on SL28 to be a bit wild. Yeah, so that's what we think. Costa Rica, SL28. And natural.
Natural.
Yes.
Yeah.
Definitely.
Yes.
At least we'll get the natural right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The roast profile on this coffee, I think that's very good. Nothing really to say about that. It's well developed. It's you can't find any roasting notes in it. You get a lot of sweetness, good acidity. Although the green coffee is maybe something that we're not really into. It's a bit too fermented for us, to be honest. A little bit too much funk, but at the same time, as you said, it's on the right side, more or less. But we prefer more clean and more natural fruits into the coffees that we tend to use. Yeah.
So we didn't find any like under or over roasted notes in it.
Oh.
The only like fault we could talk about was, except for preference with funk and that, you mentioned it was a bit of a dry
ending to
Yeah.
it.
Yeah.
a little bit.
Which we think might be because of the fermentation.
Could be the fermentation. It could be also that the coffee tends to be a little bit old as the green coffee. Usually what happens is that it tends to be a little bit dry in the end. But you know, it's still very vibrant and tastes very good. So
and very well roasted.
And very well roasted. Yeah. So I don't think we should have approached it differently than what we have here. It's very well roasted. It's a good profile on the coffee. So good work.
We approve.
Yeah.
And thanks for letting us try it.
Yeah. Thank you so much.
Hi everyone, Patrick here from April in Copenhagen. Mystery Coffee Time, Barista League. Fun little project, happy to be a part of it. They always do cool stuff. So we were sent a coffee, I guess you know. We're supposed to tell you something about this coffee based on very little information, which is always a very good thing to do. It's a great opportunity to learn more about coffee, learn more about sensory, put yourself on the line there. You might be right, you might be wrong. Regardless, it's a fun little thing and I'm happy to be a part of it. So, I'm drinking the coffee now. I'm supposed to keep this within 5 minutes and I'm already pushing it for time, but let's push it. So, evaluating the coffee, step one, visually, and then I don't mean the bag, I mean the actual coffee. So I'm looking at the coffee and I can see a few things. One, it's a pretty kind of wide sorted coffee, so you have a lot of different things in there. Two, the surface of the bean is kind of a bit rough, indicating already here that we're gonna be somewhere in South America. I would bet on Colombia. Looks like a wash processed coffees. I'm gonna refer that to later on because it's not, but it's definitely a wash process is part of this process. So a coffee that's been depulled from the beginning. That's kind of what I'm evaluating. Second thing is chewing the bean. Chewing the bean, I get a bit of an intense kind of candy-like acidity, already indicating we have some kind of lactic aerobic fermentation going on. Secondly, we get a bit of roast character to it. Fairly clean coffee, but still definitely a medium-ish roast. Not saying that chewing the bean is the best way to evaluate it, but that's how I start. Secondly, cupping the coffee. Dry aroma, quite earthy, a little bit of tropical fruit in there. Whenever I tried this coffee, it's clear that it has two parts of it. One that is kind of earthy, a bit not chocolatey, but a bit heavier in the character. Two, a bit of an acidity, not funky, clean coffee, but still some kind of candle-like, slightly artificial vibe to it, which is already there, an indication that it could be one of these new things we see coming out of Colombia. But more about that later. So cupping the coffee, having a first idea about it. I smell the dry, get the kind of earthiness, some tropical notes, pouring water on it. It's an intense coffee, indicating also maybe what kind of process it could be. But you have a lot of those earth notes. Still, brewing it on the April brewer becomes a lot cleaner, a bit more balanced, a bit juicier. I can taste the flavors better and I don't get a lot of those kind of earthy notes. So if I weren't cupping it first, I might very well pitch that this is something else. However, what kind of gives it away in my world is that as it cools down, it becomes quite sour because the amount of acidity is very high in the beginning. So kind of a fast breakdown is some kind of aromas of paper, raspberry, hint of tropical fruit, could be mango, could be some kind of pineapple. There's definitely some kind of woody bitterness to it. Flavor, it's quite floral initially, which is indication that it's quite complex, but it's a dried florals, so it's taste a bit old. Papery, again, a bit of mango, pineapple, and that kind of goes through the whole cup. So I'm going to be betting on this being a Castillo varietal, could be a Bourbon, but I'm betting a Castillo varietal from Colombia. that has gone through either a lactic fermentation, most likely a lactic or aerobic fermentation. Could be one of those really, really funky new ones, but it tastes better than that. So I think whoever processes this kind of knew what they've been doing. They're on top of it. You taste the varietal coming through, the kind of negative aspect of it. I'm never a fan of taking a kind of inferior varietal and trying to make that interesting with a bit of processing. Roasting wise, it's a clean coffee. It's a bitter roast. It's definitely heavier than we do. It does taste similar to some kind of Loring roast. Who knows, maybe they roast on the Loring. It's hard to say these days, but definitely a bit more medium. You see it visually on the coffee, you see it on the crust, you see it how it behaves. It's just not just as light as we do. I would assume this coffee to be roasted outside of Europe. But overall, it's a good coffee. It's not kind of my style of coffee, but you know, it's a great coffee, and I'm sure a lot of you out there will really like it, and hopefully my few insights were helpful. Have fun tasting it.
Hi everyone, I'm Ann Lunell from Kopi Coffee Roasters in Helsingborg, Sweden, and I'm here to talk about the Mystery Coffee Challenge that is organized by Barista League for their high density event. It was a really fun but a quite difficult challenge, I have to say. We all received a coffee from a different roaster, just in an unbranded bag. We obviously don't know the origin. That's what we're supposed to do, to guess it based on just like taste and smell. So what I started with doing was to just look at the beans. I put them on a white tabletop together with or alongside our own coffees, just to see, compare like the size, shape of the beans, evenness of the beans, to see if it was washed or honey or natural coffee. And I also looked at the roast level. And the beans are quite small, a little bit smaller than, or a little bit bigger than our Ethiopian coffee, but still not far from it, which made me think that it might be from perhaps Rwanda or Burundi. Moving forward, I put up a cupping, 3 cups of the mystery coffee, I ground it 3 different grind settings to see if that would kind of showcase a difference in the flavor, which it didn't. But in one of the cups I found a defect, like a very earthy defect. It reminded me a little bit of potato defect, but not as obvious as what I've had in the past, which is good, of course. But aroma-wise, the coffee, it's roasted a little bit darker than ours, which was quite easy to see when the coffee was ground and sitting side by side with ours. It kind of has those a little bit more developed notes of roasted hazelnuts, cocoa powder, caramelized sugar, a little bit of a peppery, like a black pepper note. I didn't find too much fruit notes on the nose, but that came through better in the cup. So next up was, of course, tasting the coffee. It was kind of had a low to medium body, I would say. The acidity is a low, sweet kind of acidity. reminded me of cooked apricots or canned apricots, and maybe like sweet cooked apple. And I mean, that would perhaps change a bit and be a bit higher if the coffee was roasted slightly lighter. But since I don't know what coffee it is, it's hard to tell. Maybe this was roasted to perfection. But it would be interesting to try it at a couple of different roast levels. Yeah, the finish was kind of that of a dark, slightly bitter chocolate. I also brewed the coffee 3 different ways. I did it as V60, Kalita, and also as espresso. I just wanted to see if I could kind of get anything else out of the coffee, something unexpected that I didn't find in the cupping. But I think the coffee was very stable. It kind of performed the same in the different brewing techniques. I didn't try it with milk, but I'm sure it would make a nice cappuccino. Yeah, so all in all, based on what I tasted and what the coffee beans looks like, and the cheeky little defects, my guess is that it's a washed coffee from either Rwanda or Burundi. And yeah, I guess that's all from here and all from me for now. Wish me luck. I probably need it. And thanks for including us. It's been a blast. So I'm eager to hear the answer.
That's a little bit better. Hey guys, my name is Taylor Brown. I own a coffee roastery and a few donut shops here in Oslo. I'm an Australian who lives on the opposite side of the world from where I grew up, and I'm here at High Density to talk to you a little bit about branding. So you might wonder why I chose to name my talk Branding is a Dirty Word. And the reason behind that is that typically branding can be associated with negativity, because branding can be seen as marketing, and marketing can be seen as manipulation. And in specialty coffee, we've always been so proud about how our product speaks for itself, and it is not necessary for us to convince anybody of how great what it is we do. Because that's the thing. It is literally our job to add value to the raw product that we're working with. We're just the same as a chef who buys in raw ingredients and assembles them together in a way that makes them pleasing and delicious for people. Packaging and branding is just one part of delivering that to a customer so that they want to buy your product. It almost feels as if we're being dishonest or shameful when we're talking about branding, because it feels like advertising. And I think in specialty coffee up until this point, there's been kind of the shroud of uncertainty when it comes to if it feels honest to advertise a product. So when I'm talking about branding today, I'm talking about branding as a holistic thing, because I think your brand should speak about you without using words. At least that's how it's been for me. I wouldn't consider myself a specialist or a professional in branding. And so when I thought about talking to you guys today about branding, I thought instead of trying to talk about something that I don't know so much about. I will just talk about what I do know, which is what I did in the last couple of businesses that I made. So first up, I might actually show you where I am right now. So at the moment it's quite late in the evening, everyone else has gone home for the day, and I'm at the bakery. This is where all the magic happens on the fryer. Our really neat rolling machine. Lots of donuts happen with this bad boy. I'm set up over here on the ground in front of the big ovens. It's all extremely glamorous. Here you have our kitchen, our beautiful Loring that's behind. Ooh, ta-da! Right now our offices are pretty messy because of Corona. We had to take a lot of the furniture out of the cafes to make some more space to follow the regulations. So it's kind of messy here, but that's just how it gotta be these days. All right, boom, next day, change of scenery. We need to talk about where the story started and what did we do in order to create a successful brand. So first off, we had to think about the things that we wanted to communicate and also who we wanted to work with in order to help us achieve these goals. The company that I ended up going with is a company called Bielke & Yang. It's two guys that I know named Christian and Martin, and they are amazing at what they do. I worked with them when I founded my first company back in 2016, and I knew when I started this new company that I wanted to work with them again. So I worked quite closely with one of their partners named Evan, and I came to him and told him my goals for what I wanted this new brand to be able to achieve. Part of that meant setting aside a little bit of the marketing budget, which I know as a new company, setting aside a decent portion of your budget to something that feels a little bit intangible doesn't really make much sense. But I can promise you that you get that back manyfold. So the first and most important part was that I wanted it to be fun. My first business was really, really hard work, and we definitely put fun into the brand, but I really wanted to make sure that this time around I could enjoy myself as much as possible. I also wanted the packaging and the brand and the logo to communicate that we took things seriously without taking ourselves so seriously. And the other things that I wanted to communicate were that everything was very high quality and very thoughtful, but also delicious and playful and fun. Part of my method as well was that we would use the donuts in order to drive coffee sales, because I already knew that my donuts were very popular and people liked them very much. But one of my biggest passions is coffee, and there are a lot of really great specialty roasters and cafes here in Oslo, so it was important that we be able to set ourselves apart. And my method was always that I wanted people to get a coffee along with their donut and then be surprised about the quality, rather than using coffee and its quality as the driver. I'm going to show you now some elements of our branding so you can better understand rather than just have me talk about it. So first up, we have our logo. Evan found a typeface for us that has 4 different fonts within the typeface, and we've cobbled together all those different fonts in order to make this ever-evolving logo that never remains the same. So each individual letter can be assembled in a myriad ways so that the logo and the brand itself actually is never static and is always changing. Every single box of coffee that we have, the logo on top, if you pay close attention, it actually never looks the same on any different coffee that we send out. It also has this element of like gooiness and movement to it, which kind of emulates the donut glazes. And what I love about it is that, you know, nothing ever stays still, and it's ever evolving and ever changing, and it allows, it's built-in growth into our company. We've used the logo in many different ways, in many different parts of the company. You can see it in our stores, and you can see it on the packaging, and it's now those colors, and that logo has become really synonymous with what we do. We use color, and we use shape, and we use movement to have this overall communication of the brand. One element of our packaging as well is that we use this really beautiful holographic foil. And every 5,000 boxes or so, we actually buy a different run of holographic foil, so that then the boxes are always constantly changing as well. We didn't want these boxes just to be beautiful, but they also had to be functional as well. So if you take a look at the bottom of the box, you can see a little postage stamp right there. And the purpose for that is that these boxes actually travel through the Norwegian postal system. So it means that when people open their letterbox, they open it to this bright, shiny, beautiful thing. Inside the package, you then have a really beautiful coffee bag that pops out, and you also have these amazing emojis on the inside. That means that, you know, as you're opening the package, it continues to deliver some like excitement and fun. We used to use biodegradable packaging for our coffee bags, but found that the quality over time when we order large amounts of them ended up not being good. We've now moved over to a recyclable material from Dutchpack in the Netherlands and are really happy with the change. But yeah, these boxes, whilst being beautiful, are also really functional too, and that was quite important for us. Then you've got our donut boxes. My goal for these boxes was to always make it feel quite luxurious, kind of when you open a brand new iPhone and you have this mechanism where it kind of folds out. So I wanted it to have this feeling of very high quality and also be very photogenic and photographable as well. I was thinking that the donuts would be always taken a photograph from above and then shared on social media. So, you know, people are sharing and interacting with your brand because it's a really beautiful picture to post on social media. And then you get this benefit of this extra marketing that you haven't actually had to invest in at all. It just continues on and continues investing in itself. And then we come to the shops. I think that it's quite clear whenever you're in one of the TaylorMade stores that even though they're quite different and they all have their own unique identity, that you can see that they are intrinsically connected in different ways, even down to the choice of flooring, the choice of furniture that we made. You know, we bought different styles of furniture, but we kept the color matching the same, and we used the same like neon identity to kind of link and communicate together. I never wanted to build stores that all looked the same. To me, that would be so boring. And I think it gives our customers a reason to visit the different locations that's not just a geographical reason. They want to come and experience the different stores, even though the stores sell the same thing. So after a couple of big days of filming, that's pretty much it from me. I want to leave you with some last thoughts before I leave you to your exciting branding journey. Mainly that I think you need to know what it is that you want to communicate with your customers, because then you're able to connect with the people who align with your beliefs. You need to find and work with a designer that also shares your beliefs and values as well. And then you need to be consistent in your style and then in your message. Best of luck. Thanks so much for listening.
I learned early on in coffee that it's always been a quality product and quality people. Yeah, it took me 8 seasons to win the national championship, but it's not the end result, it's the whole process. When you get on an international level, you see all these baristas from around the world, all these coffee professionals from around the world coming together to help get better at their craft. And in the whole process, the industry moves forward.
Hey friends, my name is Ashley Rodriguez. I have been a barista, a coffee shop manager, a trainer of some form in the coffee industry since 2010. I've been a coffee writer since 2013, and now I host a podcast called Boss Barista, where we explore themes of workplace equity and employee empowerment within the coffee supply stream, but also within the larger service industry in general. And I've actually had a lot of people who are part of High Density as guests on the show, including Vava Angweni, Chris McAuley, Kat Melheim, and Adam Jackson Bay. This talk is called How to Be Your Own Advocate. And I hope this conversation gives employees the tools that they need to stand up for their needs at work and pushes employers to think critically about the things that they need to be successful at work and how to support their employees to make them happy. Thanks for tuning in, and let's get started. This talk is called How to Be Your Own Advocate, and I hope it empowers people to ask for the things that need for at work. But let's ask a big question. Why empowerment? Why this conversation? Through the interviews that I've done on Boss Barista and in the interviews that I've published, I noticed that almost everybody that I talked to had some sort of story about a bad boss, a bad place to work. And I bet if you're listening to this conversation, you probably have a really similar story. And as I was doing research for this conversation, I ran into almost the opposite rhetoric. I ran into articles that would talk about employees as bad employees, or employees as being transient and thinking about turnover. And I think turnover is a big thing that we see in the coffee industry, right? And a lot of people talk about turnover as a natural element in the coffee industry, that baristas are going to leave jobs and move on quickly. And I simply don't believe that that's true. That doesn't need to be true, at least. I don't think that bad workplaces are the result of just one bad boss or one bad apple. And that's an argument that we've heard in the past as well in a lot of different other arenas of our lives. And likewise, I think turnover in the barista world is much more indicative of broken workplaces rather than it just being the nature of this type of work. Fundamentally, I believe that people want to be successful at their jobs. They want to be good at their jobs. And it's the job of leaders to listen to baristas and make it safe for people to do well at work. So we're going to look at this topic from both the perspective of employers and employees. A quick note before we get started is that the theme of self-advocacy can kind of feel like a little bit of this lean-in rhetoric. That might be a term some of you are familiar with, some of you might not be, but Lean In is a book written by Sheryl Sandberg. She was the COO of Facebook, and she wrote this book about women in the workplace and how they can advance their careers. And it was a very kind of individualistic approach to succeeding at work, conforming to some of the ways that people operate in typical workplaces and not really addressing the systemic changes that need to happen. This is not this. Self-advocacy is much more of a framework for addressing immediate needs right now, that your wages matter right now. What I hope to convey in this conversation is the immediacy in which we need to address workplace safety and fair wages. I think we're all sort of taught to just accept the jobs that we have or be grateful that we even have a job. And I hope this talk helps people have difficult conversations at work and address their needs. I hope this normalizes the idea that workplace negotiations can happen at work and that they're totally appropriate and that they're safe to have and that you don't have to worry about getting fired just because you speak up about the things that you need at work. So this talk is a modified talk that I gave at an event about a year and a half ago with Rancilio called Ramp Up. And truly this conversation really started for me in 2013. Let me set the scene. I wish I could get like lightning to happen right here. It was a dark and stormy night. I was doing a closing shift with a friend of mine, and it was really quiet. There were no customers coming, and we maybe had 5 customers in like the last 2 hours that we were open. And we started talking a little bit about what each of us was making at work. And we were dancing around it in this really convoluted way because we both felt deeply uncomfortable sharing how much each of us made at work. And eventually we had to make sure that like no coworkers were coming in, and we were sure that our boss wasn't going to come in. And we eventually figured out that we weren't being paid the same amount, even though we were hired around the same time and had relatively the same amount of experience. And we really couldn't figure out why. One of the reasons that we came up with is that he had moved from a smaller city to New York, which is where I was living at the time, and maybe wasn't accustomed to the slightly higher wages of the city. But we weren't sure, and we were only left to speculate because we had no idea why we were getting paid different amounts. And that's really where this idea of self-advocacy began for me. So I want to start this conversation by asking you a couple of questions. Have you ever felt uncomfortable talking about your wages at work? Have you ever had a boss forget a scheduled check-in or a raise that they were supposed to give? Have you ever been that boss? And do you know what sort of documentation is required to file a workplace grievance? Hopefully we'll begin to unpack these questions and give tangible tips to make your workplace more equitable. So we're going to break this down into 6 major talking points. Again, I want you to think of each of these points from both the perspective of the employer and the employee. There are parts of this conversation that are going to be incredibly specific and some that are going to feel a lot more broad, a lot more general. I'm based in Chicago, Illinois in the United States, so some of the things that I'm going to reference, like the EEOC, which is the Equal Employment Opportunity Commission, are going to be specific to the United States, and some of them might even be specific to the state of Illinois. So that's why I'm going to try to speak in some more generalities, and hopefully some of these tips will be able to translate globally to all baristas and all employers. So let's start with slide number 1. Self-advocacy is not negative conflict. What self-advocacy is employees putting themselves first. And that means not taking things at face value. We're conditioned to believe what people tell us and to be conciliatory, to just accept things the way they are. But entering a situation with self-advocacy as a mindset means asking questions that are important to you and putting your needs first. For example, if you're in a job interview and you're told all employees get a raise in 6 months, put that reminder in your calendar and figure out when your start date is. Or maybe ask how your boss is going to conduct these interviews as opposed to accepting them at face value. And that's not to say that your boss doesn't want to do them or maybe will never do them, but it's just making sure that there are checks and balances in place so that these things happen and you're protecting yourself. I know this sounds like a little bit of a controversial statement, but I just wrote an article called Don't Trust Your Boss. And I mean that with no argument of morality in mind. It's just the idea that you should ask questions every time your leader says something, like this one's a common one. Baristas make $10 an hour, let's say, but it's actually 5 to 6 more per hour because of tips. How is that calculated? Where did your boss come up with that number? And what happens if you don't make that number? Questions. Don't trust your boss. I'm going to get that monogrammed on a quilt, I think. So I mentioned I wanted to look at every slide from the perspective of both employers and employees. So let's flip this around. Let's look at this from the perspective of employers. If you're a leader, clarity is the number one thing that you can provide your staff. And if your baristas are coming to you with feedback or they're being critical about a system that's in place that maybe you didn't think about or you didn't question, that's a gift. Take that as a gift. It's hard to feel like maybe you're doing something wrong or that you're not addressing the needs of your staff in the way that you thought you were. But if a barista mentions that they need something from you, like a scheduled check-in, that's actually kind of a beautiful thing that they feel comfortable enough telling you. So in this instance, self-advocacy from your baristas will only make your workplace better, and take it as such. 2, your wages are too important to not talk about. We live in a capitalist society. We trade our labor for money. We have to talk about that money. We have to talk about that second part. If you're an employer, a fun work environment or perks like free coffee cannot be an excuse for low wages, especially now during COVID when so many employers are talking about how much money they've lost. Think about how much money baristas have lost, how much money they've lost in their daily lives. I think we tend to stigmatize when employees talk about their money, but we don't analyze that the same way when we talk about employers when they lose money. Also, talking about money does not make you less passionate about coffee, which is, I think, a pretty common way that we frame the coffee industry as something that you have to be passionate about to do. But it's okay to also want money. Get your money. Two big points I want to talk about here when it comes to talking about wages and how important they are is first to figure out how success is measured at your workplace. Because the way that success is measured is often going to translate to how much money you're given when raises are coming up or promotions are coming into place. If you're a boss, you should have an evaluation tool and it should be readily available for your baristas. If it's not written down, doesn't really matter. So please write those things down because it's only going to build clarity. Going back to that first point, clarity is going to be the biggest gift that you can give your baristas. The second point that I want to touch upon is hold your leaders accountable for things that they promise. Like I mentioned before, if you get hired on October 6th and you're told that you get a raise in 6 months, figure out when 6 months from October 6th is, which is April 6th. Put 6-month check-in in your calendar, set it and forget it. Maybe even invite your boss if you feel comfortable enough doing that. You might not, that's okay too. If you're an employer, normalize talking about money. It's okay to talk about money. It is totally appropriate to talk about money. And we're gonna talk about this in the third point in just a moment. But if you're a leader and you're secretive or cagey about money, that's usually coming from a selfish place. So analyze, where is that coming from? It's okay to unpack that. It's okay to take a minute to analyze, why do I feel uncomfortable talking about money? And oftentimes it's because of something about you, something about the way that we've been conditioned in our society, or a system that's maybe broken that you have yet to address at your space. Slide number 3. It is okay and legal to talk about money at work. This kind of goes back to the story that I told earlier. And at that job, it was considered tacky to talk about money at work. And that only bred resentment amongst the staff. Not being sure why me and this other coworker were getting paid differently meant that there was a lot of ambiguity and a lot of places for resentment to enter. I'm going to be totally blunt about this. Wage secrecy is a way for employers to pay people less. Full stop, 100%. But the kicker to that is that it's totally legal for employees to talk about their wages at work. It's actually protected. It's protected by the National Labor Relations Act, which was passed in 1935, and it protects workers who want to talk about their wages at work. If a boss actively discourages you from talking about your wages at work, document it, because we're going to talk about that in a little bit. So let's flip it back to the employers. If you're an employer and you feel uncomfortable with your staff talking about their wages, that is indicative of something that you're uncomfortable with and the systems that you've created that are in place, which kind of goes back to that second point that we were talking about. Wage transparency has been shown to promote equity at work and improve morale, which are both things that you should be aiming for as a leader, and it's an incredibly useful tool to improve your workplace. Slide number 4 is that many issues at work are often an issue of misaligned priorities. When I was in high school, I took this writing class, and probably the single greatest piece of advice I've ever gotten, and I still use it today, was from a writing teacher who told me that people do not know the things that you want them to know unless you tell them, which seems super obvious. But let's talk about how to put that into practice. Perhaps this is why I'm an oversharer now, but I thought about this advice again when I was watching an episode of Tuca and Birdie, which is a cartoon on Netflix, and I'm going to show you a clip now. Oftentimes what we find important is not the same as what this plant finds important or the person next to us finds important. And it doesn't necessarily need to be insidious, and oftentimes all it takes is a reminder to let someone know that something that you find important has yet to be addressed. So let's go back to that 6-month check-in example. If your boss misses that 6-month check-in, give them a reminder and see what happens. I would like to hope that most bosses will hear that and say, oh, that's right, we were supposed to do this thing. Let's go ahead and do that. If that's not the case, again, we're gonna document things and we'll talk about that in the next slide. But what might have been a forgotten check-in can be usually rectified with a quick reminder. For bosses, going back to that flip side, what I like to remind bosses of is that the things that you're concerned about have to include what your employees are concerned about, but what they're concerned about does not have to include the things that you're concerned about, because that's not their job. So it is really important for you to think about the things that your employees might be thinking about down the line. So taking that 6-month check-in, for example, if I'm telling an employee to put it in their calendar, you should probably be doing the same thing too. Mimic the behaviors that make them successful so that you're in line with what they need in the future. All right, slide 5. I made this the 5th one because I think when you sing the 12 Days of Christmas, 5 golden rings is actually the most important one. So number 5 is actually the most important one in this, which is document everything from start to finish. So from start means that any sort of conversation that you have about your job should be documented. If you are offered a barista role, what does that job description look like? It seems obvious, but there might be things that your boss expects from you that you might not have expected of this job. If there is a clear line between being a barista to being promoted and that happens within a certain time range, make sure that that's documented as well. Going back to point number 1, clarity will always benefit you. And you could always go back to that document if it's written down, if there is a workplace disagreement. Now, let's say you're at work and you notice something shady or unfair or even a violation of your rights. Anything from being paid a different amount of money from the person next to you to workplace harassment. There are a number of ways that you can document this. And the first place to start is to take your own notes. It seems a little bit rudimentary, but documenting your own notes and having a journal of things that you notice at work is actually really important proof of what's going on. And you can submit these documents to the EEOC and use them as proof of discriminatory practices. Also, if you can, have a witness with you if you're having a conversation with your boss that you feel uncomfortable having. Asking someone from HR or a shift lead or maybe even another barista to sit in so that there are 3 people and not just 2 affirming what happened in that conversation. If you do have a conversation with a boss, write everything down if you can. If you can't take notes in the immediate, it's helpful to even just send an email and say, hey, as per our conversation on so-and-so day, these are the things that we talked about. So if they dispute it later, you can say, actually, I sent you an email 5 months ago and this is what we discussed and you never disputed it. You're gonna be in the right in that situation. Last but not least, and this is really dependent on where you live, figure out what the consent laws are for recording conversations, especially ones that you think are going to be potentially contentious. In Illinois, I would need to get both parties' consent to record a conversation, but in a lot of other states, you only need one party to consent, and that party can be you. So if you need to record a conversation, again, especially one that you think could be contentious and that your boss may dispute, figure out what the laws are in your state and record that conversation. Slide number 6, know where to go if all else fails. So I referenced a lot of things during this conversation, and I'm gonna have a slide of all the different places that I've taken information from, but it really depends on where you live and what sort of laws you're looking for. So the EEOC is going to be a really great resource for you, especially in terms of discriminatory practices at work and if you need to file a complaint against an employer. The NLRB is the National Labor Relations Board. If you're thinking about unionizing, that's a really great place to go. Or if your rights have been violated in the process of unionizing, which happens a lot, please look up some of the stories of current coffee unions that are going on right now. They protect the rights of workers to unionize. Every state has its own Department of Labor, and every state has its own rules about how workplaces work, essentially. Some of the biggest ones that you should pay attention to are if your state is a right to work state or just cause state. So if you get fired without just cause, which means that your employer didn't give you a reason for why you were fired or didn't document any sort of violations of behavior, then you can usually file for unemployment because they didn't document that. But it depends on if your state is a right to work state or not, which you can look up pretty easily on the internet. If all else fails and you really don't know where to turn, Documenting things like we did in the last step that we talked about is going to be really important if you need to talk to the media. So look at outlets that are local to your state or city, or national publications like Eater. That's where like your journals and these conversations that you recorded with your boss are going to be really helpful too, if for whatever reason the EEOC isn't helping you or your Department of Labor isn't helping you either. I definitely can't cover everything, as we know, but information is power. And a lot of what I talked about is ways for employees to take back some of that power, and for employers to consider what it means to actually empower employees to make their workplaces safe. This kind of exchange, this kind of back and forth is powerful because that means workplaces can change. Workplaces can be better, and we can stop blaming bad workplaces on like one bad person or one bad workplace. It's indicative of a larger system, and it's something that we can change. So thank you for listening. You can find me at Boss Barista Podcast on Instagram. You can listen to the podcast at Apple Podcast or Spotify or wherever you listen to shows. And please email me if there's something that you want to talk about or ask questions about. If you're an employee, you can ask me any question you'd like. If you're an employer, please get ready to Venmo me. I'm not kidding anymore about that kind of stuff. You can find me at bossbaristapodcast@gmail.com. Thank you again for listening. I had so much fun, and I hope to hear from you folks.
everyone. Welcome to this session of High Density called Champions Who Champion. And then there will be like an amazing graphic and a sound effect. Because today we're talking with Chris McCauley of Get You Some Gear and Adam Jackson Bay of GoFundBean. And I'm really excited to be talking to you two on this fine Saturday morning. So thanks for joining me.
Yeah, thank you for having us.
Hello. So the point of this session is to plumb the depths of your brains in a very short 20 minutes to help people who are watching who maybe want to get activated in their communities, but don't really know how, or are maybe just fledgling and want some advice from people who have been doing this now for over a year in Chris's case, with these projects specifically, obviously both of you for much longer. And getting started in the pandemic in Adam's case. So we're gonna look for some little takeaways at the end, but also interested in hearing your perspectives on what y'all have been doing for the past many months. Yeah?
Sure.
Yeah. Ideas into action. Awesome. Okay, so GoFundBean, very quickly, is a centralized resource, started as a centralized resource for collecting virtual tip jars. It was created during the pandemic, and since then has added some other direct contributions, like direct deposit contributions from funders directly to GoFundBean, and now has the Stay Grounded initiative with Oatly to get baristas some mental health aid. Yeah?
Yep.
and Get You Some Gear started in June of 2019, which just feels like a million years ago to me now. And is all about, in Chris's words, I think, all about solidarity, not charity, but is started with getting baristas access to gear that they don't necessarily have access to at home, and also has expanded to so many more things like access to cover letter and job application help, broader community industry event registration fees, and more. So this is a lot that y'all have taken on. And I wanted to know if you can remember a moment when you thought, I see a need and I'm gonna address it.
Do you want to go first, Chris?
Yeah, totally. Well, Get You Some Gear was started while I was transitioning from a full-time barista position to cafe management. And I think like when someone thinks about a dream team, that's what we had. Like we all had our drink prep down. We like enjoyed tasting coffees, like learning more, but we felt like we had been given all the company had to offer us. And so there was no more access to resources. So that was the moment when I was like, I wonder if we could get some stuff just for like me and my staff to explore with.
Yeah,
that's
you had
it,
a specific need right in front of you. It was local.
Yeah. Oh, it was super local. Yeah. Like it was in the thick of it.
For GFB, I was still in DC at the time, and it was March 16th, I believe. And we had just got furloughed. I was working in La Colombe, and I was online, and I kept seeing people putting tip jars for other shops that were furloughed around the country. And I was like, hey, wouldn't it be cool if there was one place where people can go and like find all the places to give money to? And because I like to buy domains, I already had GoFundBean.com. I own like 23 domains, somewhere like that. And I already had GoFundBean.com and I had the Instagram and the Twitter ready. And I just like sat down and started coding and putting the different links of the tip jars and Venmos and GoFundMe's, and started that way, basically.
Do either of you feel like there was a moment where you were like, I'm going to create change? Because it seems to me, those two quick versions of your stories, that you were people who were walking around and saw a problem and said, I think I can solve that problem.
I don't, and this is just my view on it. I'm not a person that thinks that I think it's possible to create change actively, but I also think that the way that I create change best is just by finding needs and trying to help where I can. And so like I've like, and like a lot of the ideas that we have, like SGI, the Stake on Our Initiative, I talk about us in 3-letter acronyms and not because it's just easier for me in my brain. So like for SGI, that was just like, I was going through a really rough patch and I was like, what if we can get other folks healthcare? Like, how would that be helpful? And like with the grants, I think that was like a combination of like Valerie and maybe some other people, just like, what if we just directly gave baristas money instead of giving it to tip jars? I'm not necessarily thinking about change. And I don't know if we actually still are affecting change, honestly. I think that we're just like a resource for folks that need help, and we're trying to do the best we can every day.
I definitely like agree like 100% with Adam. Like I didn't think that, you know, getting gear for my staff would necessarily like create this big wave of change, but like I knew that having access to that stuff made my day better when I got it. And like it made the staff that got that gear happier too. And then it just kind of blew up. And, you know, I think I've talked to you about this before, Adam, is like, I'm not sure if like there will be like a real like tangible change until those people that are in power just give it up and we don't have to be here anymore.
Yeah.
So until then, I can't really answer that question. I feel like, you know, we've we've contributed to, you know, making people's lives maybe a little bit more happy and sustainable in the short term. But who knows?
Yeah, and like we and Chris have talked about that before, and like the kind of analogy I've given it is kind of like how there's waves in coffee. Like there's the first, second, third wave, and like you never really know a wave is over until it's over. Like you don't know you're in a wave in the middle of a wave, really. You just know that like there's things happening. And another thing, like Chris said, like I don't see a point. I don't see why GFB should exist. You know, like there's not like we should be giving baristas mental health care. We should be giving baristas enough money to live on. You shouldn't be living on tips 100%. No, like tips were 40 to 60% of my income when I was a barista. You know what I mean? That shouldn't be like your money. So we should not exist. And so the change actually is us not existing anymore. Like GFB, Get You Some Gear, Glitter Cat, like these organizations that are like, hey, there's this big need in this industry that obviously other people like need and want to support because like we're still going, but it's still there's still this need for us. So like the change would be us not existing anymore, honestly.
Which would also suit your introverted tendencies pretty well, wouldn't it?
Wow, we didn't have to do this anymore.
Yeah.
I could just sit at home in the dark in front of my space heater. And
Buddy, that's what I was doing. I just cut. I have like lights I can control from my phone. I just cut them on right before now. When it's over, I'm cutting back off. Like I just like.
Oh, so good.
So great. Yeah. No. Like. But I also I was talking to friends about this like after I got your email. Honestly, I was like being an introvert has been like super helpful for me. Like not just with this, but like when my previous career in sales or like as a barista, because it's like when I'm asking, like for example, if I'm asking like a company for money, like it's a hard out for the conversation. I don't need to like impress you with like or like make small talk or anything. It's just like, yo, I need $20,000. Do you have it? You know, like that's the conversation. And not that I don't want to get to know these people, but it's hard for me to like make that small talk. So it's been easier for me to just be like, hey, this needs to happen and I need to make it happen so that I don't have to keep doing this. So that's kind of been my like outlook at the way I get things done, honestly.
How is that? Can you, both of you speak a little to that expansion of answering problems that you can personally answer and then looking for help from other sources?
What do you mean?
And thinking like, not only is that maybe a little outside your comfort zone talking to strangers, but also how have you kind of been able to assess your communities or your contacts or what access that you do have or access that you may have to help your problem solving?
For us, a couple different ways. There's a board for GFB. There's 8 of us. I'm a non-voting member on the board. So there's 7 folks that have different industry experience that like kind of help find like niches and things to help. We recently voted on and approved an advisory council of hourly coffee workers that we're going to kind of try to figure out, like that's my Monday plan, is to kind of figure out like what criteria we need for hourly coffee workers just to figure out what their needs are. Because about half of us, our last job was an hourly coffee workers, the other half are we're salaried. So like we're not as connected to that need as we should be. So like some of it is just like thinking about things that I would have wanted, like for SGI, like I was thinking like I'm going through a rough time because it's around the holidays and I haven't been around my family in all year. So like maybe people need mental health services. And that's how Let It Spro started. It was like, yo, we're all at home. We've been at home for 9 months. Like, what if we just did an online event for people to like come together and talk? It's kind of like, so that's, and then also some of the ideas are stuff that I want to do for DMV Coffee. I have a list of ideas, like just like not like I call them dumb ideas, but just like random stuff, like 2 o'clock in the morning, I wake up and I just write it down and go back to sleep kind of thing. And like, we're able to like implement that in a new way. That's kind of what we've been able to do.
How have you, Chris, dealt with talking to like bigger sponsors, like your partnership with Seattle Coffee Gear, for example?
Do you mean how did that relationship happen, or do you mean what was our like conversation like when we were first introduced?
How about let's go, how did that happen?
It was because we started our partnership with Malkunig USA for the commercial gear program that we have, which is weird because it doesn't have a get you type name like everything else does. But Seattle Coffee Gear heard about that somehow via interwebs, and I struck up a conversation with Hannah and Kelly. Of course, I reached out to some other like coffee comrades that have done work with Seattle Coffee Gear in the past to kind of like vet them. And then that was that. I think I don't know, anytime I like, or we approach like a meeting with a bigger sponsor, I still very much try to like be myself, and not, like change who I am, not, like I'm not gonna code switch to talk to any company. And I think that might take some people aback at first. But with Seattle Coffee Gear, it wasn't like that at all. It was just like hanging out with some friends after our first couple of meetings, and we still talk. And they're still like very much helping us. So it's been really good.
That's good. It seems to me that in the first couple of minutes of talking to someone, you can get a pretty good sense of if they need you to change to suit their mission, or if they're actually there to support your mission.
Yeah.
That's probably a thing that people have to learn to feel out in conversations, but I imagine that is a resource that the two of you could probably provide if somebody wanted to get in touch about that outside of this session. Okay, we have about 6 minutes left. I'm really interested in the idea of mutual aid being a way that we each take responsibility for caring for each other. And I think that connects to me, as I mentioned in my email to you guys, to the idea of a scarcity mindset versus an abundance mindset. And right now, we're in a time of bizarre scarcity. There's scarce physical contact with people, there's scarce like just interpersonal contact, there's job scarcity, there's health scarcity. And yet the two of you have found ways to tap into huge areas of abundance. And I think that is probably really motivating to a lot of people, and probably also feels to some people watching, I'm gonna just assume, like a much bigger thing than just like solving a problem. So in our last couple of minutes, I want to do some like quick draw, fast answering.
Lightning round, let's get it.
Lightning round, that's right. All right.
Can we do that, Adam?
I don't think so. Like we just like to talk. So like we'll see what happens.
we're gonna do like whatever kind of lightning we can do, and then we'll leave them wanting more,
Slow
and
lightning.
then that's how things really snowball, right? Okay. Let's go 1 or 2 top tips for getting started.
Honestly, just do it. Just like don't think about it. Don't like just get out there and do it. Like,
Yeah.
That's it. Like
wow.
Once you get that first thing done, people will come, especially like if you're doing good work, or like people will come and want to help you. Like just do it. Don't think about it. Just get out there and do it. Buy the domain, get the Instagram account, whatever you have to do, just get out there and do it, honestly.
And like be relentless with your asks, like especially at first, because you need to, but also the worst thing that someone could do in this situation is say no.
And
so don't stop asking.
And also like no means you're right where you started. You're not losing anything by somebody saying no to you.
Not a damn thing. Yeah.
Excellent. Okay. Any big areas of need or challenges or problems that you see that you'd like someone else to tackle?
I'm very much looking forward to the return, whenever they're ready, of Coffee at Large.
Yeah.
Because I think that the thing that, maybe Get You doesn't do, maybe we do some of it, and like GoFundMe doesn't do as much of, is teaching or helping folks organize within their companies, like especially cafe workers. Even if they're working in a non-union state, there's a way to come together and be powerful and make things happen. So I'm looking forward to Coffee at Large. Also, like, I think that Stay Grounded is amazing, and I'm looking forward to seeing what else happens and hopefully being a part of that somehow.
We got some stuff coming. We'll talk.
Yeah. Okay.
But also to like Coffee at Large, really great, organized within companies, is something that like we're seeing is really necessary in the coffee industry, that like folks need to be able to collectively bargain with their employer, because there's a lot of bad employers out there. Story on the timeline earlier today about bad employers. And one thing, like honestly, to like kind of mirror what Chris said, is that we don't do education a lot. We have a lot of educators or former educators on the board, but education is the thing that we do, and that's the thing that Get You does. And like, I really love that, and I can't wait to see where that goes. Like, they have 2 really great educators on their staff.
And now we all have computers.
Yeah, exactly.
Right? We can actually make content.
I'm really excited to see where that
Not
goes.
just making TikToks.
Yeah, like there's a lot of that. There's also just I would like to see more folks helping companies get better, which I know there's some stuff like that are people that are out there doing, because like our focus with GFB, and I think Chris's focus also will Get You, is like really on the barista, the hourly coffee professional, like that person. And like, it's in our mission statement, like, we are hourly coffee professionals. That's who we help. But like, management needs help. Management training needs like a shake up, because a lot of people don't know how to manage, and I think that a lot of people don't know how to own the coffee shop. Like, there's good owners out there for sure, but there's a lot more bad ones. So getting people like ownership and management training would be like clutch.
Okay. I feel like I'm on NPR. Last few seconds. Can I have one or 2 favorite ways to replenish yourselves as you're doing all of this work?
Sitting in front of the space heater in the dark is like top level for me. Also binging 90 Day Fiance. Anyone tuning in wants to do that with me, hit me up.
I watch TV. I've been watching the Marvel movies and TV shows in chronological order, which is, it's taking longer than I thought it was going to take, but it's also just like, right now in this world, it's a world where Iron Man exists, so I don't have to like get freaked out when people aren't wearing masks. You know what I mean? But also, like, for somebody as online as I am, I log off a lot. Like I just spend time like not being online and not being in the same room with my phone has been helpful. And also just like having a really good group of friends that like reach out to me and say like, hey, are you okay? You seem overworked, or you seem tired, like rest. Have you eaten today? Are you drinking water? Kind of thing. That's kind of what I do.
Excellent. Friends, it has been a pleasure talking with you today. Friends who are watching, you heard it from them. Sit in front of a space heater, get some water, have some food, turn off the internet, and then get started. Yeah. You can do it. Awesome. Thanks, everyone.
Hi, thank you for coming to my presentation. My name is David Tortellini. I'm a graduate student at Old Dominion University's Institute for the Humanities, where I focus on food and new media studies. Heads up, in this presentation, we're going to be looking at some Instagram posts that link city location as well as personal individual pages. So for their privacy and safety, I have redacted that information. Thank you. In this presentation, we are going to be looking at how 4 posts which are going to be representative of the coffee industry, both locally and nationally, played a part in not only the social activism efforts immediately after the murder of George Floyd, but also serve as blueprints that not only other individuals in the coffee industry, but also in other businesses and life in general can follow. And when it comes to creating posts about social activism on their social media pages. I'm also going to be blending the academic and coffee world. So we're going to be seeing this blend through the use of some terms I'm going to be mentioning, as well as concepts of power and also the meaning of posts. We're going to be looking at the works of Sophia Noble and Christian Fuchs when we are going to be using an academic lens of engagement, and I'm going to be mentioning when each scholars could be representative of these key concepts. Also, we're going to be looking at everything through Instagram. I could have gone through Twitter, I could have looked at Facebook, or even personal blogs, but I felt like Instagram was a great source of not only pulling amazing, powerful photos and comments and content, but also because of how last year during COVID, Instagram played an integral part in highlighting these social injustices in the social activism movement. So let's take a look. A key concept of this presentation is we're going to be looking at how power is balanced in these social media posts. And power imbalanced and power balances is something that I'm going to be drawing from Christian Fuchs from. He looks at how social media can be considered asymmetrical. I like to call it unbalanced, where you see Fortune 500 key influencers or bloggers or even individuals in the industry, as well as key manufacturers, have the most power when it comes to people engaging with the pages, people following them, and as well as highlighting how the trends are going to be. And then, which causes a reciprocal effect, where you're going to be noticing similar posts by the rest of the industry. We're going to be looking at how these 4 posts are engaging with this unbalance and trying to make social media a little bit more balanced place, where you see users who are traditionally marginalized and minority have a space where they can talk about their actions, their community, and their engagement. Also, we're going to be looking at how these posts are local and national. Like I said, we're going to be looking at the local level of the barista as well as the local coffee shop, and national with the globally recognized coffee roaster and the specialty media outlet. And this presentation is also going to be very, very important to take a look at the language used in the posts. We're going to look at how respect and reverence is used, and how meaning and power is created in these posts. This is where the work of Sophia Noble plays in, where we are looking at how other members in the industry, in our case the specialty coffee industry, after the murder of George Floyd, they made posts that felt kind of empty. They felt like they were doing it to appease the wider audience and community, and they did not care that much. Well, these posts were the exact opposite. They show how much they care about the communities, both locally, nationally, and globally, but also their employees as well. So without further ado, let's take our first observation. Let's take a look at the local barista. His name is Mikey. He gave me written permission to use his name, but I still decided to redact any signifiers of where he lives and his personal Instagram page. In this post, Mikey was a manager at the time at a locally well-known roaster and coffee shop. We are looking at how Mikey created engagement both within the community, but also on the digital space through his actions. If you look, it talks about how Mikey created a fundraiser, but he also did a community organization event that drew hundreds of people, local politicians, activists associated with larger national organizations, and media outlets. A barista is being highlighted in this post, of course. The barista, you can see by him slinging drinks. But also, what we are seeing is that he is being part of the conversation of creating community. Of course, Mikey is, without fail to mention, is a minority, not only in the coffee industry, but considered a normative society. And in this post, it gives not only power to Mikey, but it also gives him reverence, because now Mikey is not called the minority of our minority manager. They could have said no, to talk about our manager. And also in this post where you see him created by the barista, you see how Mikey is highlighted for his community and local involvement. This is what other influencers, other baristas, even everyday people can follow. Because it does not talk about how I feel this, I feel that. No, it talks about how actions were created and actions were perpetrated that helped the community, help shed light of the injustices that marginalized and minority individuals in the community go through. Let's take a look at the local coffee shop, where we look at the work of Coboro's Coffee in Norfolk, Virginia. Coboro's had only been open for less than 6 months when George Floyd was murdered. Coboro's is still a fledgling shop, gaining traction in the Hampton Roads community. And they made a fundraiser. They made a post about their fundraising efforts, where they raised over $900 in about 3 hours. That's amazing for any shop, big or international, to do in 3 hours. And what's great about this post is that this is something local businesses, fellow coffee shops, and even regional businesses can follow, where you see a company not talking about their efforts as community leaders, but instead talking about how they helped facilitate a fundraiser where proceeds went directly to an organization that they linked. They were upfront and honest where the money went. They could have said we were donating it to a local charity, but instead they showed the charity that they were donating it to, not only for transparency, but also to show that they are engaging members in the local communities. They want to help out marginalized and minority bodies and help create change. And also that this is something small businesses can do quite easily. Because if you look at the end, they do think out and call out their local community. They are drawing the proverbial line in the sand, saying, this is where our community lies. These are the people that we want to come into the shop because they have the same ideas and beliefs with us, and we care so much about that we are willing to lose customers and followers on not only our social media pages, but also at the shop in general, because we want to help out our community more than we want to help ourselves, which is great. Now let's look at the globally acclaimed coffee roaster, Brandywine. Brandywine, they are a great blueprint for larger regional, national, and global businesses and roasters and shop chains can follow. Because if you take a look, they are highlighting a product that they created that people all over the world can buy. They're talking about a product that not only people can hold on to and say, this is my tangible efforts in the fundraising, but also show, hey, this is my coffee purchase. This is who it is directly helping out. Because like the Carolus brothers, Brandywine is highlighting the fact that they are going to be transparent with the businesses that they donate to. They are carefully selecting businesses that help out not only their local communities, but also the global communities as well. This is really important in these posts because a coffee shop doesn't necessarily have to have the affordability to be transparent. They have to be transparent because customers would hold them accountable. And they are not only holding themselves accountable, but also holding the rest of the industry accountable when doing this. Because they are saying, we care not only about our local, but also our national organizations and our national partners. And like the Carolus company, even like Mikey, they're drawing that proverbial line in the sand, saying, this is how we feel about these injustices. This is where we stand, and we are going to be unwavering about where we stand. And this is how other businesses can follow. Because you're seeing other businesses who have profited directly from the murder of George Floyd by raising and creating product and revenue. That's saying they're going to be donating, but you necessarily don't know who are they going to be donating it to, where, why they are donating it to. In this, they are creating transparency. They are creating honesty up front. Now let's take a look at our final post. Our final post is representative of specialty coffee industry media outlets. So we're going to be looking at Sprudge. Sprudge is great because other niche or specialty media outlets and other industries such as surfing, such as sports, even wine, the restaurants, even clothing can follow because they do have the same ethical boundaries and guidelines that major media outlets have to follow, but they can also have the affordability to be slightly more skewed. And this post of Sprudge is doing a ton by giving up their power, privilege, and space for minority and marginalized bodies to be highlighted. If you look, they even say it's continuing because even to this exact moment of presentation to y'all, Sprudge is still highlighting and linking pages of minority and marginalized baristas, organizations, shops, roasters, every aspect of the coffee industry, they have highlighted. They have created space. They have used their power and privilege to create a space where others can be not only highlighted, but also shown to the rest of the world, where they are being shown to tens of thousands of viewers who are subscribers to the Sprudge. That's a reach that they may not necessarily have had before Sprudge's highlighting of them. So it's big. It's big that other media outlets can do the same thing. They can follow that. All they have to do is create posts. And that's something I want to highlight about all four of these posts. That these blueprints aren't necessarily you have to buy extra equipment. You have to put money down to create this post. These are free posts. The hardest thing is creating the wording where the power is not given back to the company, but it's to the others, it's to the marginalized, it's to the minority bodies and organizations. We're looking at these posts are being created, they're not empty posts. Like I was when I was referencing Sophia Noble, these are posts that are full of power, they have a punch to them because you are noticing that they have content that tells a story, creates an action. It's an action, what I mean is by people purchasing a bag of coffee, people linking, liking, and following the organization they may have linked, or even coming back to the shop knowing that they are creating space for marginalized and minority bodies. And this is really important because this is a blueprint that everybody can follow. The coffee industry can follow this. The sports industries, such as, like I said, surfing, soccer, restaurant industries, the wine industry, even the clothing industry, or even the plants. Like these are, or even the everyday person. The everyday person when we look at Mikey's posts and Mikey's actions. These are just a few. I could have picked others. And I looked at others. It's just these four had the most impact and power when I looked at them. These four are great examples because they are not only clear cut, but they also help drive the message home of accountability, of how these actions talking about these tough subjects are going to be observed from then on these pages, and you have seen this happening then on from these pages. This presentation, of course, can be looked at as power dynamics, engagement with meaning of posts, but also we should look at these posts as activism. These are spaces where these four bodies become activists. They become part of the larger picture of creating change, creating safe spaces. And in the end, we should realize these are posts made by brave individuals. People willing to separate themselves from normative society who thought these injustices were okay. They don't. And thank you for coming to this presentation. Have a great day.
Hello, my name is Renardo Ovalle. I'm the third generation of coffee producers in Huehuetenango, Guatemala. We have 3 farms, Finca La Bolsa, Finca El Rincón, and Finca Terrazas, where we produce washed honey and natural coffees. I will show you now a video of our plantations. It's been almost 1 year since we experienced the first lockdown due to pandemic. We were nearly finishing the harvest season 2020 when we start to prepare the coffees to export, and we got some delays due to shipping companies were not able to work at full capacity. And another issue that we experienced in the past season was that we got almost double of rainfall, and it affected the plantations with some increase in rust disease. But so far we made it, and we export the coffees. And the quality was good. Now in 2021, we started the season about 1 month ago, in the late last December, and we got some delays in the season due that we have some lack of labor in order that to pick the coffees. And we got also some rainfall during the season, and but now climate is improving now, and we are able to dry the coffees. And so far we experienced that The quality is good or better than last year. The copying quality is doing very well. And one of the challenges that we have for this season is to export the coffees on time. And I hope that in the consuming countries, the pandemic lockdowns will improve in order that demand of the coffee will improve as well. So I'm happy that you can try our coffees from this season. Thank you for your attention, and you can reach us on our website, vides58.com, and our social media.
There's a place where the mist of dawn feeds the soul of the land. A place where nature and good people live in perfect harmony. There's a place where an overwhelming sense of calm and reflection is transmitted to everything we do. In here, time goes slower, and we are diligent explorers on a constant journey to shape our family's future. What we have created during the last 6 decades is a Guatemalan coffee company like no other. A company with a profound sense of tradition, with a knack for innovation, precision, and quality. As third-generation coffee farmers, we have been bestowed the responsibility of producing the best coffee possible. For us, this is not a marketing slogan, a competitive claim, or a quarterly goal. For us, this is real. It is actually how we live our lives, and that is reflected in our relationship with people and communities we work with, and how we grow, harvest, sort, and choose our beans. Our respect for the land and history of this place trumps our role as producers. We embrace a very simple philosophy. Together, we can create sustainable practices and a quality over quantity culture that actually develop and empower every person involved in the process. Our approach is reflected in the people we work with. We are passionate yet practical. We understand the value of things. We believe in fairness and respect. We honor our history while keeping our eyes on the future. We treasure long-term relationships. With these beliefs as a compass, we know we're not just producing coffee or the best coffee possible. We dream and think we're changing the way our collaborators, our communities, and you see coffee culture and its place in the world. We love what we do and want to share that with you. Welcome.
Hey there, I'm Evermeister, and I don't know whether we've ever gotten a chance to meet, but I'm really glad to have the opportunity to sit here and talk to you today. So I've been both a coffee professional and a journalist for about 20 years now, and I do those jobs kind of simultaneously. Currently I have 2 roles, both with the company called Cafe Imports. My primary role is as the Director of Education, which means I use my journalistic skills to essentially investigate and research various things about coffee, and then I take whatever I've learned and turn it into resources that are accessible and hopefully relevant to coffee professionals around the world. So my other role with the company is as editorial manager, which basically means that I oversee the content that we put out, the words on our website and on our blog, our harvest reports, our Instagram captions, and any message that you might get from us on Instagram, captions for our YouTube videos, and probably most importantly, the coffee traceability profiles for every coffee that Cafe Imports sells. That means when you're buying a coffee from us or when you're looking up more information about a coffee from us and you find things like the farm details, the elevation, the varieties, the story of the farm, maybe the details about the processing, I'm responsible for all of that. All of this is to basically say that I spend my entire days thinking about coffee, and I spend a good deal of my time thinking about how to write about and describe coffee. One of the things that I've learned over the course of my career as a professional communicator and writer is that language is really powerful, and it not only has the ability to influence what we believe, but it also fundamentally has the ability to influence how we behave. So for this session today, what I want to do is look at some of the examples of things that I have written or said in the past and offer some reflections on why I've let my thinking evolve about the ways that I describe coffee or the ways that I approach writing about coffee. I'm interested these days in also changing my behavior. It's important for me to think about the impact that my language has. And in thinking more critically about the significance of language, especially in marketing, I've really come to consider that I've been doing it wrong. And I want to show some examples from my own personal experience to hopefully start a conversation about the language that we have used in the past and maybe find a way to evolve the way that we describe coffee so that we can push the industry forward towards something more equitable, more sustainable, and overall more ethical. So first of all, I realize that it seems super obvious to say that language is important, but I do want us to unpack that idea a little bit. And it's easiest for us to use coffee as an example because it's what I know that we have in common. So let's first think about the ways that we use language to set expectations. This is a really obvious example in the coffee industry. When you pick up a bag of beans, you're probably going to read tasting notes on the side of that bag. Those tasting notes set an expectation for you. First of all, they'll probably tell you whether or not you can expect to like the coffee inside. If there are words described on that bag that you know that you don't prefer, you'll probably put the bag down and buy another one. We all know that if you read flavor notes on a bag, 9 times out of 10, you're going to go home and try and find those flavor notes in the cup, right? But you might also convince yourself that you found them when you haven't. So that's one direct example. Another example of the impact of language is that it sets a tone for our businesses and for our industry as a whole. Think about the number of specialty coffee companies whose mission statements you've read that say something like, "We value sustainability, service, and quality." Those words, sustainability, service, quality, they get repeated so many times by like-minded companies in the industry that they're values that we've actually come to associate with specialty coffee in general. And finally, of course, our language has impact over other people's behavior, which is why marketing exists. We describe coffee in the hopes that someone will come and buy it. It also has the power to create trends and to influence companies to follow suit. The trends that we create because we see that customers respond to certain types of language and certain types of products that are described with certain types of language has impact over our behavior as well as an industry. It'll impact what we buy, how we buy it, how we sell it, and who we sell it to. So in order to examine all of these different areas of why I think language is important, I want us to get into the Wayback Machine together. We're actually not going to go that long ago, but we are going to look into my own personal archives as a writer and see if we can pull out some examples of places where, thankfully, I feel like my language has really evolved. And I want to give you some insight into why I've tried to actively change the use of certain words and certain terms in order to really push myself to push others to make the industry slightly more equitable. So the first of these examples that I want to read for you is from my writing about the history of coffee, and specifically the history of how coffee arrived in coffee-growing countries. So let me read you a direct quote. So here's something that I wrote in a page about the history of coffee in El Salvador. Coffee was planted and cultivated here mostly for domestic consumption, starting in the mid-1700s. So let's unpack that sentence just a little bit before we move on to the next example. Coffee was planted and cultivated here, but I don't say by whom, and I don't say under what circumstances. Now let's explore the second half of that sentence. Mostly for domestic consumption. Whose domestic consumption? In El Salvador, in the mid-1700s? Who do I think I'm writing about? Let's move on to the next example to see if we can get a little bit more explicit. This one is about the history of coffee in Guatemala. Coffee came to Guatemala in the late 18th century, as it did to many other Central and South American countries. Coffee came to Guatemala makes it sound a little bit like coffee just blew in on a breeze and spontaneously sprouted out of a field somehow. What is it that I'm avoiding saying? What I'm avoiding saying is that coffee didn't blow in on a breeze, it rode in on a wave of really brutal colonization. In many cases, it came as a forced crop that created slavery conditions for millions of native people while making white settlers rich. Now, I can understand not wanting to sell colonialism in a coffee cup, but what is the impact of my not being explicit about saying where coffee actually came from? I think that my avoidance of these terms actually has a really significant impact over the ways that we look at coffee today. I don't know how much you know about the actually quite violent colonial history of coffee around the world, but the conditions that coffee growers exist in today are directly related to a lot of that colonial history. By not mentioning that in these descriptions of where coffee comes from, I'm allowing us to ignore the fact that this is an ancient history and it still is affecting contemporary history. The colonial history of coffee can be quite bleak, but I do think that it's our responsibility as people who work in this industry today, as we explore the myriad complicated issues that are facing coffee growers specifically, it's our responsibility to know it, to learn it, to live with it, and to acknowledge it whenever we can. It's not going to be easy and it's not going to be pretty, but these days I try not to whitewash where coffee came from and how it started to be grown around the world, because I think that that information is very important when we look at the way that coffee farmers are having to still fight for representation, for equity in the supply chain, for power in these relationships. I'll try and provide some resources for you if you want to learn more about the history of colonialism in coffee. There's lots of different things to read, lots of different people who are talking about it and leaving a history behind. And now is the time to really brush up on that history, because I think it's important that we start to incorporate that understanding into the descriptions that we write on our websites and on our packaging and things like that. Okay, number 2 in the list of things that I hope have evolved in my own language. The use of our farmers, as in, our farmers are dedicated and passionate about specialty coffee, or our farmers turned in a really great crop this year. What's the problem with using the word our? It immediately implies ownership for one thing, right? That a little bit calls back to the earlier point. It also implies that those farmers have some reason to feel beholden to us or grateful to us. It also implies maybe that we're in charge, our farmers. Who's in the position of power in a phrase like that? I'll tell you the exact moment that I realized that this type of phrasing was really problematic, and it's not a great story to tell on myself, but I'll tell it anyway. I was at an event and I was talking to a peer in the industry, and they mentioned seeing another importing company that was selling coffee that was grown by a husband and wife team that my company has been buying coffee from for years. My immediate reaction was to feel jealous. Well, how could they sell to them? As soon as it came out of my mouth, I realized that I was being absurd. First of all, because I'm one of the people in the world who's saying very loudly, coffee producers need to earn more money in order to survive. Well, what if this other company had offered them more money for their coffee? What if they sold coffee that they don't usually sell to us to them? Or what if they just like someone there and they want to work with both of us? At the end of the day, it was so significant to recognize that using language like our, even though I know fundamentally and truthfully they don't belong to us, it had gotten its hooks in me somehow, so that I could feel jealous, I could feel entitled, I could feel betrayed. These days I try to use slightly more awkward but definitely more accurate terms, like the farmers whose coffee we buy, or the producers who grew the coffee we bought. Okay, so this brings us to number 3. This is one I'm still actively struggling with, so I'm actually using this video as a way to ask you to help me, because I'm going to need some reinforcement and I'm going to need some challenging. And that's the word partnership. Partnership is probably the most overused word in specialty coffee, maybe second only to quality. And I've probably written it 40 times today as I was just going about my day doing my job. It's so easy to say we build partnerships with farmers all around the world, or our producer partner in Guatemala did XYZ. But I really want us to stop and think about what the word partnership means and what it implies. When I started to think about it, I realized that the word partnership has something of a two-way street element built in. It implies a sense of commitment, it implies transparent communication, it implies collaboration, a plan for conflict resolution, and compromise. right? That's what partnership implies. When we use the word partner or partnership to describe what are actually just transactional relationships, it sends the wrong message to the consumer, but it also kind of excuses us from doing the work of really evaluating what those relationships are like. Here's an example for you. If I cup a coffee that I think is great, and I say, I want to buy that, so I buy that producer's coffee once, does that make me their partner, or does it make me their customer? Now let's say I also buy their coffee the next year and the next year, but I don't have any direct communication with that farmer at all, and all the information that I have about them comes from a secondhand source. Does that make it a partnership, or am I just a regular customer? Now, if I want to take that relationship to the next level, what does that look like? Does it look like having a direct line of communication to that producer, getting to know them a little? Does it look like asking them what they need? Does it look like visiting them or sending a message? Does it look like sending their coffee back so that they can experience what I've done with it as a roaster? Does it look like having a plan in place to continue to support them when quality is down some year? Not every single coffee buying relationship is a partnership, just like not everybody I've ever dated was my partner. Knowing the difference in life and in coffee is really important, and being sure that we use the language appropriately will send the right message. So again, I'm really not great at this, and I still fall back on the word partnership, in part because I don't really know yet what to replace it with. And I think that a lot of that has to do with the ways that we romanticize and think about these relationships and the ways that we interact with coffee farmers. So I definitely want you to feel free to call me out when I'm using the word partnership in a way that doesn't seem like it is calibrated. But I also want to say that now, when I sit down to write about a relationship that we have, I ask myself a kind of checklist of questions. Is this a real partnership, or is this a more surface level business transaction? Okay, you've made it this far. We've got one more example, and it's an area of language that I'm trying really hard to extract myself from. Saviorism. When I say saviorism, I mean any language that describes the buyer in the situation as a hero or even as a helper, especially when they're working with people from marginalized or underprivileged or oppressed communities in coffee growing countries. It is really embarrassing to share with you examples of ways that I've used saviorism in my language, but I think it's important that you have something very specific to identify with that idea. So here we go. So the first one would be an example like, and this is something I've written many times, the producer was paid a premium for their high quality coffee, and they used that premium to invest in buying a new wet mill for their farm. Now, what does that tell the reader? It tells the reader that without this particular purchase, that farmer wouldn't have a new wet mill. It also implicitly tells the reader that we approve of the use of the funds toward a new wet mill. That's where it starts to get especially dangerous. When's the last time you had to justify what you used your hard-earned money for? What if this producer wanted to take their family to the beach or buy a new TV? Would that make us feel less like heroes in this story? Why do we need to be heroes in this story? And also, what gives us the right to decide whether or not a producer is making good or bad decisions with their money? It's their money. For me, this reflection is completely intertwined with the other reflections that I've shared about ownership, about power, about who gets to be the arbiter of what is appropriate for producers to do with their money or with their coffee or with their lives. I realized that in order for me to truly believe and truly embody the shift in power that I believe needs to happen in the industry, I needed to also change the way that I use language to describe those relationships. Another example is whenever I've used the words humble or proud to describe a coffee farmer. My use of a term like that reinforces the idea that the producer should be grateful, rather than maybe feeling frustrated that they don't have more, or frustrated that they don't earn more money for their coffee, or angry in general at the way that the system is designed to keep information and access away from them. There's nothing wrong with being proud. It's where the assessment is coming from that makes it kind of dangerous, just like it's dangerous for us to be the arbiters of appropriateness when it comes to the use of funds. So what can I say instead? I could always describe coffee farmers as our equals in the business of coffee. I could also focus on the more technical aspects of the production of the coffee, the elevation, the varieties, the things that I already know are more relevant to the roaster. I can avoid things that sound romantic but are actually more invasive. And of course, I could ask the producer themselves how they want to be depicted, and I can ask them to do the writing too. That only works if you actually have a partnership. Are you starting to see a theme? Anyway, it feels really vulnerable to share these examples with you, but I really hope that you're able to see some areas where I hope that our language can evolve, and I hope that this is just the start of a conversation about the evolution of the way that we describe coffee as a real tool to push the industry toward a more equitable and sustainable place. I really believe that language has the power to not only change belief, but also fundamentally to change behavior. And I would love to keep talking about this and workshopping more of the language that we think needs to evolve. Please consider me just an email away. I would love to hear your feedback. I love to be called out and challenged. I really want to learn, and I really want us all to do better as an industry, because I believe that coffee can actually be a force for good, whether or not that sounds naive. So please feel free to ping me anytime. I'm meister@cafeimports.com, and I would love to talk about language with you. Until next time, I'm wishing you good words, good deeds, and great coffee.
We don't have much time here, so if I look at all interesting to you, please feel free to chime in for a couple of seconds while I'll tell you what my deal is. In October, I decided to launch my own coffee training business. I specialize in online barista training events and sensory development, and also other things. I also own my own online coffee store, where I sell whole beans, coffee equipment, mugs, and more. Oh my! Occasionally, I'll make a funny video to try to win your approval and make you laugh. But most of all, my mission is to make coffee training more accessible to all levels of coffee brewers. I also don't like to shame people, because I've been there, done that, and don't like it. Anyways, if I'm at all appealing to you, allow me to entertain you by cupping this coffee while on roller skates. Please feel free to follow me on Instagram to learn more about what my deal is, and buy some coffee from me at Casey Makes Coffee, CaseyMakes.coffee. This is a light body. I'm definitely getting like a banana-like acidity, kind of like pudding. Like there's something there, but it's really mold.
Welcome to this presentation about coffee science. And this presentation is going to be about the method of science, and more specifically called research design. In Coffee Mind, we work with education, consultancy, and research, and we are integrating those three activities, and that's why we are guided by truth and relevance. It seems like some really idealistic concepts, but you'll see in this presentation that we really adhere to these principles throughout our activities. So why talk about scientific methodology? Well, it seems to be extremely demanded by the global coffee community. Everybody wants science to be part of their explanations and results. And also in most books, they would refer to science in the first chapters, typically actually some chemistry. And the coffee community and the universities that the coffee community often frequent, they focus a lot on research results rather than the method with which these results came about, which leads to a lot of misunderstandings in the community and wrong claims, and also a lot of confusion. And also, I think we've seen the last many years that a lot of the institutions who should provide us with a lot of research for the community, which would be useful for us in our daily lives, unfortunately spend a lot of their time on internal politics and also to find big funding rather than just get a lot of really useful small scientific experiments done for the benefit of the community. And so this presentation focuses on methodology and how it can help us clarify misunderstandings. And I really hope that science methodology will be something we discuss much more in the community, rather than trying to bang each other in the heads with results from this article or that article, rather than understanding what does it actually say, this article. So just a bit of background about me. I'm the founder of Coffee Mind. It was founded around 2015 with the employment of Ida Steen. I have a master's degree in biology and philosophy. And I came into the coffee world by complete coincidence, because in 2004, when I still studied, I did a presentation on the chemistry of espresso brewing. And also later I started to do a biochemical model of cappuccino foam, really started to understand this together with the professor of dairy technology, Richard Ibsen at Food Science in Copenhagen. In 2005, I wrote my master's thesis, and that was something completely different. That was actually philosophy of science, which is a bit related to what we're going to speak to here. And what I analyzed was meditation methods analyzed by Western cognitive science, which is two very different methods that went into a dialogue and have provided a lot of research so far, objective research about subjectivity, which is a pretty interesting challenge for science. Then when I graduated, I was employed at Contra Coffee as a roast master. I never roasted a single bean, but because of this weird project I did, people in the specialty coffee community heard about me, and since I didn't have any other plans, I just was employed as a coffee roaster in 2005 at Contra, where I'm actually filming this movie or video right now. So in 2007, I wanted to go back to some more academic work, but also my freelance life started there. I started teaching coffee roasting at London School of Coffee in 2007. That was really early days of coffee roasting education. And I started this education based on a trip to South Korea, where I was hired by Macanta, the Coffee Hunters, as a consultant. And when I came back, I realized that I actually created some slides during that consultancy trip that could be translated directly into a one-day coffee roasting course. And at the same time, in 2007, I wanted to go a bit back to the academic lifestyle, or not lifestyle, but academic activities. So I was employed as a part-time as an assisting teacher in medical research design and statistics at the university. And also I started to manage Contra's coffee school, so the barista school. I did a lot of barista education together with Troels Overdal Poulsen, the 2005 World Barista Champion, who was also in Contra. And in 2014 to 18, I was appointed to develop the three-level system of SCAE's coffee roasting curriculum after Philip Åkerblom. And at the same time, I also was part-time employed by SCAE at the University of Copenhagen in a part-time position, where I basically convinced master's thesis students to do research projects about coffee, because that was pre-funded time, and we got a lot of really good, we got almost 25 research projects done in 4 years, of which 8 are now scientifically published, and we actually have a few more coming. So that was a bit about my background for speaking about this. And I'd like to speak about scientific methodology based on research design, because there's actually some really clear-cut concepts for what makes a project scientific and not. And here you can see it's a pretty simple model. Well, it's at least simple enough to be on just one slide. And you can see in a scientific experiment, you've got some input parameters, you have some conditions that you feed the system with, and then the interesting thing is, how does the system respond? And you measure that response with the output parameters. So you can see, for example, your input parameters could be different types of green coffees, it could be different roast profile, it could be different brew recipes, it could be a lot of different things. And then you can see you create a set of samples, and these samples have to be different on one and only one of the input parameters, because you want to see how each and every of these input parameters affect the system. And it's fine that you've got different samples, but they can only be different on one parameter at the time. Otherwise, you don't know, if you change two at the time, you don't know which of those two was driving the difference in the output parameters that you saw. So that's the everything else equal principles. The difference between these, they have to be related to the research questions. You need to introduce some interesting differences in the input parameters that are related specifically to the research question. What is it that you want to know from this experiment? So it has to be very specific, the input parameters, and it also needs to be specific what you measure. And this can be physical properties, chemical properties, visual properties, sensory properties of the system. So you've got basically input parameters, and then you've got parameters coming out, and the samples are measured with the output parameters, and they are different with regards to this to the input parameters. So you can see the input parameters needs to be very specific, and they have to be objective, which means that they can't be biased or confounded. There cannot be any unknown variation in the system, or at least if there is, it needs to be equaled out on all the samples. And then it's very important that the data structure needs to be predefined so that you are sure that you have a very specific research question that designs everything you do. It really determines everything you do in your experiment. And you also need to have a hypothesis. And this hypothesis needs to be based on known scientific principles and also current relevant scientific literature. So you cannot just, it's really wise to know the field that you're exploring to make sure that your hypothesis is based on common scientific principles as such, but also based on what's already done in exactly that field. But both of those aspects are important. And then when it comes to the output parameters, you need to really make sure that you are measuring what's relevant for the research question. And you also already have a data collection structure that is very specific for what you are analyzing. And then the statistics is all about is, could the outcome be a coincidence? Sometimes people measure something and then they just look at the results and then they think, oh, that's a great conclusion. But really, if they did exactly the same again, they might come out with a different result, or the opposite result actually, doing exactly the same. And this is where all this estimation and variation and things like that comes in. And this is really what statistics is about, is understanding how much noise is there on the signal coming out. And can I really trust that signal, even though there's a bit of fluctuation if I even did exactly the same experiment again. So this is the basic model of a scientific experiment that I'll refer to later in this presentation. I'd like to speak a bit about subjective experience and how you can actually do science about a subjective experience, because we are challenged with this a lot doing sensory science, of course. So normally you have in philosophy, you have a subject and an object. So if you have an experience, there's somebody, that's the subject, experiencing something which is the object. And in scientific experience, you can have an objective observation or an objective conclusion if you have a proper methodology. So it's the methodology that makes your conclusions objective, even though a scientist has to admit that what they experience is of course a subjective experience, but what makes the conclusion objective is the method with which they have observed and concluded. So because the ideal here, and that comes from positivism in the 19th century, that the observation, if it's indeed scientific, means that somebody else, somewhere else, knows enough exactly what you did so that they would get the same experience if they did the same experiment that you did. So that's really the key of a scientific observation, is that you have specified enough exactly what you did so somebody else can replicate your experiment and would get the same result. That's really at the core of objectivity, that the method will make sure that you can observe the same even if it's somebody else who found this to be true. So that's an early theory of science tradition called positivism that came in the 19th century. And and your observations and your conclusion needs to be based on intuitively true basic concept linked to a method. And in sensory science, it looks like this. How can you have objective conclusions about a sensory experience, which is actually a subjective experience, of course? So here you can see the scientist on the left on the slide is a subject, obviously. But the scientist has got a method with which they can observe and do objective conclusions. And the object of scrutiny here is a coffee taster. Somebody tastes a cup of coffee, which is the object of the sensory scientist. And you can see here there are two fundamentally different concepts that a coffee taster can give the scientist back. There are specific descriptors such as elderflower, bitterness, lemon. That's one type of category of descriptors. And then there's a different one that's very different, which is quality concepts. It's very different, and that's like, how much do you like this? If you report back that I like this on 7 on a scale of 10, for example. That's actually a subjective report of a subjective experience, where elderflower is a subjective report of an objective experience. And it's very important to distinguish between the two, because you can see here subjective claims about objective food substances. That gives the scientist an objective basis, which is the food substance that the coffee taster referred to. Whereas if you have a subjective claim about a subjective concept, then it's more like a consumer experiment that we are dealing with here. So you really have to distinguish between the subject referring to an objective food substance, such as elderflower, bitterness, lemon, acidity, all of those specific sensory descriptors, or if the subject refers to a subjective opinion about this food substance. So, for example, a quantitative descriptive sensory analysis, that is objective data about a product, where a consumer test is an objective data about a taster. So it's objective because it's the scientist with a method looking into this, but it's actually objective data about subjective experience. And this is where the SCA scoring form, for example, confuses the two, because the SCA scoring form for many people is the upper of these methods, where in reality it's the lower, because it not lower in a better sense, but it's actually a consumer test and not an analysis, an objective analysis of the food, the coffee, because it's actually subjective data about the coffee. So that's a very important distinction. And here you can see we have a slide about how descriptors are different. You can see on the base, that's really the solid ground for science, where you have the concrete and very specific references, which makes the data objective through the reference. You can actually find physical substances to refer to, whereas if you cannot calibrate a judge or a panel on clean cup, other than you can convince a panel that the cup that you choose is clean, but that's actually just your subjective experience, where a lemon is a lemon. Of course, there are different lemons, but it's an object that you can calibrate your panel based on. So here you have different levels. So clean cup is perhaps the most abstract we have. even complex and harmonic and balanced, that's subjective descriptors. You cannot build a theory on any of those concepts without remembering that what you're building is exactly a consumer study rather than an objective truth, where you can, with a proper scientific method, you can establish with objectivity that one coffee is more acidic than another. You cannot do that with balance, because balance is always a subjective claim, where acidity is an objective claim. That's very important to understand, and this is where our community hasn't hardly started with this distinction, which is so important if science and the community should ever really talk deeply together with no misunderstanding, science and the coffee community. So a scientific model is based on, it's very important, this principle, that it's based on some simple first principles. So a solid foundation for a scientific explanation rests on a reduction of a problem to first principles. And it needs to be reduced to basic assumptions that cannot be deduced any further, or at least practically doesn't make sense to deduce them any further. So here I have brought an example of a rainbow. You can see a rainbow consists of a lot of different colors or wavelengths. And a scientific method would try to reduce the problem to some really simple elements. And as you can see here, and that's the great thing about the example of the rainbow, this can be done in different ways. So science is not that strict or that closed a system that you cannot deal with a problem in different ways and still claim to be scientific. That's very important. And what's really interesting here is that what fundamental concepts are science based on? And here it's important to remember, and that's this slide is really important, because science is not just one thing as many people would think it is. It might be pretty unified in the methodology, but you can see out of that methodology a lot of different types of sciences has emerged. So if you want to reduce things to the really fundamentals, it's something called superstrings in physics. Unfortunately, the superstrings is such an abstract basic concept that you cannot really use it for many things other than really deep science. Then on top of that, you have the atom. And atoms can then arrange into molecules. And molecules can be small or they can be big. And here you can see, and this is interesting because every time you have a science, you have another science who can emerge from that. So here you can see this is something called emergent properties in systems theory, where what's, for example, the relations between physics and chemistry? Well, the difference is physics deals with atoms and pressure and temperatures and stuff like that are very specific to the atomic level. But chemistry, you have molecules. So here you have atoms that are part of a molecule. And then you have some other concepts emerging that you need to deal with in itself. So here you can see it's the same. You've got, for example, emergent properties. You can understand what's the relationship between a single car and traffic, or between a single tree and the wood, for example, or a single bean and the grade of a coffee, or a single bubble and foam. So sometimes you have a level where you've understood things on a really fundamental level, but then you have emergent properties, and it almost looks like that's the way evolution has started. Started with Big Bang and the superstrings, and then year passed, and then it condensed to atom, and then molecules emerged, and you can see you've got small molecules, and that's physical chemistry. And then you've got bigger molecules called organic chemistry, even bigger molecules called biochemistry. And then on top of that, you've got something called cytology, which is the cellular level. And the whole point here is that cytology is a science in its own right. It's got its own practical fundamental concept that is resting on all the others, but you need cells are organized themselves in a certain way. So you need to understand things on this level. You cannot just study physics and know everything that and then derive what you need to know to understand cytology, and also histology. That's related with tissue, that's the main object. And then you've got physiology, that's organs, and then the organism. So here you can see how different sciences, actually you cannot reduce physiology to just physics. You need to know something more. So it seems like there are things emerging, and this is my whole point. Coffee science often think that as long as I just mention something about chemistry, I'm using the scientific methodology, which is not true. You need to understand what level am I exploring with my research question, and what kind of method is suitable for that question. And then on top of physiology, you have the organism, then you have the individual, then you've got things like psychology. All of a sudden you've got things emerging. So you cannot just be a chemist and then just from all your knowledge about chemistry derive exactly how thoughts, feelings and behavior. That's a science in its own right. And also then you have got group dynamics, that's sociology. So the whole point is here, be a bit careful about just read a scientific article about the chemistry of something and then just think that you can derive everything from that. And this is really a misunderstanding. I often see people talk about chemistry and then as if they are not even worried about how does this actually translate into, for example, the sensory properties of coffee. Because often there's no simple relationship between the chemistry and the sensory properties of a coffee. There are other really nice scientific principles, and there's a pretty old one that's called Occam's razor, and that's simplicity over complexity. So if you've got two explanations that explains the same, and one of the explanations is simpler than the other, according to Occam's razor, you should choose the simpler one. And there is another principle called falsificationism by Karl Popper. That's a pretty recent theory of science movement. It's really interesting because where positivism, as I mentioned earlier, the ideal was that you did an objective observation that was specifically described enough for somebody else to replicate this exact experience. And then Popper was a bit annoyed that there are branches of Marxism and branches of psychology that seems to be able to explain everything. So Popper said, wait a minute, in order for a theory to be good, it's not just enough that it can explain whatever happens. It actually needs to be specific enough to even theoretically be able to imagine a situation where your theory would be wrong. And this is very important because if a theory cannot be wrong, it's because it's not specific enough with regards to the input and or output parameters, nor the hypothesis behind it. And that's very important. For example, gravity, you can see here, if you've got a stone in your hand and you let go, a good theory is able to only explain one of these two events. You can see in scenario number 2, the stone will fall to the ground. In scenario number 2, it actually is just left where you left it in the air. So here everybody knows that scenario number 2 will not happen because of gravity. And that makes gravity a really good theory because at least there are events that you can imagine would disprove or falsify the theory, which would be if the stone was just floating after leaving it. So this can be falsified. A bad theory would be able to explain both. If a theory could both explain if it was just hanging and explain if it fell to the ground, then it's a bad theory. So a theory really needs to take a bit of it needs to be committed to a certain outcome. Otherwise, it's just saying everything about everything and therefore nothing about anything. So the types of method errors that we often see in the community is that people read a lot of scientific journals and then think that just because I've read fragments of the chemistry of something, I can conclude something about the sensory properties of the coffee, which is just often not true. That's why you also need sensory data when you do chemical analysis. And that's very recent that we've seen any of that. And we've actually made this first research on coffee roasting where we both had sensory data and chemical data in the same model. And so, for example, and that's also another common disbelief that we see in all of the certification system, that it's even possible and relevant to train perception of individual organic acids, so formic, acetic, lactic, glycolic, citric, and malic, and to use that skill and information to distinguish between roast profile and even coffee terroir. And we are working on some pretty groundbreaking research that will be released this summer. Another thing that we often hear is that people collect a lot of data. So they write a lot of things down about, for example, water activity, density, or everything they can think of. So they have a huge book with a lot of data, but they never really had a research question and a hypothesis that made them only collect some data, and even collecting them in the relevant way that would be relevant for the question and the hypothesis. So if people just have a lot of data, they actually don't really have anything. And just collecting a lot of data about water activity doesn't make a glance on the data, cannot make your conclusion objective or scientific. So if it's not, if your data collection is not driven by a research question or hypothesis, then you're probably not really providing useful knowledge. So subjective sensory observations is something that every trainer has, and convincing thousands of students that you're right doesn't prove that you're right. I've done this for years, and I better not explain exactly what I've said, but I've been training a lot of people since 2007. I had some things that I said that I think I could taste, and I could convince my students that it was right, but we found that in the research later that it wasn't right. And then I just have to accept that we have disproven some of the things that I've said myself. So, and this is one of the traps that a lot of trainers, they fall into, just because they can convince themselves and their students. That's unfortunately a very bad point of departure for a scientific claim. And overcomplicating concepts is not complying to the scientific method, as I've mentioned with earlier concepts such as Occam's razor and also first principles. So for example, we see this in our roasting training all the time, that we really struggle to make our students focus on the fundamentals rather than some really fluffy concepts that for some reason has been spreading in blogs and in the community. For example, the rate of rise is treated as if it's a separate thing that's important. And there are two problems with this. First of all, it's not really a separate thing because it's something that you already have on the curves. If you look at the curves here, which I've taken from a random student, you can see there are some fluctuations on the rate of rise curve. But all those fluctuations you already have on the curves themselves. You can see them every time. You can see a big, if anything, it's a magnifying glass. And I'm not saying not to measure rate of rise, but it's not a separate thing that you should obsess on. It's something that is magnifying what's going on the curves itself, but it's not a separate event independent of the others. And if anything, it's not the first principle. It's a derivative of two concepts. So rather than going to do a lot of calculations on top, you should rather go down in first courses. And so the first principle thinking would be to go back and see, well, if there are changes in the rate of rise curve, then there must be some fundamental causes. And here it's actually the flame or the temperature difference between air and bean. That's the interesting thing, because that's what's causing the rate of rise to change. So you shouldn't be obsessing on the derivative, but you should go back and look for the causes of what you're looking for, because this is solid ground, where rate of rise is resting on so many other concepts and even are derived from other concepts that it's not a solid ground for theory. And also we've seen another concept. A lot of roast logger software, they talk about development time ratios, and I've really been looking for what it is this theory should predict, and I haven't been able to find any. I haven't been able to find that any specific parameters, particularly the sensory, which sensory descriptors are affected here, and also there are no specific prediction of how those descriptors actually behave. And here, remember that a hypothesis is scientific if and only if it has the potential to be refuted by some possible observation. And if it's not specific when it comes to parameters affected and there are no specific predictions, it's just not a good scientific theory because it doesn't really say anything about anything. So what you should do is to go back to the basic concepts, so the first principles, which is what do we know about chemical reactions? It's actually a very well established field called kinetics, and also basic concepts in physics. So just measuring time and temperature directly, which are very well established physical and chemical predictors of chemical reaction, just measure them. Just look at the curve, look at how the temperature behaves in time. Chemical reactions happen in time and space, and not some mathematical derivative of anything. It actually is the time it spends. It's the same in dairy, for example. If you want to pasteurize milk, you need to leave it for a while. It could be either 15 seconds at 72 degrees or 60 degrees for 30 minutes. That gives you the same result. So it's not some kind of relationship between anything. It's actually the time it spends at the different temperatures. That's well established, which will be the foundation of chemical reactions. So that's another example of a fluffy theory that is going towards abstraction rather than back to the basics that's already known. So science is fundamentally a method seeking its foundation in simplicity, and here I refer to Occam's razor and first principles, and a few simple intuitive concepts. That's also according to positivism. And thirdly, it needs to be specific enough with input and output parameters and predictors or predictions such as the hypothesis. And that is both according to positivism and Popper, rather than overcomplicated models with several fluffy and abstract concepts that are not fundamental, and no binding claims, so no hypothesis that really tries to predict something that can be falsified. And even if all these observations are gathered browsing a lot of scientific articles about the subject or a lot of subjective experience and convincing students. If you want to read a bit more about how we applied science, you can see all these either papers or blog posts or videos that I've referred to here on the last slide. So we really want to speak more about scientific methodology, and we really want to help the community talk more about fundamental stuff rather than getting caught in a lot of abstract and fluffy obsessions about things that are not fundamental. And this is where we see a lot of students being very confused on the first days, and we really need to strip a lot of all this fluff out before we can start on something really simple, which is what we like to keep coffee roasting. And you can see how we apply that on the other presentation we do here at High Density, which is Roast Like a Scientist. Good luck.
Hello, hi, I'm Frida again. I'm the head of coffee of Origin Coffee Roasters. I'm also 3 times UK cup tasting champion, and I also placed the third in 2017 at World Cup Tasting Championship. So today we're here, we are going to work together. We are going to increase and develop our sensory awareness together through tasting a raisin. And it's going to be a really fun workshop to go through together. So before I explain to you what are we going to do next, we're going to do a meditation and then taste the raisin. So before I do that, I would like to give you a little bit background of myself, so you could understand why I'm doing this workshop with you and why we're going through all of this together. Okay, so I had bulimia and depression many years ago, and I'm already recovered. I didn't go through any medication, didn't see any doctor, didn't go through any other like medical process, and my recovery was solely based on reading and also understanding my condition, and go through the process of understanding all of this and then look into exactly what was it. And until now, sometimes my mindset can be really negative. However, I actually have enough awareness or a reminder to tell me that, hey Frida, you've been negative for a while, please come back to the bright side, we need you here. So I have that, I have awareness to remind me what is going on around me. So it has been super interesting seeing myself recovered and connect. Through the recovery, I'm able to connect myself, and by connecting myself means being present, being mindful, and eventually, because I am there, I'm able to enjoy my life more. And you might wonder, what the hell are you talking about? Like, I thought we're here to learn about how to taste coffee, to increase my coffee sensory. So here's the thing, right? When you started to create more sensory awareness, when you started to create more awareness through being present, through being there, through being mindful, you actually receive more. Just bear in mind, in coffee, when we talk about sensory, we talk about smelling and tasting and a bit texture on the tongue. But when I'm talking about sensory awareness, I'm talking about everything. I talk about life here. I talk about 5 senses that we go through. For example, right now I'm wearing this jumper, and then I'm also talking to you right now. But I'm talking to you, but I'm aware of the jumper texture. So I'm here, I know I'm here. I can hear my neighbor's kid who's playing ball right now, and he's super loud, and I'm aware of maybe the temperature in this room. So my 5 senses is switched on, and that also means I am right here and I'm present. And I found through my recovery from depression and bulimia, I connect with myself, and that was the main goal. Like, that was a really great achievement for me. And the bonus is I can taste coffee, and that also helped my career especially. So that is super great. And just another example, for example, when we go to watch a movie in a cinema, we bought a bowl of popcorn, we have it in our, having it and then watching the TV, watching the movies. And you got so drawn into the movie because you're listening, your senses were all full on movie, and suddenly your popcorn's gone. So my question to you is, do you remember how does your popcorn taste like? And then, did you hear the noise from when you were eating the popcorn? suddenly the popcorn was gone because we're just like blindfoldly eating everything and we're so focusing on some other senses and we completely forgot about the taste of the popcorn. Imagine in that scenario, you still slow down. Your mind still focused on the movie, but you slow down the eating of your popcorn. You still experience it. And through this experience, through this training, it will help you increase more of your sensory awareness. And just another example, when we chat with friends, and you can chat with friends, that interaction so well, and you can either focus on the conversation so much, or you can chat with your friend, you're scrolling your phone, you're both scrolling your phone, you had a conversation, eventually there's no engagement in between you and then your time just fly by. So you don't really feel that much over you because you weren't present, because you weren't mindful with the connection between you and your friends. And that's what I'm talking about, being present. And so we are going to do this meditation together. It's a 5-minute mindfulness meditation. We are going through this together by breathe in, breathe out, focusing on our head, our eyes, our nose, going through the whole body. And then we're going to taste the raisins together. So what I need you to do is to find a raisin. I think you can find everything, I think you can find this definitely in your kitchen. If you can't find a raisin, find a chocolate, a little block of chocolate. Make sure you snap it, so a small piece. You don't need a big one. My kitchen has maybe orange. You can peel the orange, just have one piece of the orange, or have a dry apple cookies or dry banana, or the raisin, or you can get prune or any dry fruit, cranberry, raspberry, whatsoever. So yeah, get one of that and then find a place to sit, a comfortable place to sit, be it on the cushion against the wall, or for me, I'm sitting on my armchair right now. This is my meditation chair, or on your sofa where you can sit down, have your back lying on against the wall or the chair, and then get your head free. Okay, so the reason being, I want to keep my head free because I don't want you to fall asleep, because the entire purpose of this meditation is for you to be aware and then be mindful about every part of your body. And once we go through that meditation, we're going to taste the raisins together. So go find the item I just mentioned, find a place that's comfortable, and that's sit down together. And you can pause the video now and I'll wait for you. All right, so we have our stuff with us. Put your raisins or any other products that you have that's eatable very close to you, because we're going to reach it. We're going to reach it while we're closing our eyes, okay? You can have a pick, it's okay, but we're just going to have more of a relaxation overall. And so I would like you to sit down somewhere comfortable and have your back against something, free your head, and close your eyes. Okay, we're going through breathing workshop. We're going to breathe in for 2 and then exhale for 4. And we're going to double the amount later on. So please follow my guidance. So please inhale for 2. 1, 2. Exhale for 4, 3, 2, 1. Inhale for 2, 2. Exhale for 4, 3, 2, 1. Inhale for 1, 2. Exhale for 4, 3, 2, 1. One more time. Inhale for 1, 2. Exhale for 4, 3, 2, 1. Now we're going to inhale for 3 and exhale for 6. Inhale for 1, 2, 3. Exhale for 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Inhale for 1, 2, 3. Exhale for 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. One more time. Inhale for 1. Exhale for 6. Exhale for 1. Okay, now we come back to our normal inhale. Inhale. And then mouth exhale. Okay, now I would like you to keep inhaling, of course. And I would like you to put your attention and awareness to your head, at the top of your head. And imagine you are just breathing to your head and then breathe out from the top of your head. So let's do that. Inhale to the top of your head and exhale through your nose. One more time. Inhale. Again, exhale. Now put your awareness to your eyes and then imagine you're inhaling through your eyes. Inhale. Exhale. So relax the muscles around your eyes and keep inhaling. All right. So next, we're going to move our awareness to our nose. Now I want you to focus when you inhale. Do you inhale cold or warm temperature? Can you experience the temperature from your nose? And then when you exhale, and what was your experience? Now do that again. Inhale. And exhale. Now we're gonna move the awareness to our mouth, to our lips. Relax your lips. Inhale. And relax. Then I want you to put your awareness in your tongue. So focus on the moisture of your tongue. And also maybe you can try to lick the top of your mouth and what is the texture of it. And maybe you have tasted something before you come to this workshop. So do you still have the remaining taste from the item that you ate before? Or maybe it's just your saliva. So really breathe into your mouth and then through your mouth. Okay, now we focus on our jaw. So many attention sometimes can be at our jaw. So just imagine you're breathing to your jaw. And then exhale. So next, we will bring our awareness to our ears. So listen to the most prevalent voice, sound you can hear. Maybe it's my voice. Maybe it's the street. What about the most settled sound you can hear? Maybe it's your laptop. Maybe it's the fridge. Maybe it was the kids yelling outside of the garden. Try to identify those voices and sounds. Just listen. And then find the distance between all different sounds. Where is it? Find the orientation of it. Okay, so next we're moving to our shoulder. What we're going to do is we'll have a big inhale through our mouth and exhale together from our mouth. So a big inhale through our nose and big exhale from our mouth. So inhale. Exhale. So our shoulder sometimes can be the most intense part. So we're trying to just relax and chill. And next, we're focusing our fingers. Where do you put your fingers? Do you put it on your armchair? Put it on your lap? Put it on your sofa? Through the touch of your fingertips and your palm, can you feel the sensation from maybe the armchair, the handle of the armchair? Maybe it's wooden, maybe it's fabric. How does it feel? Then we bring our awareness to our bum. Focus on the cushion between you, your bum, and the chair or the floor. Do you feel the weight of your bum through the cushion? What does the texture of the cushion feel through your skin or maybe through your clothes? Do you feel your cushion is soft or maybe it's firm? Then we're moving our awareness from our bum through our thigh, to our knees, to our shins, and to our feet. Are you wearing your socks at the moment? Could you feel the texture of your socks? Or maybe you're touching the floor right now. So how does that feel through your feet? Did you get a sensation of the carpet, which is quite rough or soft? Or the wooden floor is very cold or warm? How do you feel? And next, we're going to have a big inhale and another exhale from our mouth, and our meditation is finished. So inhale through your nose. Exhale through your mouth. So next, we're going to experience tasting the raisins together. So I would like you to reach the raisins where you put next to you, or the food, whatever, chocolate. I want you to pick that raisin and then put it on your palm. Doesn't matter, left palm or right palm, it's fine. Put it on your palm, okay? So, do you feel any weight on your palm? Do you feel any moisture of the raisins on your palm? Now I want you to use your fingertips to touch the raisin. I want you to squeeze it. I want you to experience the moisture of the skin, or maybe it's dry, or the valley, you know, the curve of this raisin. Maybe it's squeezy, maybe it's really firm. So now I want you to transfer the raisins to your other hand. So experience it again, the skin, the moisture, the texture. I want you to compare whether it's the same experience and same sensation to another finger. Sometimes it's not. So next, I would like you to put the raisins to your nose. I would like you to smell it. Smell the raisins. So could you smell the texture? Could you smell the moisture of the raisin? Could you smell the texture and the moisture of the raisins? And then does it connect to your fingertips? For example, raisins might be quite mushy or wet, and you touch through your fingertips and it's wet. And when you smell it, you can also smell wet. Okay, so, and you could do is inhale really long, or you inhale in the short term. So sometimes that changes the aroma of the raisin. And next, can you smell the sugar content? Sometimes you can, sometimes you couldn't. Okay, so now we're going to put the raisin in our mouths, but there are more instructions, so please follow me. We'll put the raisin in our mouths, but we will not bite it. Okay, let's do it together. Okay, put it in our mouths. Now I would like you to feel the weight of the raisin. What about the moisture of the raisin? Does it connect to your fingertips? Does it connect to the experience from your fingertips? Does it connect to the experience from your nose for smelling? Okay. All right, next, please don't eat it yet. Next, I would like you to remember the entire journey from the beginning when you first bite the raisins till the end after you swallow it. Okay? So I want you to focus every little bit of the journey. Okay, let's bite it together. I want you to focus on the sound when you bite the raisins, the explosion of the sugar content and the sweetness to your mouth. How intense was it? The texture of the mushy raisin. And then we swallow the raisin. And then I would like you to open your eyes slowly and come back to the world. Oh my God. How do you feel? It's a different experience, isn't it? Like you really treasure raisins, you worship it, and you really go through the process slowly and examine any possibilities. The moisture, the weight, and the sugar contents. Do you know when you swallow it, you can taste it as well, because we also have palate on our throat. And all of this, if we don't really slow down, we would never ever experience it, because our life has been so busy. We have been doing so many things, multitask all the time. And also the meditation before the tasting is a great way to carry through the tasting for raisins, but it doesn't mean you have to do it every time you try to taste something. I think the highlight of it is to make sure that you are aware, that you are present, like what we did throughout the entire meditation and tasting. You're focused on different bits and you are exploring 360 degrees of any other possibilities that you experience through every part of your body, through every senses of yours. And that's something really profound. And you can, every time, taste coffee, taste anything, really trying to experience it, smell it, taste it? Does it connect through all of the actions, you know, and compare? And the more you do so, the more database you will have for yourself, and it will help you to increase and develop even more of your sensory awareness. And I hope you have enjoyed this session so much. I really enjoyed it. I love it. I personally really love it. And I hope that through this session, you can find light, not just for your personal life, for your career, but also for your coffee sensory journey. Thank you for joining me. I will see everyone soon. Bye.
Have you ever sat there and thought, gee, I want to learn how to better support my transgender coworkers and community members, but I just don't know where to start? Introducing Trans and Caffeinated, a bi-weekly interview-based podcast sharing the stories of everyday trans, gender nonconforming, and non-binary folks. We work toward collective liberation by emphasizing the idea that trans folks are not a monolith. We have a wide range of passions, ideas, and personal identities that make us uniquely beautiful. Be sure to give it a listen.
Does coffee have a terroir? What is an anaerobic fermentation? Is adding yeast to coffee cheating? What is carbonic maceration?
Hi, I'm Lucia, a former winemaker turned coffee processing specialist. Join me as I try to untangle the myths and misconceptions in coffee processing. The Making Coffee podcast is for anyone who wants to learn more about coffee processing through coffee research and professional experience.
I learned early on in coffee that it's always been a quality product and quality people. Yeah, it took me 8 seasons to win the national championship, but it's not the end result, it's the whole process. When you get on an international level, you see all these baristas from around the world, all these coffee professionals from around the world coming together to help get better at their craft. And in the whole process, the industry moves forward.